reaching for the stars. The South ain't just the streets, our dreams ain't barred. Every struggle, every hustle, carving our own way. And in the heat of the night, in the sweat of the day, we cook stories in the pit, stoking ambition's flame. Learning that growth's a journey, not just a game. From magnolia blooms to the spread of palms, we spit bars of resilient, soothing like psalms. Rooted in clay, but we grow when we strive. Aim to not just survive, but to thrive. In the dirty, dirty South, we keep hope alive. Carrying lessons learned towards the sky we drive.
This is Civic coming to a man call. Straight out to the motherfucking gone. Gon' get sing it. Gon' get sing it tone.
Hard times in the bayou, hearts heavy as lead. Hunger in our stomachs, nightmares in our head. Proud souls dancing shadows, freedom's price unpaid. Raised on the soil of struggle, the place where blues is made. Crime like moss hangs over from the trees of our faith. Living on dirty dollars served on a broken plate. Seismic chains are clanging, echo through the night. Racism's ugly reptile keeps slithering out of sight. Gutter born and bound, no mercy for the weak. We fight for every crumb, every word we speak. Guns spitting fire, dope smuggling dread. Yet southern spirits rise, we ain't never scared or misled. Hard times in the bayou, hearts heavy as lead. Hunger in our stomachs, nightmares in our head. Proud souls dancing shadows, freedom's price unpaid. Raised on the soil of struggle in the place where blues is made. Hard times in the bayou, hearts heavy as lead. Hunger in our stomachs, nightmares in our head. Proud souls dancing shadows, freedom's price unpaid. Raised on the soil of struggle in the place where blues is made.
Call our western game, up it in racing north. Oklahoma, Tommy, Abby's, we don't treat it in no dead. The night of prison's fall, right now it's good for change. They say I'm back for law, we back for more, I wanna bet. I don't try to feed them jacks, but now that's the fan. You wear those Satan's kitchen, both you woefully this stand. Pain in the Ming of morning, is he do always dead. You told him me to take you with the up for me and there. Professors, they gon' change, that wrist is straight go bone. Deep down them waist, time and then your arm and scare my home. We stood in footed tones, you sticking over trees. People tell my rhythm, don't break, tell my cheese.
Hard times
In the bayou, hearts heavy as lead. Hunger in our stomachs, nightmares in our head. Proud souls dancing shadows, freedom's price unpaid. Raised on the soil of struggle in a place where blues is made. Hard times in the bayou, hearts heavy as lead. Hunger in our stomachs, nightmares in our head. Proud souls dancing shadows, freedom's price unpaid. Raised on the soil of struggle in a place where blues is made. Now yes, I do my life, winning in my trade fire. I don't wanna take this from my marriage, they gon' do my body. God out for over drive, gotta see how low's the mind. If I come up down my life, number cheaper, gotta time.
Hard times in the bayou, hearts heavy as lead. Hunger in our stomachs, nightmares in our head. Proud souls dancing shadows, freedom's price unpaid. Raised on the soil of struggle in a place where blues is made. Hard times in the bayou, hearts heavy as lead. Hunger in our stomachs, nightmares in our head. Proud souls dancing shadows, freedom's price unpaid. Raised on the soil of struggle in a place where blues is made.
Girl to be. Like that. I ain't gonna suck in about no
Blue lights flash, disrupt in the black night. Innocence questioned under a ghastly sight. Racial profile, a daily fight, ain't that right? Mother voices scream in the American plight. Walking life on edge, handcuffed in poverty's hold. System crumbles under corruption, truths untold. Betrayed by badges, the future's been pawned and sold. In ghetto's heart, in just as stories unfold. Pain echoes bounce off dirty south walls. In the school of hard knocks, every young hope falls. Yet we stand tall against bias, against brawls. Cause in the end, it's freedom that calls. Fighting the city straight stalled and gov charts. Then it's for the light. Got on the staff store. Our bottoms from the sun. Leave by night is gone. Then drinking from the stress. Talking for fresh. Drawing up. Floor like hammers. Turns the stories. Got a card, not a light. But a drip mat pause. These shining motherfucking. Put a story in the board. Ceiling lights, cock. Hold the flame, the force. Turn 10 in the cloak. Go straight and I go drill. Never stop, but a people night. On the body hill. Summertime still light. In the world to be filled. I'm a winner to the night. And vibe till I feel.
Here we go. Get it up.
Blue lights flash, disrupting the black night. Innocence questioned under a gas sight. Racial programs, daily fighting that right. Muffled voices scream in the American plight. Riding with the rhymes in my pocket, thumbing dimes. Grew up on sweet southern tea and hard-nosed crime. They went from B.I.G. to pop. Spun the tales of the block. Hit my life and music got me rising to the top. Outlaws and OGs made the path that I walk. Spitting truth to the beat. Taught me more than just talk. From the dirty south where hip-hop crosses the street. Culture painted in verses. Making life a dope beat. In the land of boom bap with the sun burning hot. Rap is more than a genre. It's the voice of the lot. Homage to the kings. The words made me free. Hip-hop, my lifesaver in the Southern Sea Symphony.
Let's not help. Here we go. Blue. Yeah. Out. One more. One down, baby. Yeah. I'm back. I'm here. Back us up. Watch it. Get it. Here we go.
Hanging gun, the volition of the mighty hour. The one time and the left. Here one. Just enough. And free. Rise. Against the injustice, we gon' rise. Stand steady, firm in the dirty south skies. Every voice of the silenced, we gon' be. In this moment of resistance, we break free. Against the injustice, we gon' rise. Stand steady, firm in the dirty south skies. Every voice of the silenced, we gon' be. In this moment of resistance, we break free. Can't hold us down, we ain't a commodity. In their play of power, we ain't a property. Our roots are deep within this earth, voicing the truth that incites the rebirth. The system corrupt, sucking our life's worth, but our spirits ain't broken. We know our worth. Against the wave of deceit, we make our stand for equality against corruption, hand in hand. Against the injustice, we gon' rise. Stand steady, firm in the dirty south skies. Every voice of the silence, we gon' be. In this moment of resistance, we break free. Against the injustice, we gon' rise. Stand steady, firm in the dirty south skies. Every voice of the silence, we gon' be. In this moment of resistance, we break free. Against the injustice, Against injustice, we gon' rise. Stand steady, firm in the dirty south skies. Every voice of the silence, we gon' be. In this moment of resistance, we break free. Can't hold us down, we ain't the commodity. They play a power, we ain't a property. Our roots are deep within this earth, voicing the truth that incites the rebirth. The system corrupt, sucking our life's worth, but our spirits ain't broken, we know our worth. Against the wave of deceit, we make our stand. Equality against corruption, hand in hand. Against the injustice, we gon' rise. Stand steady, firm in the dirty south skies. Every voice of the silence, we gon' be. In this moment of resistance, we break free. Against the injustice, we gon' rise. Stand steady, firm in the dirty south skies. Every voice of the silence, we gon' be. In this moment of resistance, we break free. In the heart of the dirty south, where the rivers bend and sway, hear the children's laughter, trying to keep the blues at bay. While mama's by the stove, scarred hands working the day.
toil in the fierce sun ray. Still we're dancing, turning troubles into reggae. Concrete jungles around us, trying to lead us astray. But we're rooted in our heritage, won't let it wither away. In unity we rise, meeting life struggles the byway. From the Delta River mouth to the Cajun Bayou, we got love and unity no matter what we're going through. Hands held high under the magnolia sky so blue. In the dirty South together, there's nothing we can't do. Hard times rolling like thunder rain in the heart, but in the dirty South ain't a soul that ain't apart. With unity and
Get to him. Match up on Walker. I'm through. Do it, deep hole. Excuse me. Yep. Turn down. Use that. Use that. Huh? Come on. Can I help? Box, box. Watch up. Got wing. Come on. Whoa, 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 whoa. Take that one. Take that one. No. The ball. Cross screen. Go over it. Go. Set it up. Set it up. Set it up. Going. Box, box. Watch up. Got wing. Come on. Cross. You got double. Back cross. Back cross. Back cross. You got no. Shot. You got double. Back cross. Back cross. Back cross. You got no. Shot.
Match up on Walker!
The ball! Cross screen, go over it! Go! want to use you. Set it up. Set it up. Set it up. I'm back.
Hassan, that's you!
Watch that shooter! Outlet! Back up, bro! Close! Got middle. Get past! Get it going! Shoot it! What's the key? No! Here we go, attack. Here we go. Get a good look. Good look. Good shot. High. What's covered? Get deep cover. Hey, let's go. Help left. Help left. Double down. No. Double down. Out! One more! Shooter! Match up on Walker! No! Push it! I got ball! 49! Yep. Shoot! Take it away! I'm back. Top. You got double. Back up. Get that. Good shot. No baseline. Whoa. Watch it up top. Rotating up. Here we go. On top. Ball. Left side help. Shooting. Here we go. No. Flash! Give him coming at you! Flash! Skip! Down screen! Go! Flash! Give him Right screen, I got you. Here we go. Get it going. Watch it, Hunter.
Throw that Walker, shoot it!
Watch it. Watch top, got wing.
Whoa.
Help your side, watch top, rotate. Help left.
Strong. Watch that shooter. Match up on Walker. Get to him.
The ball!
Cross screen,
Go over it! Here we go!
Set it up. Set it up. Set it up. Good. New play.
Yep.
Watch that shooter. Outlet. Back up.
No!
Get back.
I got the ball.
Break the middle. I'm back. High on top.
Skip it! Match up on Walker! The ball!
Cross screen.
Go over it! Here we go!
Set it up. Set it up. Set it up. Good.
Watch me!
Match up on Walker. Right side.
Left ball! Skip! Watch
my God. I cannot with this, man. This is crazy, bro. I cannot do this, man. That was a sick one. Big old shoulder bully roll off him. Get that shit out. Tell him. Clarkson, watch. Clarkson finna march down on him. Let's go. Ooh. That was a horrific by me, though. That was my fault. That was not his fault. Go, Lynn. Get up there. He's acting too slow. They're all tired now. This is a nice little scrimmage. I like to see how everybody looks, and I always try to do a couple scrimmages to see what it feels like to play with the different tendency types. See if there is actual matchups I should be paying attention, rotations I should be paying attention to for matchups. And since we blew up the team last year, I mean, it definitely feels and looks a lot different than what I expect. So could be a problem. I don't know. Kimba at point? I don't really think so, honestly. I don't think so. It's not really a thing for me. I mean, shooting? Yeah, the two? I mean, obviously. That's fine. Fine and fair. But at the one, my guy. Hey. Nice. That one's down. It's down. And, you know, this isn't like on rookie or nothing. This is like, you know, all custom sliders. So this is like difficulty probably even harder than Hall of Fame. And I'm not a Hall of Fame player. So go ahead. And also I like to play in scrimmage because I don't have to worry about fouls and stuff. Because, you know, I'll be reaching, you know what I'm saying? I'll be reaching. Yeah, you thought so. Come on, man. That was a nice shot. You see what I'm saying? It's like, yeah, no, he's not getting that shit. He ain't getting that shit. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. Ooh, that was my fault. That's my points right there. That goes on my stat sheet. Oh, he passed it to the wrong guy. What are you going to do with that? You ain't finna do a damn thing. Go ahead. Oh, man. You know, the rebound thing is all going all right. Mostly it's me. You know what I mean? I'm not doing my part. Ugh, brother. Yeah, don't take him down. Just not too hard, Collins. Dr. Collins is out for blood, my boy. You know what? Let me make sure what no injuries, no wear and tear. Everybody's doing all right. Watch this. Can I don't know how it works in here. You can't bring someone in off the bench or nothing. You can't oh shit, I do need to see those, show those. Anyway. No, it's going way too far. I don't do none of that. Yeah. You know what I did notice though? I noticed that, look, of course, right? That's why, you know, Boban, he lost a step, you know, he lost a little step, which I understand. And I see Coach, right? Coach is like, well, we're gonna go ahead and do Donald Lane for 22 minutes, and I'm like, Coach, you're getting a little exuberant about the young man, and it's like, yeah, you know, I understand. I just don't want to see him flame out, you know what I mean? All these big old hopes, some players, you know, they're never gonna live up to that shit. Oh my God. So, you know, Clarkson looks good. I mean, he'd probably be playing way better if it wasn't for me on the sticks, man. Shoot, Devon Reed, he looked ready. He looks ready. I'm liking the way he's matching up for sure. Yeah. Oh. Look at Hassan. Hassan tonight is going. He's going, man. Those dunks are heavy. I want that all year. He needs to quit with that fall away jumper bull crap and stick with what really matters. You know what I'm saying? Dominating down low, destroying the post destroyer. Nah, Devon. He looks ready. And we give up a lot of perimeter shots, surprisingly, for the way that we just be trampling people into the ground. I mean, we just giving up so many of those. Deep. Oh, yeah. Kilpatrick, he's ready. He's ready. My only dilemma is, does he come in off the bench to give us that second spark, right? Because, like, I was looking at the original Rosties, right? And I was saying to myself, ain't no way we're going to put Kemba Walker and Kilpatrick out there together, right? Like, that just seems chaotic, right? And, you know, I like chaotic basketball, don't get me wrong. But, you know, I'm just saying, like, somebody's got to maintain structure and order. Oh, look at that was me. Those are my points. I have to write home about that. That's me. Dear Grandma, I gave up 3 deep points because I wasn't paying attention. And now I let the team down. Go ahead, Hassan. Go ahead. Oh, man. So, yeah, I want to give Donald his minutes. There's no question. Yeah, come up behind him and tap him on the shoulder. But I'm going to let things play through. And obviously this team's going to look a lot better without me behind the controller. That's just a fact. And you know what? Honestly, I'm a busy man. There's no way I could sit behind the sticks for 82 games. I got a life, people. There's a reason why I'm a GM, because I can't be down on the court 24/7 playing 10 games a night. You know, I mean, it's a long season, right? And I watch every game. So it's like, yeah, that was all me. Yeah, that's me on the sticks, all right. That's me on the sticks, all right. Go. He picked the wrong one. Oh, shoot. Oh, Clarkson to the save, boy. That's not way. Yeah, I knew that was not happening. Devon Reed was like, he had to smell Devon's breath on that. Ugh, brother. Let's go. Oh, that's it. Slice him. Slicing. I like to move it. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. I like to reach, you know what I mean? I'm reaching. No, sir. No zibbity, sir. Skibbity, sir. Oh, yeah, that menu interfered. It's an interfering menu. That don't even count. Hey. Yeah, I got space to breathe. That's out of range. It's a good shot. It's out of range. And the sticks hit this with these slider settings. They're beautiful, right? Because it's temperamental, though. You know what I'm saying? I like them temperamental. I like the way it looks. You know what I mean? I'm all about that presentation. Yeah. Keep that ball advancing up the court now. Yeah. Keep it advancing up the court now. And my biggest concerns actually are what happens at the 3 position, right? Because, you know, Andre, I haven't really seen him commit to any offense here. Not that I've been paying that close of attention, but we have no more real offense at the 3. I mean, you know, Josh was all right. You know what I'm saying? He hit the 3 on occasion. He had those monster dunks. Now what? You know what I'm saying? We'll see. All right. That's enough of me getting destroyed. right, run through the first practice. Let me overlook the roster one more time, checking any injuries and such and such. No injuries yet. Let me see here. All right, yeah, Clarkson, Kilpatrick. Actually, let me look at this Kimba connection, right? Because honestly, what I want to have happen, right, is I want Frank to still come in as the 2 or the 6. He would actually be the 6. I mean, I got a little time to figure it out, I guess. I got a little time to figure it out. So Kimba can come off as the 2, and then Frank will, or as the, he'll come in at 6, at the 6th, and then Frank will be here. He'll be nearby. Andre, yeah. Covington, yeah. We'll see what happens. All right, so we know Clarkson will resign. I'm going to try to get that locked in. And he's only asking for 5. I think I could probably accommodate, you know, we could look into that. We can look into accommodating some of his requests. It's going to take a couple games to make sure, you know what I'm saying? We got to look at some things. All right, let's just get into a game and see what happens. Yeah, you got flattened by the Warriors. You got flattened in the championships. We would have never let that happen, bro. I'm just going to tell you like that. We would have never got flattened like that. On all these historic jerseys, tisk, tisk, tisk. My boy, tisk, tisk, tisk.
It's the 2K Sports pregame show.
NBA regular season opener for a couple of teams. Thank you all for tuning in. So happy you're here. I'm ecstatic that you're here. And
I miss you too, Ernie.
And I'm really happy that Kenny and Shaq are here
I
too.
miss you too, Ernie.
Thank you. Me too. And tonight, it'll be the Philadelphia 76ers going up against the Trailblazers in Portland. For Portland, this is their first time facing off this season. Last year, they split the season series at a game apiece. And fellas, a new season about to begin. Clean slate. Plenty of hopes and dreams out there. Kenny, how do you spot a new legitimate contender?
I usually look for the team with good balance, where one guy isn't doing everything. One guy can facilitate everything, but he can't do everything. So offense, defense, balance, and they gotta have a big shot maker.
You know, I look for unselfishness, guys playing with each other, mental toughness. No weak-minded team has ever won a championship, Ernie.
How about continuity, too? How about very little changeover from a team that was really good the previous year, may not have gone as far as they wanted, but returning the same bunch?
That helps.
Yeah.
Well said.
Yeah.
No need to add anything to that.
Continuity. Yeah. Kevin Harlan knows all about that.
This is it, opening day. The regular season is set to begin, and we're thrilled to bring you all the live action right here on 2K Sports.
Kevin Harlan here, and I'm joined by Greg Anthony, Clark Kellogg, and David Aldridge, who's reporting from the sidelines. It's the Philadelphia 76ers and the Portland Trailblazers. And as things get ready to roll, let's catch up with David Aldridge, who's on the sideline. David?
Well, guys, when I asked him what impressed him the most about today's opponent, he immediately referred to the explosiveness on their offense. He said they have so many different ways to hurt you that it's impossible to take away everything. It's just about damage control. And he acknowledged they've got a big job to do defensively. Back to you, Kevin.
Okay, David, much appreciated. Clark, we're seeing some dominant play by both these teams, and it may be a preview of the postseason.
I tell you what, with the way both of these teams are playing, you could be exactly right, Kevin. I mean, games like this mean a little bit more than others when you're going against an opponent that's on par with where you are and where you want to go.
Boys, nice time.
And so here we go, the 76ers to start it. All fueled up and ready to go. Let's check out who's on the floor, courtesy of Gatorade. So on the floor for Philadelphia, Ben Simmons is out there with Holmes. And there's Embiid. And there's Hill. And it's McCollum in at the 2 spot.
And, you know, Hill's ability to really stretch the floor with his shooting is huge. Something he does so well out there.
Pass to Len. Shoots over Holmes. Len, good.
He was just able to shoot over people at a high rate.
And you were a good defender, Greg, so you tell me, how do you guard that? I mean, the height, the soft release, not a lot you can do against that combination.
Now here is Hill. And Whiteside sends it back.
And Whiteside takes great pride in rejecting shots. Outstanding at getting his arms up and denying shooters.
Here's Covington. Off the screen. That one off the back iron and out.
And low percentage look on that one. Not sure what he was thinking.
I agree with you. Not a good shot, not good offense. They can get a much better look than that, but they're going to need to be patient to do so.
And Simmons kicks to Embiid. 6 on the shot clock. Rebound by the Trailblazers.
Boy, the defense had gone to sleep, so you got to knock that one down.
Covington dishes to Clarkson. Here's Kilpatrick. Passes it to Len. Shoots over Holmes. And it's out of bounds to Portland. They'll retain possession. Here's Kilpatrick. Loses the defender with the screen and drills the jumper. Kilpatrick's got his first bucket of the night. Hill passes to Holmes. And he could not get that one to go. Out of contact, and he'll go to the line for 2. They get Hassan Whiteside. Philadelphia shooting their initial free throws of the game right here. That free throw good from Holmes. Good on both. The first quarter of action, 2 minutes in. And here's Clarkson. Len, a screen. Clarkson passes to Kilpatrick. He kicks it to Len. Somehow ignores the tight D and gets the layup. Land's got his second basket of the night.
The shooting percentage is really solid so far, fellas. Good start to this game for him.
Hill kicks to McCullough. Goes up on the wing, and that one drops.
And his presence as a scorer, it just has a calming effect for the rest of the team. He's a fallback option whenever they need one.
Here's Kilpatrick. He dishes it to Land. And oh boy, a lot of contact there, but he gets the call and will shoot two. That one on Embiid.
Really the right play defensively. If you can't block, force him to the line.
Yeah, the professor.
Exactly. Prevent the layup, give them a little bump, and then maybe they'll think twice about coming into the lane next time. And if they don't think about it, at least they might be distracted by your presence.
Shooting two.
The first one falls. Here we are, Clark, opening night. It's officially upon us. I know you think it's important to get off to a good start, don't you?
I really do, Kevin. It's better than getting off to a poor start. Because the season is so long, you've got time to overcome either one, but it's always best to get off to a nice start. It gives you confidence and gives you momentum that you can build on.
No good on the second free throw. And Brett Brown, such a great fit in Philadelphia. He loves the town, loves the game, loves to coach. He says about the town, Clark,
yeah, it's a little rusty looking. It's a little bit rusty
looking.
Well,
that's nice to hear because he does embody a lot of the grit that you come to know and expect from Philadelphians. I mean, it reminds him of where he's from. He's faced the media through tough times. He's always candid and forthright. And he's coaching with a long lens, as he put it, on building towards something great. And, man, I tell you, that passion and enthusiasm just oozes out of him, which is pretty cool to see.
Now, here is Hill. Holmes sets a screen. Embiid with it. He's picked up by Whiteside. Again, missing Hill.
Boy, he's holding his team back. Really a hindrance. Can't make a thing. He's way off today.
Covington kicks to Len. In the corner, it's Clarkson. And he uses the glass on the layup.
Fighting his way inside, Clarkson shows good body control.
Philadelphia's gone 1 of 2 from long range in the first quarter. Simmons dishes to McCollum. And there's the pass to Holmes. Embiid the screen. Here's McCollum. Rebounded by Covington.
Well executed. Great rhythm. You've got to finish that one.
Agree with you there, partner, because that screen really freed him up nicely, and that's a shot. And if you're a pro, you need to make that one.
Simmons against Covington. And Simmons kicks to McCollum. Pick up by Hill. Shot off the screen. Takes a big high bounce and goes in. McCollum's got his third basket of the night right there.
Boy, I like how Embiid gives himself up for his teammates, sacrificing his body so they can get good shots.
Pass to Kilpatrick. To the middle. Here's Whiteside. Oh, and he
lost to Embiid. Lost to Embiid.
Outside Hill. Kicks to McCollum. Foul call that time on the way up. That'll give him 2 chances at the free throw line here.
I like the shiftiness of McCollum. I mean, it feels like he can get any shot he wants to. Very efficient as a guard.
The 76ers shooting their 3rd and 4th free throw shots of the night. And the first one drops. And so McCollum nails both of them.
Textbook shooting from the stripe. Great form, soft release. Mark it up.
Dishes to Clarkson. Plan a screen. They set the screen. Whistle on the play. Bucket's good. He'll go to the line.
And he is really in a zone right now, playing and scoring with confidence.
This is his third free throw attempt of the game.
Mind the lanes. Mind the lanes. One shot.
Philadelphia leading by 3. Simmons left side. Shoots over Covington. And the shot is long.
And as he squares up for mid-range, the defender right in his face.
Yeah, I like the fact, Greg, that he crowded the shooter there, made him uncomfortable, got into his airspace a bit. Looked like he forced the shot.
Hill passes to McCollum. It's back to Hill. Some nice ball movement here by the 76ers. Holmes has a screen. And Jordan Clarkson is going to pick up
One thing's for sure, we're a lot older than we were last year. A lot more age here now.
Checked in for Whiteside.
We'll see how that turns out over the course of a long
Andre
season.
Iguodala is checked in for Robert Covington. And Walker subbed in for Clarkson. Isaacs checked in for the 76ers. Collison comes in for Hill. Now here's McCollum. 8 points for him. There are a lot of great young talents in the league right now, and you take a look, Clark, at the young big men in the league. Who stands out to you?
I like a lot of these young big guys because they're mobile, they can score the ball, they rebound it. Karl Anthony Towns is really, when you talk about a guy doing the 2010 thing this early in his career, that's special. Miles Turner, I think, has a chance to be really special with his shooting stroke and his shot blocking ability. And then Porzingis has a lot of Dirk Nowitzki qualities to him.
The first free throw is good. Jackson, he's checked in for the Trailblazers. Both shots good from the stripe. Trailblazers trail by 5. Iguodala outside. There's a screen by Marjanovic. The feed to Walker. Misses off the left iron. The 76ers have gone just a shade under 50% from the field. 5 of 11.
And he's starting to show that killer instinct this quarter, looking to extend the lead.
Now here's Walker. Outside for Jackson. Portland no good that time either. The 76ers leading by 7. Embiid with the screen on Jackson. Got a piece of it. It's stolen by Marjanovic. And Walker kicks to Jackson. The kick out to Walker. Iguodala outside. And so he draws the foul on the shot. A trip to the line to shoot 2.
And while Iguodala might not be the star of any team he's on, he's always going to be a major contributor because he does so many things well on both ends.
Shoot 2.
First free throw is good. Kyle O'Quinn is checked in for the 76ers. T.J. McConnell comes in for C.J. McCollum. That misses, so he splits the free throws. Philadelphia leading by 6. McConnell passes to Holmes. Kick by O'Quinn. Here's the dish to Collison. He feeds it to O'Quinn. Shoots over Marjanovic. Off to a good start as he hits his first shot attempt.
Great awareness. No reason to take it inside there against the taller man.
Yeah, he knew he had him beat, Greg. I mean, that was clear. Took advantage of the space he had and then calmly and quietly drained it from the mid-range. That's good basketball.
Here's McConnell. Kemba Walker making his last shot. Pass to Isaac. Back to Collison. And the rejection by Iguodala.
And that one gives them a +5 rebound advantage, Kevin.
Pretty clear. They're dominating that area. They've come out with a lot more energy and effort so far.
And stolen by McConnell. Here's Isaac. He's covered by Iguodala. Collison with it. No scoring yet from him, but that's likely to change. Some solid defense there from Jackson. Trailblazers trail by 6. Down low. Here's Collins. That's good. And it's Jackson with the assist that time.
And a nice job here early of establishing an inside presence.
Pass to Isaac. Picked by O'Quinn. Some nice ball movement here by the 76ers. Up top, McConnell. Guarded by Walker. Shot clock at 5. McConnell kicks to Collison. Three-pointer. And the officials call over the back. A little too aggressive there.
And you can live with those over-the-back calls sometimes because at least it's an effort play.
Well, you still got to know the situation and be aware. I mean, he wasn't getting to that ball. Best to not get out of control and pick up that foul.
Catching up on the changes for Portland. Hollins checked in, and it's Reed in for Jackson. Here's Walker. It's good for his second make. He's made 2 or 3 so far.
Yeah, and there it is again. On a lot of their possessions this first half, they've established great inside position.
Collison kicks to O'Quinn. Here's Isaac. Collison inside, guarded by Walker. Collison, no good.
And you can see the defenders afraid to kind of get in his way a lot of times when he's on his way to the basket. But on that one, they were there.
Now, here is Reed. Pass to Marjanovic. Deflects the pass. Holmes with the steal. .149 left in the first quarter. Here's Isaac. Another miss by Philadelphia. Trailblazers have gone 8 of 14 from the field in the first quarter. Reed dishes to Walker. It's tipped. Now McConnell. He's been patient so far, nothing yet on the scoreboard. Walker in the post. He's covered by McConnell. Walker's shot is off. Collison against Reed. O'Quinn the pass to Collison. Passes it to Holmes. And O'Quinn kicks to McConnell. Back to Holmes. Outside Collison. Shot to end this cold run. And so he earns a trip to the line. Officials saw the contact and he'll shoot 2.
And I tell you what, Collison, very tough to contain because he's so fast. An excellent foul shooter as well. You can't give him any cheap ones.
Philadelphia.
Damn, Collison coming back to haunt us.
For the game right here.
And they shot 81% from the line last season as a team. So you really can't find fault with what they're able to do there.
The first free throw is good.
Well, you go back to Darren Collison's career at UCLA, very distinguished, and he's turned himself into a starting caliber pro, too.
And Philadelphia making a change here. Bayless is checked in. And that one goes in. 2 from the line that time. 43 seconds left in the first quarter. They could use a big shot here to get this offense going.
Too many empty possessions. Right now, they need a basket.
And O'Quinn sends it back.
And right from the start, Kevin, they've been pounding the glass. Most of those 50-50 balls also going their way.
Well, I don't think there's any question about it. They came focused and ready to play. I mean, they're doing everything they can to put things in their favor. You earn that, and they're actually earning it well right now.
Ben Simmons, he's checked in for Rashawn Holmes. Here's the screen. Floats one up, and it's good. 2 points. And that's now 6 points for Walker.
Yeah, that was the 3rd straight high percentage look the defense has allowed. The defenders have got to start putting bodies on bodies.
Collins against Simmons. With 4 seconds on the clock. Got him with the pump fake, but couldn't finish. C.J. McCollum, he's feeling it tonight and has been the driving force for the Philadelphia 76ers. That quarter had to take a lot out of him. He racked up 12 points. We'll return shortly.
Yeah, living like Khaled. Yeah.
And before the game, we heard from Kemba Walker. He talked about his mentality when he steps out onto the floor.
Play free. You know, just play like you're playing street ball. Just have fun. Just play the game that you've been playing. You know,
we'll see how that goes.
Infectious enthusiasm. You see it every time he steps on the floor. Neither team able to build much of a lead up to this point as we start the second quarter. And an important part of every team's game, a look at the hustle stats for the 76ers.
You know, they've done a great job of getting a hand up on shooters. Actually have gotten a lot of blocks as well, solidifying that defensive effort.
And also they've been really active on the defensive end in terms of applying pressure and coming away with steals.
So on the floor for Philadelphia, they've got Collison, Kyle O'Quinn out there with Ben Simmons. Then it's Jared Bayless, and it's Isaac in at the 3 spot. Here's Bayless. Portland making their last shot. Picked by O'Quinn. Clock at 6. Now here's Bayless. Guarded closer. And that one hits back iron. And for Portland, they're shooting an outstanding 53% for the game. Now we play just over a minute of basketball here in the second quarter. And count it, the shot is good. He'll go to the free throw line.
Nice looking floater there, Kevin. Such a fast shot, a quick release. Really hard to guard that.
So the approach has been going here so far for Portland.
Guys, their penetration has been outstanding. I mean, it's actually been great. They're really finding those holes in the defense.
And also knocking down the mid-range because they're making good decisions with the basketball.
Alex Len's checked in for Portland. Clarkson comes in for Walker.
One shot.
And that one misses.
Unacceptable. He's got to hit that. We've got to hit
or
that.
a game day ritual that you would follow?
Superstitions are a waste of time in my book, Kevin. I had none, not any. I like my pregame nap. I get a good pregame meal, and then it was about focusing on my assignment for that particular game and night or day. Superstitions, I know a lot of guys have them. They weren't part of my toolkit.
So it's Portland now. After the Sixers pick up 2. Feeds to Reed. And Philadelphia grabs the miss. O'Quinn's got his 3rd rebound on the night. Hill kicks to Simmons. Pick by O'Quinn. Shot off the pick. Portland grabs the miss, and they're starting off the season playing the 76ers here.
It's not often we get to see this matchup, but it is a doozy when we do. Just two powerhouse teams facing off.
Really easy to tell that this is an important game, Greg. I mean, I don't know if the crowd will get a chance to take a breath in this one.
The Trailblazers have hit half their free throws in this one, going 3 of 6 so far.
And going back a season ago, they were a pretty average team at the line, about 76% altogether.
Two shots.
That free throw good from Reed. Joel Embiid. He's checked in for Isaac. And both free throws good for Reed. And here are the 76ers now. Trailing by 2. Embiid the screen. Here's Simmons. And 2 free throws coming up. Unable to get that one to go with all the contact.
And, you know, anytime your game is compared to LeBron James, that's a heavy mantle, no doubt about it. But, you know, with Simmons' size and point guard skills, I certainly can appreciate where people might make that comparison and can actually see some mild similarity.
That's good from Simmons. And Simmons at 6'10", a rare combination of size, strength, athleticism, and elite playmaking ability.
No question, Kevin. He's a drive and kick dime dropper supreme. I mean, this guy whips bullet passes with ease and great vision and plays downhill, too.
He's perfect from the line this time.
And the Australian Simmons is a star in the making thanks to his extremely versatile and high-level skill set and big frame.
Now, here's Clarkson. Lane. And a good offensive board. And he gets the bucket. And the Trailblazers lead by 2.
And they are attacking the rim and getting great results.
And how? I mean, they're taking this defense to task, taking them to school. Every one of their last 10 points have come in the paint.
Here's Hill. Kick by O'Quinn. Another miss by Philadelphia. The Trailblazers have gone 3 of their first 5 shots to drop here in the second quarter. And that one goes out of bounds. Last touch by Simmons.
Yeah, you love the effort. Just getting the hand in there and knocking it out.
Really came close to the pilfer, but they'll take that effort. Mucking things up is sometimes just as good as a steal.
Clarkson with the ball. He's picked up by Hill. And there's the pass to Clarkson. Knocked loose. 76ers trailing. And Simmons kicks to Hill. He dishes it to Bayless. And just over 3.5 minutes played here in the second quarter. Offensive rebound, another shot, and there's the whistle on the shot. Took the foul, shot misses. He'll be shooting 2. And the foul called on the Philadelphia 76ers. Clark, in your rookie season in the NBA, did you ever have a welcome to the NBA moment, you know, a player sequence where you were brutally introduced to how unforgiving the NBA can truly be?
Yeah, how about my first night out? Spencer Haywood ran me in circles, and I shot 2 for 17, scored 6 or 8 points, and he was in my head from the very beginning. Thankfully, the Pacers won that game because it was a forgettable night other than that. But Spencer Haywood, even to this day, when I bump into him, reminds me of how he disrupted me and distracted me in that first game of my rookie season.
Catching up on the changes for Portland. Whiteside's checked in for Alex Len. And it's Jackson in for Jordan Clarkson. And the 76ers also making a change. McCollum's checked in for Kyle O'Quinn. And that one goes in. 2 from the line that time. And here in the second quarter of action as we approach 4 minutes played. Here's Simmons. Hits the front of the rim and out.
You know, they don't score on that shot, but they're going to be happy with those kinds of possessions.
Back to Jackson. It's Covington on the wing. He's guarded by McCollum. They blow the whistle just as he gets it off. That's 2 points with a chance for another one at the stripe.
Man, I'm impressed by the level of concentration Covington has on these difficult finishes. I mean, in this league, you have to get used to making shots despite being bumped a little bit or being challenged at a high level.
The Trailblazers making a switch here. Iguodala's checked in.
Mind the lanes. Mind the lanes. One shot.
Free throw drops for Covington.
Man, you got to love the intensity of Covington. I mean, he's a consistent shooter from beyond the arc, and he's a player that also isn't afraid to get dirty on the glass for rebounds. That's a nice combination, nice stroke, but still he'll do some dirty work too.
Embiid with the screen on Covington. McCollum dishes to Simmons. Just 5 to shoot. Hill kicks to Simmons over Iguodala. And the shot is long.
He is just really almost playing for the other team. The shooting has just been poor.
Here's Kilpatrick over to the wing. Here's Whiteside. And
there you go.
Embiid pulls it down. Embiid's got 3 rebounds now in this one. The kick out to Hill. Dishes to Embiid, and it's McCollum in the corner. Looking to end the run. Not enough on that one as it misses.
Yeah, but the hand in the face, it's critical that you contest his shots every time down the floor.
Covington against McCollum. Simmons pulls it in. Simmons got his 4th rebound with that last one here tonight. And Hill has it in the corner. Back to Bayless. Embiid the screen. It'll go. The Portland lead is cut down now to just 5 on the basket from Bayless.
And, you know, Bayless is really lethal in pick and roll set. It's extremely helpful having a guy like him who knows when to shoot and when to pass.
Here's Kilpatrick. And that one clearly a foul. Gets the whistle and 2 shots coming up. That's on Ben Simmons.
Clearly a foul.
Yeah, he took a shot there. Earned those free throws.
The Trailblazers have shot the ball pretty well from the line, going 8 of 11.
Shooting 2.
And the first one at the line is good. Marjanovic checked in for Robert Covington. And then for Philadelphia, Richaun Holmes comes in for Jared Bayless. And it's T.J. McConnell in for Hill. And so he makes both from the line. The 76ers trail by 7. They could use a big shot here to get this offense going.
Too many empty possessions. Right now, they need a basket.
Holmes passes to McConnell. Embiid with a screen on Jackson. McConnell kicks to Embiid. Just 5 on the clock. It's McCollum with the drive. Some solid defense there from Jackson.
Oh, great effort there. That's how you defend the paint.
Exactly. Can't play it any better than that, Greg.
The defense there got away with a major lapse.
Now, here's McConnell. After the miss from Andre Iguodala, McConnell kicks to Holmes. The shot misses. Now Portland takes it the other way. Here's Kilpatrick. 6 points for him. The drive by Iguodala. Lands soft on the front of the rim and drops. And the Trailblazers lead by 9. Philadelphia shooting a low 30% right now. An ugly offensive performance. McCollum outside. Philadelphia moving the ball around. Embiid with the screen on Jackson. Here's McConnell. Knocks it loose.
Yeah, not a great shot there, especially when you got a lockdown defender guarding you.
Agreed. I mean, when the defense is right there, you've got to move the ball, make the extra pass. That's a case of a poor shot selection.
Sturdy screen set for him that time, and he doesn't fool around, just straight to the rim for the finish.
No way for his man to get around that one. That's for sure.
No chance, Kevin. I mean, the screen was in the right spot. His feet were set. He would have had to go straight through him, and that's not legal.
And the 76ers decide to take their first time out here.
Yeah, he's got to make some adjustments here. Just too easy to score in the lane against them right now.
Yeah, there's no reason why they should be scoring at will down there easily as they have. I mean, they've got to be more aggressive inside.
Portland making a change here. Walker's checked in. And the 76ers also making a change. Darren Collison, he's checked in for Ben Simmons. The 76ers trail by 11. Embiid the screen. There's a good screen. In the corner, Collison with it. He kicks it to Embiid. McCollum outside. Embiid with the screen on Jackson. Embiid the screen. Here's McCollum. The 76ers with another miss.
And he's just a tough defender. Good positioning to get after that shot.
Did a good job guarding the mid-range. Extended out nicely and definitely bothered the shot.
And some guys just have a nose for scoring. And this one couldn't have been any easier.
Yeah, that was actually no defense at all there, Greg. I mean, layups don't come any easier than that. I mean, they're piling it on now.
Here's McCollum. Kemba Walker making his last shot. Holmes sets a screen. It'll go. The Portland lead is cut to just 11 on the basket from McCollum.
And you know, he's enjoyed the kind of day you expect in terms of shooting the basketball. He can bring them right back into this game.
And it's Walker penetrating. It's good. That basket is now 5 for 9.
And they're beginning to just flat out fall apart defensively right now, especially on the interior.
Yeah, and that's 4 straight field goals now, Greg, they've allowed from point-blank range. Can't happen.
Now, here's McConnell. Quiet so far offensively, searching for his first points of the game. And Walker kicks to Iguodala. Pass to Marjanovic. Yes, that goes in. Marjanovic has got his first points of the night.
Boy, the unselfishness of Iguodala is really admirable. A forward with excellent
He's feeling
vision.
it. All right, all right.
When one of his guys is
With all the heat now.
Now, here's Holmes. Embiid the screen. Here's McCollum. No good that time. Good defense by Iguodala.
Oh, a tough quarter for him offensively. He hasn't been able to give his team a lift when they need it.
Walker the pass to Marjanovic. Right side sets the pick for Jackson. Kicks it out to Iguodala. Over McCollum. Rebound by the 76ers. Embiid's got his 5th rebound in this one. Some tough offensive sets. They want to turn it around.
Yeah, right now you just need a bucket to get some momentum.
Now here's Collison. Lets it go from the wing. It's good.
Collison showing good concentration there. Never took his eyes off the target.
And Joel Embiid, from the time he started playing basketball in Cameroon through the University of Kansas, Clark, he began patterning his game after Hakeem Olajuwon.
Well, it sounds like he's a visual learner because he got a DVD of Hakeem and said he watched it almost daily. Their stories are similar. Both started playing hoops relatively late. Both are from Africa. And you watch the gracefulness of Embiid's moves inside. Easy to see the influence of Olajuwon.
McCollum, no good.
He's having a tough quarter, scoring the basketball, unable to help them close this gap.
Jackson with it, picked up by Collison. Walker's shot is off.
And they had some botched coverage that turned into no coverage.
Pass to McConnell. Holmes, that's a screen. Back to Collison. Passes it to McConnell. Shoots over Walker. Hits some rim on the way in, and the bucket's good. McConnell's got his first points in this one. Trailblazers leading by 13, and Walker kicks to Jackson. Whiteside sets the pick for Jackson. Over Collison. Jackson misses. Philadelphia's gone 0-2 from deep here in the second. To the paint. Now here's McConnell. Kicks it to McCollum. Holmes, that's a screen. Here's Embiid. So he gets the whistle. Contact on the way up, and 2 shots coming up. They get Hassan Whiteside.
You know, you got to love watching Embiid play the game because he has such great passion and really a drive to be great.
That one is off. And he's good on the second. Clarkson. The shot missing. And so it's Portland enjoying a 12-point lead as they talk things over during the break. Their defense has been terrific in this game. And we'll be back with you shortly.
And now, the 2K Sports Halftime Show.
And hello again. We have an exhilarated home crowd joining us for our halftime report. I'm Ernie Johnson alongside Kenny the Jet Smith and Shaq. The first quarter for the Trailblazers was fairly even. Some good moments from both teams, but as the first period wrapped up, they trailed by 2. The second quarter was all theirs. Major uptick in offensive and defensive intensity as they did their jobs with precision, now sitting on a comfortable 12-point lead at the half. Shaq, how do you think the Trailblazers were playing?
You know what, Ernie, I got to stand up on this one. I salute to their bench. Man, once the starters came out, man, the others just came to life. You got to love seeing that kind of contribution come from the others. Man, they look beautiful tonight.
And Kenny, what are your thoughts on Philadelphia?
Well, they're trailing in this game because they're shooting under 35%. Now, I've got to give a lot of credit to the defense, forcing the shooters off their spots and making them feel uncomfortable. But if someone takes something away from you, you have to be able to adapt. So they need a whole new game plan because right now they're in trouble.
And that wraps up the halftime show. Third quarter set to begin in just a few.
A look at the Hawthorne Bridge in gorgeous downtown Portland as we welcome you back to Oregon. Welcome back, everyone, to the start of the second half. Big margin on our hands, but we'll see if that gap narrows down in the third and fourth quarters. You know, C.J. McCollum has been exceptional here, guys.
Yeah, he's really been catching the defense off guard so far here in this game, racking up a bunch of trips to the line.
Yeah, and you know what? I like the fact that he's staying in aggressive attack mode. I mean, forcing the issue, making the defense foul.
Well, it's been a one-sided affair so far through the first two quarters, but there's plenty of time to mount a comeback. Whiteside is out there with Len. Then there's Jordan Clarkson. Then it's Robert Covington, and it's Kilpatrick in at the 2. That's the group on the floor for Portland. Clarkson, no good with the triple. The 76ers trail by 12, and Simmons kicks to Holmes. The basket good off the assist from Simmons. Holmes got the first points of the second half here for Philadelphia. Now the pass to Kilpatrick. The feed to Len. Shoots over Holmes. Simmons pulls it in. Philadelphia shooting just 33%, struggling to get good looks. McCollum outside. 11 feet away. And it's Portland with the rebound. The biggest lead of the game, 15 points. Three-pointer. A three-pointer is right on target. Kilpatrick's got 9. And now looks like we've got an injury here, guys. We'll likely see him come out of the game.
And that's the one thing you just really can't control or even guard against, and that's injury.
Yeah, you know, aside from some of the player protection rules, which have been of benefit, a lot of it just comes down to what the body can withstand.
Jared Bayless is checked in for the 76ers. There's the pick. Holmes has a screen. And Simmons kicks to Embiid. Len grabs the board. Portland leading by 13. Clarkson with the ball. He's picked up by Hill. Another shot. And it's laid in by Whiteside. 6 points for him.
Yeah, and the presence of Whiteside in the paint, really unreal. He is a dominant figure down low. Great work to grab that second chance opportunity. And that fourth foul, guys, might force him to scale back the aggression from a defensive standpoint. He does not need, nor does the team need, number 5.
And the 76ers making a change here. O'Quinn's checked in. Len sets a screen for Clarkson. There's the screen. Now the dish to Whiteside. Pass to Kilpatrick. It's Covington on the wing. 5 on the clock. From past the arc. And the Trailblazers, another 3.
Yeah, how about the percentage they're shooting from beyond the arc here in the second half?
Greg, no question about it. They found a nice rhythm from deep.
Now here is Hill. Picked by O'Quinn. Down low. Holmes kicks to O'Quinn. He feeds it to Hill. Holmes, that's a screen. Will it go? Hill, no good.
And, you know, 1 for 4, not a good start. I mean, they got to play with a little more energy this half.
Pass to Kilpatrick. They set the pick. Back to Clarkson, to the middle. Here's Whiteside. Basket is good, and he'll get a chance for one more at the free throw line.
He has created some terrific opportunities for himself and really made the most of them. And, you know, normally when you look at a guy like Whiteside with the field goal percentage and all, you'd think it's all about dunks. But I tell you what, he's improved his entire repertoire of scoring options near the rim. And now he's even showing that he can step out and knock down that little face-up 15-footer.
One shot. One shot.
Whiteside earlier in his career didn't have as many options to score, but Greg, he's been very conscious of keeping that improvement of his game, and especially on the offensive end.
And Whiteside has been self-motivated since he's come back to the NBA. He's got the great length. He gets the hooks. He's got that baby hook up over the defenders. the soft shooting touch, and he just continues to improve offensively, all the while still being a force on the defensive side of the floor. And when you take a look at that shot chart, the amount of misses lately, really unbelievable.
Yeah, a lot of blanks there. Can't hit a thing. Has to be deflating.
A chance here to assess what parts of the floor the attempts have been coming from as we look at the shot chart for the Trailblazers.
And you can see how important those inside baskets are. This is a team that loves to work the ball inside, whether the entry pass or off of a drive. They like to feed on those high percentage looks.
The 76ers trail by 21. A chance here to get a quick injury report. Let's check in with David Aldridge for an injury update on C.J. McCollum. David?
Hi, guys. The head athletic trainer for Philadelphia let me know the status. He told me that he suffered a sprained toe. That is a bitter pill for them to swallow so early in the season. It clearly changes the look of this team going forward, Kevin.
All right, David, thanks for checking in and letting us know how he's doing.
And let's just hope that he doesn't have any
This is one of those things.
during his recovery.
Yeah, I'm with you there, guys. One thing
Just
we know
one
is
of
that
those
he's not going to let it get down.
things.
I mean, it'll only motivate him to work harder to get back as soon as possible.
That one drops for him. Bayless has got his second basket of the night.
Boy, Bayless is really a smart player, a guy you can count on to take high percentage shots when they open up for him.
And looks like the illegal pick was set. Yep, that's right. That'll get their attention.
Yeah, and those illegal screens have really become a point of emphasis for the officials.
And it seems like they've been more than willing to crack down on those. Makes it tough to get as physical as you'd like to out there.
Picked by O'Quinn, and Simmons
No, it
kicks to
doesn't.
Hill. Stolen by Clarkson. Pass to Kilpatrick.
KP.
And a lot of contact on that one, so he'll shoot two here.
And checking out the numbers for Whiteside, last season he
Yeah,
played
last season was
outstanding.
last season, and you know
Second
what?
in
Look,
rebounding.
here's the fact.
And he finished among the top 10
Hassan,
in
right?
blocks,
He's ready
bringing
to
that
test free
intimidation
agency. He's
factor
letting us
to the
know.
paint.
I got to
And
appreciate
looking
that
back at last
professionalism.
season,
He's
his
like, look,
complete
I want to go out and
dominance
chase
on
the bag.
boards. To rank
I
number
totally
2
get it.
overall.
You know, it's like Hassan's doing his
Absolutely
thing, right?
remarkable.
So it's like, okay. Well, you know, since you trying to leave a Western contending team for a championship, then you should also realize it's probably going to be your last chance to even get close to sniff a championship, my guy. So, you know, if that's the case, you're thinking you want to leave the team, the best team you ever played for, and chase the bag. Hey, I understand. But just, you know, make sure that you're giving your all this season. Because if we don't come home with the chip, buddy, then you ain't never getting a chip. You know what I'm saying? That's a conversation I'm going to have with Mr. Whiteside. You know what I'm saying? Look, you come sit in my office. I'm just letting you know. You know what I'm saying? You want to go out to free agency and test the bag. You know, I totally understand. You know, that's a business decision, you know. And obviously, you know, we trend to be more tending towards the value players. You know, we don't do any big-time superstar contracts here. So I do understand how that could be a bit of an encumbrance for certain players, you know. But at the same time, you know, we are focused on the chip, you know. So we're only putting together the best. And, you know, as you can see, you know, that's why I would illustrate to my man. I'll illustrate, you know. Oh, good Lord. Clarkson kicked your ass inside the bounds of the game. I say, you know, look, take a look at how we're performing so far in this first game, right? Last year, right? Okay, I pull up the stats. So last year, you know, this team, you know, put you in a position to be second all-league in rebounds, second in the running for Defensive Player of the Year. You know, who else is going to really be able to organize the strategy to put you in place to be at your top performance? Coach Stauffer, right? Coach Stauffer has really done a lot to emphasize your specific talents to the benefit of our organization and for your own personal gain. Yes, Hassan. Yes. So, you know, we want to continue to put you in that place where you can get the rotations that are definitely in your advantage, right? Just like that one against George Hill there. So, you know, think about that. I know that there are other considerations that you have to make as a professional. But at the same time, you know, consider what might be best for your overall career. That's what I'm telling Hassan. Nah, no, sir. Ooh, Hassan. Ooh, Hassan's got 3 already, huh?
And there's the call, Portland the foul.
And you know, when Bayless is on the attack, it's not easy to keep pace with him. He's really smart getting calls as he drives to the basket.
I guess. Sometimes it really does be like that, you know.
Well, I got to say, one thing that stuck out all game is the consistent penetration they've got.
You know what I'm saying?
Don't forget about their
it's just like that sometimes. Because those I understand, you know.
2 shots.
I'll never take matters such as that out on somebody, you know.
That's good from Bayless.
So far, so good. You know, I really like the way Portland's managing this first Eastern contest. You know what I'm saying? And now that, you know, McCollum is on the sideline, you know, I feel like it just could get out of hand. So this is an opportunity to shine, you know. And I noticed McCollum in the game, Oklahoma Golden Boy. In the game, I was managing this with some specific management paperwork types. You know what I'm saying? But I did see that he missed that free throw opportunity, at least the second shot. So that is a little concerning because, you know, his job is to come out and slang that ball. You know, so we need him to be more efficient from the free throw line. But hey, rookie nerves, you know, I could completely understand. And, you know, he and I have both had a discussion about conversations in the media, just saying that, you know, his potential isn't all that high, right? That he's got some limitations as a basketball player. I had to sit him down. I told him, look, Oklahoma. That's what we call him. We call him Oklahoma. I tell him, look, the media is gonna talk, young man. We both know this. You may not be as familiar because you're from Oklahoma. I'm sure the media is a lot more friendly out there. But, you know, here in Portland, you know, it's all daggers and sharks, my boy. And let me tell you something. We will overcome the negative stereotypes of the media. I'm going to tell you. They're not going to hold down this organization. That's all I'm going to say to him. He was really inspired by that, right? So, you know, he's got his chance out here tonight, and I want to make sure that he's capitalizing on the opportunity to really dress in the red and black, you know, the white and red. Yeah. So I will be monitoring closely because, you know, we got other guys that are sitting on the bench that definitely are looking for a chance to get into this game, and I definitely want to make sure that our rotation is full of firepower, you know what I mean? It was important for me to get him some early repetitions in the season, you know, while he's real young, the season's young, everyone's still kind of starting from zero all over again, you know. I wanted to make sure he was getting some opportunities early in the season before contests become live or die, you know what I'm saying? So it's like, I totally understand. And I was like, okay, well, let's get this young man out on the court early, give him some opportunities to match up against professional level talent, and let him rip, you know? And we'll deal with the repercussions of that at the time in which they occur. You know what I'm saying? So that was just the fact of the matter, you know? And so we'll see how things turn out for him, you know. I'm confident he can get it all figured out, you know what I'm saying? I'm confident he can appropriately navigate the circumstances of being a young professional. That's what it'll be. There he is right here. Be back on the court, and I'm loving it. Let's see how Hollins is going to play today. He's got breakaway speed. Nobody else. I haven't seen any other players with breakaway speed like him, so... Let's see if he's got any advantage. Looks like some illegal screen to me. And he's got good length, you know. He matches up nice against him. He hit him with that. You know, he had a little veteran shimmy shoulder there. I completely understand. But Ben Simmons isn't all that cracked up. We know that now.
just has everything.
So I'm gonna let Holland get his opportunity to play against, you know.
And Ben Simmons, who was the first pick
Oh,
in
that was okay.
2016
That's all right.
out of
I want him to
LSU.
take those shots.
Probably the most heralded
I
player
want to
to
see if
come
we can
out
get
of
him
that
some
school
points,
since
get
the
him some
great
confidence
Shaquille
early in the
O'Neal.
season,
And I
right?
tell
That's
you what, Simmons
important.
is
Me and
drawing
Coach
some
Stoffer,
comparisons to
we
some
already
other
had these
greats,
conversations,
most
you know,
notably
and so
LeBron
Coach and
James
I were on
Magic
the same path
Now,
about
here's Collison.
getting our young players experience in this early season.
Jumper off the screen.
Wow, that's
Here's
gritty
Glancing
rebounding
out of bounds.
there.
The Trailblazers will
He
take
really shouldn't have come up with
Chance here
that.
to see the numbers for Kemba Walker.
So
A
I want to
very
make sure
nice
that
season
the
for
team is
him
taking
last year. He put in about
you
16
know.
points a game
I want to
last
make sure
year,
the team
5
is
assists
understanding
and 3
these
rebounds. And I think
critical
he's gotta
early
be
moments in
pretty
the
pleased
season
with his
to
output.
really
And
refine,
he's
our
always looking to
foundation,
push
our
himself.
values.
Yeah, really solid numbers across the board.
I
here,
hope
Greg.
they're
mean,
taking
he
that
contributes
seriously, you know what I
in
mean?
a multitude of ways for this club.
He kicks to Reed.
Yeah. Back and forth with that Dyson, that slice and dice.
Simmons with the defensive effort.
Eventually, these are the shots over the
Greg,
course of the
Sixers
season
want
that
to
are just going
ease
to
him
fall.
into it, but they
They're
see
going to
Ben
fall.
Simmons
So
not just as a
just
point
being patient,
forward,
letting the rhythm
but a
start
point guard
to
as well.
He's
get into
got
mechanical
all
form,
the
and that's
ability.
that. You know
Think
what I
about
mean?
this. The Sixers haven't had a player 6'10" or taller
I
average.
noticed,
over 3
I
assists
see Holland way
since
down there on the
Wilt
baseline.
Chamberlain
I noticed him
back in
do that a couple times, so
1967.
I need to be
The second they
seeing how
drafted Simmons, you
he
knew
manages
that
some of
would
those
change.
situations, making sure he's
here
in
is
an
Reed.
appropriate position.
After Ben Simmons miss.
You know what I'm
Walker
saying?
with it. Outguarded by Simmons.
Okay, what's Reed gonna do now? Yeah, I figured he was gonna pass
Walker
out.
the
Holland's
pass to
gonna
Holland.
shoot. Yes, he is.
Launches it.
Oh, look at that. Ooh, there you go, Professor Collins.
Here's
Yes.
Collins. Lays it
Dr.
up off the
Collins is what we
glass.
call him.
And the
we call him Dr.
Trailblazers
Collins.
lead by 21.
Just a grinder.
Yeah,
All
some
he's
definitely
doing
do
is
say
dirty
he's a
work on
grinder,
the
and that's a
offensive
respectable
glass,
term.
and
I
that's
mean,
one of the things
pause,
he
right?
brings to the
Because,
table.
And
I know they got
Simmons kicks to
so-called,
McConnell.
mobile phone
Collison up
apps
top.
nowadays,
Over Reed.
I'm saying that,
Collison
although,
with another
I
miss.
as a GM have no familiarity with, I understand that members of the general public may be aware of such programs and typically confused what the gentleman has said about, being a hard worker down in the paint. You know what I'm saying? Within a physical contest, a sport skill, I'll just try to help highlight that so that people didn't get the wrong impression about
here's
what that
McConnell.
gentleman
Pass
meant.
to Isaac.
You understand? Oh my
And
goodness!
there's
Oh
the
no,
feed
no,
to
no!
Simmons.
Oh, he's gonna try and bully his way. Ooh!
It's
No,
deflected.
Donald Lane. Yeah, we got high hopes for Mr. Donald. Yeah. Oh, with a nice little pass.
Certainly could use his
Whoa!
help.
He almost missed his man there. Let's see what Kimba
Reed
can
is
do coming in
screened.
at 6, right?
Off the screen.
Very nice, very nice. I felt comfortable,
The tenacity, the attention.
You really gotta love when a
detail.
guy can
It's
come
why
in
these
and just be
guys are in
comfortable with
complete
his
control.
shot,
And you know what, Greg? They are crushing it on
It
both
resonates
ends.
well
I mean,
with his
in
teammates.
total
We
control
got a
right
lot of new faces here,
Here's Isaac.
unexpectedly in some
Looking
ways.
for his first basket still in this one.
We went ahead and blew up the
Kicks to
team,
Collison.
but at the same time, we've got high
Hit by O'Quinn.
expectations as an organization under my
Floats one.
leadership.
Yep, that one goes. 6
You know what
points
I'm
for
saying?
Collison.
Sensing the
So yeah, we
opportunity
are
there,
going to keep our
Collison sneaking
expectations high.
inside for
Always
the
set them on site to win a
Here's the
championship. You
screen.
know what I mean?
The dish to Collins. And here's Reed. He feeds it to Walker. Portland needs to get off a shot. Stolen by Collison. And here we go with Collison running it up the court. Good work
Okay,
there as it
man, okay.
goes. 10 points
Yeah,
for
I
Ben
expect,
Simmons.
Collison to keep the offense flowing in some ways, you know what I'm saying? But the reality is nah,
Collins
they
a screen on
outmatched, you know.
Simmons. Shot from 12. And that one comes up a bit short.
I think what's going to be important, you know
to
what I
start
mean?
things
It's
here in
going
the
to be
second
important to keep Clarkson healthy.
half. McConnell passes to O'Quinn.
At some point in the season, we may need to go with a specialty
The kick out to
training
Collison.
program.
Pass to Simmons. Tries again. Now here's McConnell. Shoots over Walker.
We need to be
And that
able
one
to emphasize
clearly a
his
foul.
particular
Gets the
strengths.
whistle and 2 shots coming up. Kemba Walker picks one up.
And T.J. McConnell, undrafted out of Arizona, but he caught on with the Sixers, and I tell you what, made an immediate impact. Standing at about 6'2" and just over 200 pounds. He brings that physicality at the defensive end of the floor.
Now, gentlemen, 2 shots. 2 shots.
And the first one at the line is good. And Greg, you were a defensive-minded guard. Do you see any similarities to what McConnell brings to the table?
You know, I love his toughness. He's got quick feed, a strong lower base, and you know, he gets into.
All right, so coach is going with Donald at 4 positions. So this will be an interesting opportunity to see how we can carry on that physical nature that we brought last year with one of the rookie players that happened to, you know, fall into our clutches from the last year. So really have high hopes for the young men, and we'll see. Yeah. Oh. Maybe a little too much selfish for Marjanovic. I really want to see him be more aggressive, but I also understand that, you know, standing at 7'3", you know, he really has an ability to survey the court and see different angles than other players. There he goes, inside. Let's see. Yeah, oh yeah. A nice, easy, simple fadeaway, you know? Very appreciable, you know? I really appreciate
and so it's the Portland Trailblazers
to
holding a 22-point lead as the
survey the
quarter
court
wraps up.
in a way that
look at the
others
field goal
cannot.
percentage numbers tells the story of what tough defense they're playing today. We'll get right
it's,
back
you know,
to the
completely
action when we
acceptable
return.
from my perspective. You know what I mean? Yes, it is the facts. Yeah.
And we
So
welcome you back
technically,
as
you know,
we
we
get
are
going here in
back,
the fourth
you know,
quarter. The
you know
final
what I
quarter
mean?
of play can change everything.
We're in the thick of things, you know?
The 76ers shooting only 32% from the field. Plenty of signs of struggle by this offense
right.
today. And so in the game for the 76ers, Collison is out there with T.J. McConnell. Then there's Rashawn Holmes. Then there's Embiid. And it's Isaac in at the small forward. Trailblazers leading by 22. Jackson in the corner. Iguodala outside. There's a screen by Marjanovic.
Oh, yeah.
Iguodala dishes to Jackson. And it's off from three-point range. And it's the 76ers with the ball. Here's Isaac. He trains the quick shot. Isaac's got the first basket as we get going in the fourth for the 76ers. On the wing, Jackson. He's covered by McConnell. Jackson missing again.
You know what? They're winning, though, despite the fact that he has just been really off.
And Embiid is right there.
No easy chore keeping the 7-footer off the glass. Embiid crashing with intentionality.
Here's Jackson after the made shot from Joel Embiid. There's a screen. Feeds it to Reed. 5 to shoot. Marjanovic, a screen on Embiid. They grabbed their own miss. He got right to the cup using that screen.
He does not play the score. I mean, he's going to continue to work his tail off on the glass and make plays just like that.
And plays like that have really taken the energy out of those defenders. I mean, you can bet he's going to continue to keep pushing in that area.
Count that one from Isaac.
And Isaac takes no time getting his shot off. He's got a lethal, quick release.
Iguodala kicks to
Beautiful.
Reed. Marjanovic
See what Reed's got in his pocket. Oh, yeah, the big handoff to the Tower of Bobin. Oh, come on.
And Joel Embiid pulls it down. Embiid's got 7 rebounds in the game. Pass to Isaac. It's Collison top of the key. 76ers moving the ball around. Embiid the screen. Here's McConnell. And the 76ers tack on 2 more.
And they've worked the ball around so well tonight for those quality looks from mid-range.
Well, it's interesting. The defense continues to back off, expecting them to attack the rack, but they just continue to pull up and knock down those mid-range jumpers.
Now a timeout called by Portland.
You know, the fact of the matter is I'm always involved and engaged in some sort of particular endeavor or enterprise related to or adjacent to the specific duties that I may have managing the organizations for which I am involved. You know what I'm saying?
George Hill's checked in for T.J. McConnell. Let's go now to the sideline and catch up with David Aldridge.
Hey, Kevin. Well, I was able to listen in on the
Yeah,
Portland
quite
head coach
frankly,
talking
you
to
know,
his team.
the reality
He
is
still
that,
wants
you know,
them to be aggressive and assertive
76ers,
on
I don't
offense.
see them
He
going
said, I
back
don't
to
want us to
compete
get
for a
content with
championship,
this
right?
league.
I mean,
Build on
it
it.
seems
Don't
unlikely,
give them
right?
any chance of getting back in this thing. Kevin?
Thank you, David.
Solid read
that
from
shook
Embiid
him.
there.
He got
Terrific
rattled.
at anticipating when that shot is coming.
Unfortunately,
And Hill has it in the corner.
was rattled.
Offline with
Deeply
his three.
rattled.
A slight rebound advantage for them. One more column in their favor, and it's all adding up.
Well, you take a look at all of the stats, the team stats that is, and that's one of the many areas that they've had the advantage. And as a result, they've got a big lead.
Let me see if it's
Now
done.
here's
done,
Collison.
done, done,
Dishes
done,
it to
done,
Hill.
done, done, done.
Embiid sets the pick for Hill. Embiid the screen. Collison kicks to Embiid. Fades away, but he gets it back. And they turn over the 24-second buzzer, signaling the shot clock violation. Whiteside's checked in for Portland. We've played just over 3.5 minutes now in the fourth quarter. Glenn, a screen. Kicks it to Whiteside. Now the feed to Clarkson. Whiteside, a screen on Hill.
Yes, sir.
6 on the shot clock.
Yes, sir. Yes, goodbye, Joel. Tell Joel adios.
So he's picked up his
That buddy
final foul.
stifled with 5 points. What an
This
embarrassment.
is where their depth
What an
really comes into play.
embarrassment.
They've got such talent at that position.
You know he's
They'd
regretful.
love to have him out there, but they won't suffer much of a drop-off.
Regret. Filled with regrets. You know what I'm saying? Make sure that buddy filled with regrets. This looked like a tough game for Kilpatrick, though.
We're still waiting for that first miss from the line this half.
100% since
Ow.
halftime. Come on now. I'm not sure this
Yeah,
lead's
you know
going
what,
away
buddy? It's
anytime
not.
soon
It's
with
not
that
going
kind of
away.
marksmanship.
Pass to Isaac. There's a good screen.
I'm pleased to let you all know that we
Covington
have
picks up the foul.
coordinated
That is his first
and
foul of the
been
game.
represented by a new sponsor. And if you're familiar with some of the other sponsors that we've had throughout this series, you know that they really do
Holmes kicks to Hill.
bring a laugh to your soul.
Just
So we will
5
be
to
looking
shoot.
forward to presenting a new
Here's the
sponsorship in association with
Come
this
off for him
franchise
here in the
series.
second half.
Pass to Kilpatrick. He dishes it to Covington. Now, here's Whiteside. Defense is right there. That's no good. He's 5 of 10 from the field. Guys, they're looking for a way to score here.
Yeah, they've had a tough time taking the lid off.
Portland leading by 18. And here's Covington from the arc. Rebounded by Isaac.
This has been a rough, turbulent outing for him so far. Fortunately, the rest of his team has bailed him out.
Here's the screen. The 3 from Hill. Again, missing Hill.
He's still looking for his first three-pointer of the second half after making just one in the first.
Kilpatrick passes to Clarkson. Glenn, a screen. Right wing. Here's Whiteside. Here's Kilpatrick. Uses the glass to finish the layup. Kilpatrick's got 10 points in just the second half.
Boy, I like seeing that toughness on the offensive glass. Did a nice job judging, anticipating where the miss was going, and then putting it back in. Nicely done.
Timeout called the 76ers. Well, we know just how athletic the NBA has become since its inception. Clark, even from when you played, just how much faster and stronger has the game become?
I would say if we were going to try to put a percentage on it, I think it's grown 60–70% in terms of athleticism. And a lot of it is attributable to the training advances that have been made in sports science and sports medicine and sports performance. And that's benefited and aided the players greatly. And then you have players that have really bought into nutrition and year-round maintenance of their bodies and taking advantage of this technology to enhance performance.
This has been brought to you by the Association of Mother-in-Laws.
The guys are doing it, and more
Some fat biatch ruining your life,
training. So
which is most likely represented by the Association of Mother-in-Laws.
On defense, the Trailblazers. Holmes sets a screen. Hill kicks to Holmes. Stolen by Len. Covington inside the line, and it's wide right. Hits off the rim.
And low percentage look on that one. Not sure what he was thinking.
I agree with you. Not a good shot, not good offense. They can get a much better look than that, but they're going to need to be patient to do so.
In the corner, Simmons with it. Here's the teardrop. And he gets the bucket.
And Simmons so deft with the floater, freezing the defense completely.
Passes it to Kilpatrick. He kicks it to Whiteside. Now the dish to Len. Shoots over Holmes. Len's shot is off.
And as he squares up for mid-range, the defender right in his face.
Yeah, I like the fact, Greg, that he crowded the shooter there, made him uncomfortable, got into his airspace a bit. Looked like he forced the shot.
And the basket by Hill.
Man, I like the attack mentality of Hill. Always on the lookout to take it straight to the cup.
Here's Clarkson. He feeds it to Covington. Kilpatrick passes to Len. 5 on the clock. Fades away and
That's a crazy looking shot, and none of those all year last year. So I don't know. This definitely seems like a coaching thing. If our bigs are just trying to turn with that fall away jumper, that's a coaching issue to me.
Getting burned.
Collison dishes to Hill. Len with the block.
And he's been way off the mark this quarter. It's been ugly.
Covington kicks to Clarkson. Now the pass to Kilpatrick. Here's Whiteside. An amazing finish with a hand right in his face.
And they've gotten very aggressive on the offensive glass here in the second half, getting a lot of second chance points.
Pass to Isaac. It's back to Hill. Stolen by Clarkson. Hands with the ball is out of bounds. Clarkson touched it last. The 76ers making a switch here. McConnell's checked in. Officials have been scrutinized by players and coaches and analysts alike for as long as the games have been played. Clark, just how hard is it to be an official in the NBA?
Kevin, harder than I can really articulate. When you think about the number of calls, the speed and strength and athleticism of the players, the dimensions of the court being such a confined space for 10 extremely athletic, powerful players. All of that speaks to me in this way. The NBA officials are fantastic. Yes, they make mistakes, but all human beings make mistakes, and that human element should always be part of the game. I like technology aiding the officials, but I don't ever want to see us eliminate the human element of officiating.
Just 2 to shoot. Covington's shot is off. The 76ers trail by 18. Outside Hill. They set the pick. Here's Simmons. And 2 free throws coming up. Unable to get that one to go with all the contact.
And what patience from Simmons on offense. I mean, really skilled at making the defense get a little shaky when he has the ball.
Take a break. Take a break. 2 shots.
First one falls for him.
Wow, they've made every free throw here in the second half.
And that efficiency, Greg, as you know, so critical when you're looking to overcome a deficit. You've got to be close to perfect and can't waste scoring opportunities.
Kemba Walker's checked in for the Trailblazers. And the 76ers also making a change. Luwawu's checked in. That one is no good.
And that's the battle they haven't been winning today. Their work on the glass has been porous, and that's got to change.
Yeah, no question about it. I mean, as they're looking to battle back, that's one of the key elements. You got to rebound.
To the left wing. Here's Whiteside. Portland no good that time either. The 76ers trail by 17. Simmons passes to Hill. They set the pick. Holmes, that's a screen. That shot no good. And it's Portland the other way. Hill against Walker. Walker with a screen for Covington. Out to the right wing. Len passes to Kilpatrick. Right side a screen. Off the pick. And it's off the back rim. No good.
Tell you what, Kevin, they will take that look every time. Limited defense, great shot. Just came up empty. You live with those.
Now here's Covington. George Hill missing his last shot. Feeds to Len. Portland moving the ball over. Right side a screen. Dishes it to Covington. Shot to end this cold run. Here's Len. Kicks it to Walker. Right side trying to break free. Walker's shot is off. The 76ers trail by 17.
And this is going to end in a lopsided victory. I love the tenacity and aggressiveness as well as the ability to close. We really got to give it up here for the Trailblazers.
The bench gave him a big lift in this game.
And listen, Kevin, anytime your reserves can perform at a level that high, it puts you in an excellent position to win the game.
And it'll go down as their first official win of the new year.
And in the season series, they'll end up taking the upper hand with this first victory for the matchup. A 1-0 record against the Sixers.
And while there was some nice performances tonight, it definitely ended up being a solid outing for Hassan Whiteside.
Now, he was a problem on the glass today, relentlessly crashing the boards and came away with a bushel basket full of rebounds.
Here's Luwawu after the made shot from Andre Iguodala. Here's Bayless. The 76ers with another miss. Portland's gone ice cold from three-point land, 0 of 4 since the start of the final quarter. Here's the screen. Collins kicks to Iguodala. Here's the feed to Walker. Stolen by Bayless. 34 seconds left in the fourth. Pass to Luwawu. Picked by Okafor. And Luwawu gets it to go.
He has a little bit of trickeration with that one. Gets that one to go against the length.
Trickeration. I like that, partner. That's pretty strong word creation. And you've got to be creative, though, whether you're commentating or hooping, especially when you're going inside.
Outside, Walker. And so Portland takes this one, but by a big margin. This game may not have been the most exciting we've ever seen, but you have to appreciate just what a clinical performance they put on.
I know their fans appreciated it, and we saw at times just stretches of excellent defense. Potency from an offensive standpoint as well. They were pretty much dominant.
It's time now to go courtside as we send you over to David Aldridge from the sideline. David, take it away.
Thanks very much, Andre. I know if you could bottle a game like tonight, you would. But what's the key as you look forward to these upcoming games?
The key is just not letting all the outside distractions, get in the way of letting us do what we want to do. So we got to come in, play tough.
It's kind of nice, some vocal veteran leadership. Yeah, that's kind of nice. I won't lie. We'll see how that goes.
All right, David, thank you.
We'll see how that shakes
that'll do
out.
it for the first game of the NBA season. For Clark Kellogg, Greg Anthony, and David
we got an
Owen,
older
this is
spokesman who
Kevin
can
Harlan
kind
along with our
of deal with the
terrific 2K
media.
Sports crew, thanking
I
you
like
for
that.
tuning in.
I don't think
So long and good night,
Collison was
everyone.
really that guy for us, Yeah, the defense seemed real firm. Oh shit, Iguodala's like going crazy out there. KP, he did his thing. He did his thing for what started out like a tough one. Started out tough. Whiteside obviously getting his, and I can live with that ratio. Honestly, I can live with that. The 3-pointer, you got to get rid of that shit. Kimba, yeah, I guess. Yeah, it turned out okay. He built the stat bar. Lynn, yeah, it could be a little bit better. We'll see how things go. I feel like right now it's just about kind of everybody falling into the, the team structure. Marjanovic, Iguodala. Fair enough. Yeah. Golden Boy, Oklahoma City Golden Boy had a fair one, He had a banger from outside. 5 points in 12 minutes, I guess. Not terrible. For a first game. Clarkson probably could have, diving out there, Clarkson with the cell. Reed, Reed's really there to guard the perimeter, so, everything else is classic butter. Yeah, fair enough, everyone chipped in. Frank, what happened? What happened with Dr. Frankenstein? I'm not sure. I'll have to watch that. I'll have to watch what happened with Dr. Frankenstein over the next couple and see what happened. So up next is the Timberwolves, who also were competing for that playoff spot, and followed by the Nuggets, who we rolled over. We got them twice in the week, so that's really going to set up things for the rest of the season and potentially, the postseason, if we can, dominate them in these two upcoming contests. So let me look at, see if there's any new injuries across the league. Oh yeah, we saw CJ go down. Let me take a look at the coaching rotations one more time. Try to force Holland into the game just a little bit, see what happens. All right, we're going into Minnesota. This is a Minnesota Classic.
It's the 2K Sports pregame show.
Hello, basketball fans. I'm Ernie Johnson, welcoming you to 2K Sports. I'm here with Kenny the Jet Smith and Shaquille O'Neal. And tonight our broadcast will be shifting to Minneapolis, where we'll see the Timberwolves going up against the Portland Trailblazers. For Portland, they got their season rolling with a nice win in their first game. Now we'll find out if they can build on it and open with back-to-back victories. We'll get to see Ricky Rubio on the court tonight. The guy can be a magician with the basketball. One of the most exciting passers in the league. Guys both past and present. Who are some of the players who were the most fun to watch pass the basketball? Shaq?
Well, I played with one of them in Miami. Helped me get a championship. Jason White Chocolate Williams.
Oh, yeah.
I went to school where another one went to school. Pistol Pete Maravich was also very fabulous. But last one, Ernie, Steve Nash.
Yeah, that was a terrible experience.
You reckon there were any times
Guys climbing all over Steve's wife because he's so out of pocket, you know?
Took it right in the,
You know?
nose. Oh, come on.
Turns out Steve Nash is a douche. What do you do with that? You know what I'm saying? You know, Steve, he was all right to watch for a little bit, but honestly, look at it. He never stepped close to a title, even with the big Shaquille O'Neal, the big Socrates. You know, he never even got a sniff. And meanwhile, you got guys playing dogpile on this guy's bride. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? It's all scrapped up. You know what I mean?
That'll do it for us.
But you know what? To talk facts, you know, I like Covington bringing the ball up in the last game. It brought some comfort, kind of like how Josh Jackson did. I want to see if he's got that killer instinct to just go ahead and drop and pop from the top of the key, you know. I know Josh had opportunities to do that more often than he did. But look at the Timberwolves already down 2 games, so, you know, they coming in looking to try and right the ship. But one thing I'll tell you is it's not happening against Diamond District Northwest. I'm just going to let it lay like that. You know what I mean? I'm sitting in the crowd at every game. I can tell you, you know, that Timberwolves, you know, they definitely are not going to be able to get it done this year the way things are situated for them. And curiously enough, we went out and we had our chance. Remember, they tried to offer us Rubio. They offered us Rubio, and we ended up turning it down. So now this is a kind of a get-back game. How are things gonna lay for this game? With him knowing he could have been on a better team, understanding that every time he sees Hood in the Woods, that it turns into a nightmare. He wakes up with cold sweats, and I understand. You know what? We went back and looked at his stat line. Every stat line he had last year versus Hood in the Woods was a fat egg. He had a goose egg, maybe 2 points, getting stifled. He got the Woodtown Strangler. You know, it was bad. You know, so I understand him wanting to, you know, try and right the record, you know.
Oh, man.
Yeah, see, look at even Hassan showed him some love, you know. Hassan's like, sorry you didn't make the cut, my guy. I'm sorry you didn't make the cut, he told him. Now we're here to destroy you, you know what I mean? It's not personal, it's just basketball, you know.
You got to do workouts. This is all new to me.
You know, I was never any collegiate basketball player myself, but, you know, I do have a mouth for sports management, and I did play a little bit of rugby instead, so, you know, I like to bring physical nature to my viewpoint on things. And, you know what I mean? That's, you know, we want that for us, not for them. You know what I mean? All right, you know what I mean? We got Whiteside doing his thing. You know? I'm excited to see what Clarkson's going to do with another season in the offense. You know? Here we go. That's him right there. That's him.
And it's Kilpatrick in at the 2-guard position.
Doesn't hit.
The shot by Clarkson. No
It doesn't hit.
On defense, the Trailblazers.
Well, you know what? It is what it is, you know?
Terrific performance, really.
Look at how he got shook so early on. I mean, why is he so upset about missing one shot already?
Mixed things up rather well.
Yeah.
He scored on all 3 levels.
Oh, man.
Portland, no good that time either.
Oh, Kevin Garnett in the building. Word to mother.
It's a 3-point game.
It's my man's Kevin Garnett. Nah, you knew that wasn't coming. Oh,
And it's
God.
Towns on the follow.
It's all right, you know. If you're familiar, you know that our strategy is to wear you down over the course of a long game, you know.
The rebound was going to come down well timed.
Over the course of a long game, we're gonna wear you down. You know, you start to sweat. You're gonna miss the taste of Gatorade. You know what I mean? You're gonna want to head over to the bench, and we're gonna take advantage where you're sitting down. We're gonna keep the game moving and get the scores back up. You know what I mean?
Who do I most resemble?
So that's just basic strategy. You know, that's how we clawed our way into the Western Finals. You know what I mean? And if it wasn't for Clarkson and his bum ankle, you know, we probably, well, you know, him and Kilpatrick, right? Because Clarkson came back. Clarkson came back and he did work, you know. But it was Kilpatrick going down who wasn't able to get back on the court that cost us, you know. And now early on in this season, Frank, right? I saw Frank go down in summer leagues. Yeah, I wasn't on the mic at the time, but I saw it. I saw what happened. So I'm real disappointed to see Frank is injured. Obviously not in him, but I'm disappointed in the, that things aren't working out so well right now. Actually, I'm sorry. He made it back in. He was in for the first game of the season, regular season, but he did have the injury. Oh yeah, Professor Rebounds all over that. That's a rebound.
You have to if you think you can knock one down from there.
Yeah, and let's not get on him too much, but that shot
I like Clarkson dipping into the paint. Yeah. Covington with the little jab stab. Yeah. All right. Yeah. He's coming. Ooh, look at little shoulder. Ooh, that was bad luck though. He had that nice little shoulder dip. I really appreciated that. You know what I'm saying? All right, Hassan rising head and shoulders, head and shoulders above the competition. All right, let's see. We got Clarkson looking for, shove Rubio off. You know what I mean? It's just Rubio. Shove him off. I think, we made the right decision not even entertaining Rubio for like a permanent residency with this team because, you know what? I think our team is just more physical, just period, point blank. I think, we're a physical team and we don't want to get stuck with a player that can't keep up with, the nature of the strength of the game that we particularly play here in Diamond District Northwest. You know what I mean?
He's one of the ones.
But yeah, I get a ticket to every game, and I sit and I look around and I watch the players. I see how they do. There you go. Oh yeah. We see Hassan doing his thing down there. I'm hoping that he has a great season. Honestly, I just need Hassan to really get comfortable, second year in this offense, and be the difference maker we expected him to be. And he showed himself last year, no question in my mind. Hassan is a difference maker.
Multiple shots, 7, 8, 9, 10 in a row. I was able to see him, go 15 in a quarter by himself.
Kilpatrick will have some of that. Yeah.
I'm talking about a natural score. Can play the one, probably is better playing the two. Very creative. I think as he gets older and more aggressive, he will start to attack the basket with a different velocity.
That's mad flash jam. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
He is a gym rat.
Ain't no way not to love that.
Lock the keys, unscrew the balls.
Oh, good defense.
You have
yes,
to
sir.
tap the rims down. You have to listen.
Sometimes it's all you can do, man.
That's what you want in your young guys.
And Kevin, there was such a whirlwind around your trade to the Celtics from the Timberwolves. What were your thoughts and emotions at that time?
You know what? Being in Minnesota at the time, it was very difficult for me. I didn't necessarily want to leave. I had a goal to bring the city a championship, and I felt like I could do that. Nothing worse than when you have to deal with the reality of change. I'm not the one for change, even though I do know in order to process or progress better, you have to embrace some change. So with the help of my friends from Chauncey Billups, Teron Lou, I sat and I thought through it.
I'm kind of feeling like, come the next couple of months, we'll probably look to move either Covington or Iguodala. I could see keeping Iguodala at this point. And I could also see
now here's Levine.
Trying to move Covington for maybe a more offensive three,
This guy is so tough to guard. He feels like he can
just something to be on watch for.
Here's Clarkson. after the made shot from Zach Levine. Kilpatrick passes
Just want to make sure that we're putting the team in the best position to thrive. You know what I'm saying?
Here's Clarkson. Portland no good that time either.
That's what I told Coach. I invited him out onto my yacht, you know. I told him, Coach, you know, cheers to a phenomenal, unexpected underdog season. You know, we was out on my 55-foot yacht. with the filet mignon and the caviar, you know. And you know, he was sitting on my my 55-foot yacht. Gucci seat covers. And I told him, I said, Coach, you know, I really do appreciate, you know, all the after hours you put into game time film and telling the players to get their head right and really trying to work with Hassan on that pivot, fall away, leap away jumper. You know, he throw that big time fall away, leap away jumper out there. So I appreciate you, you know, trying to get into his ear about that, you know. That's what I told the coach, you know, out of my 55-foot yacht. And then I said, you know, but, you know, coming into year 2, Coach, you know, you really got so many of the same players to continue doing all the great work. There you go. Yeah, Boban, Tower of Boban, the Bobonic Plague, Mount Everest, the Big Serbian Tiger. Yes, sir. And I told him, you know, so with all these old, you know, all these old staples and these new familiar talents, you know, unfamiliar talents, you know, you really have a chance to once again put a fingerprint on the soul of this team. And the coach, you know, Coach Stauffer, he came back, you know, after we watched a little bit of bikini dancing out on the yacht. You know, like, and he said to me, he said, you know, he told me, he said, you know, sir, I really appreciate you having faith in my vision for this basketball club. You know what I'm saying? And I told him, yeah, you know, honestly, you know, part of my leadership style is, you know, to collaborate. You know, I want to see us, you know, develop a shared vision, you know, underneath this framework. You know, so it was real great. You know, we really did enjoy our time out on the surf, eating caviar and exchanging Rolexes. Yeah. At one point, I popped out my scuba jet skis. You know, I had like 4 or 5 scuba jet skis that just pop out of the hull of my 55-foot yacht. And, you know, so, you know, me and Coach Stauffer, you know, I had a few players. I invited Boban, the Big Serbian. You know, Frank was there, you know, a couple others, you know. We, you know, had the submersible jet skis, and we popped out over the surf and the waves, you know, had some time splashing around out there, you know, in the warm East Coast waters. You know, we don't really do that on the West Coast, but it's a little chilly. But, you know, that's just the nature of the business, you know. No, those are just the facts, you know.
Playing for the next guy, so, you know, that's important.
Here's Ntilikina. He had a 12-point outing in their last game against Denver.
And also in that one, he had the opposition on pins and needles on the defensive end of the floor, recording 4 steals that night on his way to an overall stellar game.
So timeout called here, the first for Portland. Kevin, it's been said that some guys hated to play against you. Is there someone you hated to play against for whatever reason?
No.
You enjoyed every challenge?
I enjoyed every competitor, because on the offensive side of the ball, I was always challenged when to use counters or what type of moves I was using. I took a lot of pride in having a variety of moves for different types of defenses, and each guy is going to bring out a different side of the offense in you. And then turning around and then being that defender and being able to guard the post player or the post or whatever the post player was or whatever. Rasheed Wallace was always a tough guard. Tim Duncan was always a tough guard. Zach Randolph was always a tough guard. Chris Webber, Dice, Karl Malone.
Great names. Kevin, of all the people you've faced, who is the toughest guy for you to score against? Down low, we'll pick that geography. Who is the toughest to score against down there?
Listen, I know a lot of people, I've always said Rasheed Wallace. I've always said Tim Duncan. They're probably the 2 that brought a different level of play out of me. But shout out to Cliff Robinson, man. Cliff Robinson, I don't know if people know this, but Cliff Robinson, man. Cliff Robinson was one of the better defenders in the post. He was very strong. He was very long. He didn't go for any counters. He was very disciplined. He was well prepared because he was a veteran. The refs let him get away with a lot, touching and grabbing.
He knew when to be physical in some positions.
Gentlemen,
He knew to do what we call work early. He would meet you at the three-point line, and he would be fighting you, and you would post up probably like a step outside the three-point line. Like, he was really good at some of his techniques and how he was able to control the post. After Cliff left the game, I watched a lot of his tape, and I took a lot of his
no kidding.
I had to, because it was so effective against me that I was able to use it against other post players on the defensive end.
I never knew that story.
Dennis Rodman was another guy I watched a lot. Akeem Olajuwon I watched a lot, because these guys were laterally very similar to my makeup. Akeem Olajuwon was long. He was able to laterally move with you. I was laterally able to move with guards, able to laterally slide with some of the forwards and some of the more laterally gifted power forwards. And with that, able to get my feet together, being able to block shots, challenge the rim, stuff like that. Things that, if you're going to get better at something, you got to go and reach and find the great ones that did it before you and take it, and then I was able to apply it, and I did those things.
Just doing the job on the backboard.
And KG, you're retired from the game now, and you're stepping into the broadcast business a little bit now, aren't you?
Man, you see me? You know what? Area 21 is something that is authentic. It's me. I'm having a great time watching the games. It's really cool being a fan now. I can root for people I want to root for. I don't have to worry about preparing and who I'm going to guard, and I'm getting to teach. So, you know what? It's a great time. It's work. You know, it's not just you go on there and you have a bunch of fun. You know, we actually get some things done, but we have a great time, man.
You're a natural.
Hey, Kev, listen, watching you, being around you, you know, man, the great, rest in peace to Craig, you know, Ernie, Charles, all these great influences, man, has definitely helped. Not just me, but our younger generations of broadcasters, man. It's totally, I didn't see this being my lane, but I'm having fun with it.
Doing a great job. Yep, it counts.
Well, beating everybody to the ball, Willie doesn't always get his number called, so he's got to put in the extra work and find these efforts on the offensive glass.
Kevin, you were always known as wanting to play and always wanting to practice. You were a gym rat. What did you do when a coach would ask you maybe to take a break? Let's sit out this game. Let's rest up. Would you welcome that? Would you just say, I'll let you know when I can't go? How would you handle that situation?
You know what? I've always asked the coach to respect the way I get ready for games. I've always asked him to respect the way I approach the game. I've always asked the coach to respect me and my expertise of knowing my body. I'm very, very vocal. Listen, if one person needs rest, and it's me, I know how to raise my hand. I know how to say I need some rest. But, you know, I'm a person who likes to push through a lot of things. I'm a person who understands rest, don't get me wrong. But at the same time, I'm a person who understands that practice makes perfect. And if I can work on something for as long as I can to make something better, because I know at the end when I need it, especially when I used to call it dial up. When I call, I need the answer.
Levine dishes to Jang. Nice ball movement by Minnesota. They set the pick. Marjanovic against Muhammad. That three off the mark. Trailblazers trail by 12. Walker in the corner. Back to Jackson. Collins, a screen on Levine. Jackson with it. Now defended by Levine. Here's Marjanovic. Hits the jump hook. Marjanovic has got his second bucket of the game to go. Timberwolves leading by 10. Pass to Chang. Dishes it to Muhammad. Here's Ntilikina. He's covered by Iguodala. Hernan Gomez kicks to Muhammad. Here's Ntilikina. That's good, and it's Levine with the assist.
Yeah, I recall passing on Frank as well. You know, they're Frank. You know, as just said, you know, I just didn't see the physicality. I didn't see the killer instinct. You know, so I went ahead and avoided that particular exploration for trade. You know, but you know, I hope he develops well here in Philadelphia. You know, we also had discussed bringing in Shabazz. You know, we see Shabazz that great low post pass. You know, so there are a number of talented players. You know, that are floating throughout this particular Minnesota rotation that we had considered bringing in to enhance us offensively. But to be frank, I really thought that we had more than the talent that they had or had to offer. And so for us, it was really just about taking a look at some available options to open up some salary flow, some salary cap flow. But ultimately, I decided to engage much further with them. So the reality is that here in this game, they appear to be pulling ahead by several points, but it's early in the game, and this team has been known to start real slow in games and get more physical as games go on in a way that makes it difficult for competitors to really fully address the magnitude. And so, with that being the case, we really did set up this team to continue to be strong. And so some of the incoming players, the new faces that we're watching, such as Covington, he's really supposed to be an important part of this offense. So we will be watching to see how that goes. As I mentioned earlier, we could be looking to shop him again in 60 days, or Andre Iguodala to try and get a more offensive fit. But at the same time, we're not going to ever discount a defensive opportunity. So we'll see how that continues. I see Dr. Collins doing his thing, Tim.
15 guys. It's very rare that you're able to get that many guys in that early. As soon as Danny, signed guys, we were in, we were lifting, we was just, around each other, understanding each other, playing a lot. We was playing a lot. Then, fortunately, we was able to go off to Rome that year. Rome was a good distraction for us because we had to lean on one another.
To bond a little bit.
Seriously, because, none of us spoke Italian. If we wanted to go somewhere, we was always 3-4 deep, and no one was asking and no one was telling us to be with each other. We were just naturally being with each other so much that whenever you saw us to the restaurants, 9, 10 of us, that carried over to practice. Then we got 2 teams that are very competitive. Doc's letting us be who we want to be, and he's letting us play with passion, and our practices are over the top aggressive, and to the point where it's too competitive to where he has to come in and separate us and take the balls and cut the lights out and get us out of here. To the point where he just lets us go. Now we start bringing concepts to him. He started trusting our IQs. Now we start putting a couple of things on defense, Thibodeau's in there. He's implementing stuff. When this flow is going like this, you don't know that you're going to win it all, but you're on the waves of something special. Right. And that's how that felt.
Here are the 5 Portland has to start the second quarter. Kemba Walker is out there with Reed. Then it's Collins, and it's Lane in at the center. Now here's Wiggins. He has 5. Pass to Ntilikina. And Muhammad kicks to Chandler. Just 4 to shoot. The Timberwolves need to get a shot off here. Muhammad, no up. Trailblazers trail by 13. Hey, Kevin, when you play with Andrew Wiggins, you saw firsthand just how explosive he can be. What impresses you most about where he is right now and where he could go?
Man, Andrew's potential is through the roof. I've told him this countless times that when he wants to, he can. There's nothing that he can't do. It's just about his consistency and how he sees that. I told him that the world is his. I've yet to see a player in our league that has the athletic ability that he has, mixed with the IQ and being able to be players on both sides of the ball if he wants to. This kid is super long. He's fast. He's deceptionally fast. I don't think people know how fast he really is. Great shooter, has a great IQ, not a good IQ, a great IQ. I told him, man, I would like to see him with a little more oomph in his step. But if you know Drew, he's laid back. He's super cool. He's smooth with it. And his game reminds you of Steve Smith. And when Smitty used to, rock people to sleep, he has a very good patience to his game.
Now a timeout called by Portland. And Kevin, do you think you gravitate towards those young players because you were in their shoes at one time as a very, very young player in this league?
A little bit, but more importantly, I see it. I see it in him. I see that if he pushed through a little bit and,
you know it, you spot it.
Absolutely, yeah. Because what you see in young talent, you see it when it's there. Yes. When it's right in your face, like, holy, here, go get a rebound, put it back, dunk the ball, steal it, dunk it, come back down, and then be like, I often wonder how much Drew is actually stimulated. He gets bored very easily, but when he turns it on, he is one of the best, and he's going to be one of the best in our league to come.
some changes here for the Timberwolves. Towns comes in for Gorgie Dang. And Ricky Rubio subbed in for Shabazz Muhammad. The Trailblazers also changing it up. Hassan Whiteside comes in for Collins. And it's Clarkson in for Kemba Walker. Holland, sweet little floater. Holland's got his first basket of the night. Kevin, you were so successful jumping from high school to pros. What do you think about the current situation now, the age of 19, the minimum to go to the draft?
You know, I'm always be a fan of the younger kids being able to have the opportunity. I don't like when you put parameters. I could see if college was really teaching these kids and really giving them a solid situation to be able to have something to defer to. But, you know, these kids are not learning at the rate that you would like them to learn in college. And plus, they're not staying in college to these.
But, you know, college is bullshit. That's what this guy tried to say. He's like, college is bullshit.
Basketball players, but they should have the opportunity to take advantage of if you're able to play at 17, 18 like I was. Not saying that every kid's going to have that, but you have obviously the D-League. You have all these multiple leagues throughout the world and where kids go to play. You know, some kids have missed out just because of that 1 year and some mishaps. And you sit here, you can say, you know, for business is good for this. Listen, the business is what it's going to be. We need to develop and have these kids be professionals more than anything. We need to grow these kids from a skill level and an appetite level. Our game was built off for wanting to be better than the ones that's come before us. You know what I'm saying? Lou Alcindor came in here. He was, a.k.a. obviously Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. He was more encouraged to beat out Wilt Chamberlain and Bill Russell more than anything. And then that starts to trickle down from the effect of from Jordan wanting to be better than Larry Bird and Magic to Cole wanting to be better than, you know, it's the same thing. It's being trickled down. And when I think of greatness, I think, you know, it's going to follow. It's going to be shadows, and at some point it's going to mimic.
Kevin, you were a mainstay All-Star Week. You've seen everything there. If it were up to you, would you make any changes in All-Star Week in the events and the way everything is kind of carried out? You've went to so many.
I have. And you know what? Each city gives you a true essence of its own identity. I would like to see each city get a chance to host, regardless of if it's big enough or not. I think that each city has the ability to host. I think each city...
if you're with the family, then you should be able to host in the family, right?
Well, not only that, but just think about what All-Star is, man. It's an event. It's a family event. And each city wants to be able to show you their best thing about their city.
The first one falls.
And for a player with his size, Towns has always been very comfortable at the free throw line. And that's a good thing because he finds himself there quite a bit.
Taj Gibson's checked in for Tyson Chandler. And Towns drops them both. Kevin, over the years, we've seen a number of super teams develop, and in the Warriors' case, it's not the big three, it's the big four. Is this a trend you see continuing? You did it in Boston.
Man, look,
you were the original big three.
It seems like it, eh? You know, right.
You were the original big three.
You know what? It's like an innovative type of thing, right? I didn't even know that we were doing that. Right, because LeBron come back and do what? LeBron goes to
Miami. He's
Miami
the big
after
three
that,
right down there. Yeah.
And then what? Then it just starts morphing into these different things, right?
KD to Golden State.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
What do you think of that?
I think this is pretty much the norm. You know what? Listen. I think KD took a lot of heat for it, but when you really think about what he's doing, is that, let's say 20 years from now, if he sits back and he wants to talk to Steph, wants to talk to Draymond, he's talking to Clay, these are all going to be three greats with him. I'm just talking about those three guys. He's playing with three other greats. I'm sorry. If you had a chance to play with three other greats in the prime, Kev, you're going to do that. And if you don't, then something's wrong with you.
They get it again, and there's a whistle. He was going up for a layup, and while it looked like there was some contact, I wasn't sure they were going to call it a foul shot or not, but sure enough they have. So he'll head to the free throw line. The Timberwolves have yet to miss from the free throw line. They're 3 for 3.
And when you look at their numbers from a season ago, 80% as a unit, that's something you'll be happy with.
The free throw is off from Gibson.
So easy to respect Taj Gibson and the way he goes about his business. A strong leader on and off the floor.
And no one near Clarkson as he lets it go. Off target from outside. And Kevin, you look at the star players joining up today. At the end of the day, it's about winning.
The game is about winning. More importantly, it's about these bonds that you're able to establish. Those guys are going to be brothers forever. Now, I get the whole OKC, him leaving, right? But this is morphing into something else, and I think that this is going to be part of the norm.
Championships.
It is, man, and that's what you're in this for. You go to build these things. I don't know if I would have done it like that, but I understand it. I get it. He's playing with the other greats that's making the game more efficient for him, and it's working. But, yes, I see this being the norm in the league.
And, Kevin, you played for some great coaches, but is there any coach you would have been interested to work with that just didn't get a chance to? Say, Greg Popovich or Phil Jackson.
Those are great coaches. I've had very, very little time with those guys.
Maybe in all-star games and things like that.
I have. But, when you do all-star games, you let yourself go. You open up yourself to try to, be there and be present with the guys. Yes. Open up, hey, what's up? What's been up with you? How's the year for y'all? Y'all playing well. We're going to beat y'all when we see y'all, blah, blah, blah. But, you're very cordial. And, you're not talking too much about X's and O's. But you do share perspectives. You do share, philosophies. Pop is a great mind. I had a chance to sit with him a couple times. Phil's a great mind. Phil's super deep and loves the philosophy of. I haven't had a lot of time with those guys. Doc Rivers, shout out to Doc, and I know he doesn't get a lot for his philosophies, but he's very enriched with philosophies and styles and bringing teams together and trying to make sure that guys stay connected, stimulated. He would always tell us, man, never get bored with the process.
Wow, that's so intriguing. Interesting to hear. Ntilikina can't hit.
And you know what? You can't get a better screen. Frees him up beautifully, but he just fails to capitalize.
Oh, man, he'd love to have that one back. He just does everything right, but doesn't get the finish. Well, I like the shot selection. I don't like the shot result. Won't happen much.
Kevin, what a lot of fans don't get to see is all the work players do behind the scenes at home, before games, after games, on off days. Can you talk a little bit about that? Getting your body ready from the end of one game to play the next game. I mean, I've seen it, but you talk about it.
Yeah, the wellness starts right after you stop playing. The minute you come off the court, you're iced. You got to do progressions where right after the game, you shower. Obviously, you got to get massages. You got to get some type of wellness on your legs just because you're running so much. People don't know that you have to lift weights. When we was in Boston, we lift every other day. We had a strenuous strength program. Shout out to B-Doo. Brian Dew, who was our strength coach up there, never let us get a day off. And if you didn't lift weights, then we find you as a player. Players find you because it's important for you to come in here and be strong. We need everybody to be as strong as they can be. So you have to lift. And then actually, you practice. But after practice, you have to put time into your own personal game.
Right. So much goes into it. It's amazing. And Towns gets it to go. Regular season grind, 82 games in the regular season. In your opinion, is that the right amount of games for teams to play, or would you like to see the schedule shortened where there's more practice in between, more days of rest, more days to recuperate?
Man, look.
You got a big smile on your face.
For the old school, Kev, 82 games is how you got to come through it. This is, listen.
It's a war, isn't it?
It is. And you know what? This is the tradition of it, man. This is what it is, bro. If you don't want to go through this and go through this hall and this road of this journey, then cool. Go to another league. They got shorter games. They got other awards that you can, This is the NBA. This is what it is. This is the grind of it. And ones that have come before you have done it, just like the ones that's after you is going to do it. This is what it is, bro.
Kevin, we've all seen the evolution of the perimeter-style offense. Do you think it'll ever go so far that we'll see the game come back to an inside-oriented offensive scheme?
I think right now that with pace being the way it is now, Kev, I don't see it necessarily going through or going back to playing through the post. Although you have to have an alternative. I think that you just can't be all three-pointers and layups. I think you have to have a constant flow of inside-outside. I think it helps to have a post player. I think having a post player or a true post player that can score and dominate the middle opens up threes and opens up ball movement.
You played during the transition too, didn't you? From a grinded-out type of game inside to spacing that we have now.
I did, and I'd like to say that, you know, Doc Rivers started the small ball, and, you know, we were very, very keen on the small ball. So I think in today's game, you got to be able to shoot the three now and be able to handle the ball and put the ball on the floor and make decisions. So it shows that the game is transforming.
Some changes for Minnesota. Muhammad comes in for Wiggins, and Zach LaVine subbed in for Ntilikina. Timberwolves leading by 16. And people may not know, KG, that you're not just a broadcaster for 2K, but you're a member of the 2K community.
Have you been keeping up with the community, man?
Oh, yeah, very much so.
Man, listen, shout out to all the 2K players out there. I'm Jizzle Lord. Y'all know what it is. I'm Jizzle Lord 5. Shout out to my OBF team. Y'all know what it is. Shout to Dex. Shout to Bug. Shout to everybody out there playing. Right, we definitely.
Wow.
It's all good. You know, I'm OBF. I'm about the team. I'm gang. You know what it is. Jizzle Lord, y'all holler at me. Y'all know what it is, 2K. Right.
Iguodala is so skilled down low, playing his cards right that time and laying them on the table.
Rubio, the pass to Hernan Gomez. And Rubio kicks to Hernan Gomez. The pass to LaVine. Just 5 to shoot. And here is Hernan Gomez. Guarded by Jackson. LaVine for 3. That shot, no good. Now Portland takes it the other way.
He sunk that 3 in the first, but's yet to make another one.
Walker dishes to Jackson. Glenn, a screen. Pass to Marjanovic. Here's Walker. And that one comes up a bit short.
Defense has to feel fortunate. Somehow he missed that opportunity, and still, there's no reason for them to give up that kind of open shot.
Adding a lot of flavor to the mix, Kevin Garnett. Kevin, thanks for stopping by. Always a pleasure. Hope you join us again sometime.
Man, Kevin, it's always a pleasure, man. It's always great to see you, man. Anytime you need me, you holler at me, all right?
Future Hall of Famer and a terrific person, Kevin Garnett. And Brent, it's amazing that our introduction to KG was just this high school kid from Chicago, and before that, from South Carolina. So unrefined, undefined, and now, you know, he has just so much wisdom to impart. He's learned so much. It's wonderful to listen to.
Well, you think about Kevin Garnett, Kevin, and the fact that he played more than half of his life in the NBA. And for a guy like that to pick up some sort of knowledge, to carry it on and to pay it forward, that's the kind of loyalty and enthusiasm that Kevin Garnett always shows for the game of basketball.
And Rubio kicks to Hernan Gomez. And the ball goes out of bounds. Last touch by Lamb.
Yeah, tremendous hustle just to get a hand on that one.
Anticipation, reads the play all the way. So close to a steal.
And the Timberwolves making a change here. Zhang's checked in. Collins checked in for Portland. Now, here's Rubio. He had a 12-point outing in their last game against Denver.
And guys, the other thing that he did well was just facilitate the offense, pass the ball around beautifully in that one. Seriously put on a passing clinic.
For 3, LaVine, down it goes. That's 4 made from the field. He's 4 of 8.
And he can smell blood in the water. Excellent finish.
Yeah, when your opponent's down and frustrated, this is when you could turn it up.
And there's the call on Shabazz Muhammad. That's his first foul.
Yeah, that's a tough call right there, and really a tough break for the D. 7
seconds left here in the second. Here's Walker. Misses off the right iron.
Those are the types of looks that you got to finish deep in the paint and limited defensive effort.
It's been all about Karl Anthony Towns for the Minnesota Timberwolves. He comes away with 11 points in the quarter and is showing no signs of fatigue. And now we'll send it over to David Aldridge, who is standing by courtside. David.
Thanks, Kevin. Zach, you guys have been able to get going offensively. What is the focus at that end of the floor?
Got to run them. We got one of the most athletic teams, so, we got to get out, use athleticism, execute, and, just continue to make shots.
Their hands can't hit what their eyes can't see. Thanks for your time. Back to you, Kevin.
All right, thank you, David. And folks, don't go away. After the break, we'll see you right back here for the start of quarter number 3.
It's the 2K Sports Halftime Show.
Welcome back, folks. Ernie Johnson here along with Kenny the Jet Smith and Shaquille O'Neal. We're going to break down all the action from the first half. The first half was all about Karl Anthony Towns. He had 18 points, 7 rebounds, and 1 block. The first 2 quarters went very well for him. And Kenny, what did you see out there from the Timberwolves?
There's so many things you could say about the development of Karl Anthony Towns. Just as accurate from the outside as he is in the post. Defends on the perimeter and the rim.
Shaq, how do you think Portland played?
Well, they struggle in a number of areas. Protecting the rim is really at the top of the list. They haven't made that a priority. They haven't put forth a whole lot of effort. You got to protect the rim.
And that is just about going to wrap it up as the second half is moments away. Down to Kevin Harlan and the rest of the crew.
The buildings of downtown Minneapolis all lit up on this lovely evening. Welcome back, everyone, to the Twin Cities. And as we welcome you back, we begin our second half. So far, not a tightly contested game, guys, but, anything can happen. Karl Anthony Towns has been sensational.
And through the first 2 quarters, they went to him repeatedly in the post, and boy, did he deliver.
Yeah, I like his patience down there. He's combined some good footwork with even better moves surrounding that. So we'll see if the defense can counter in the second half. Maybe some double teams.
And as we begin the second half, first half wasn't even close, guys, and we'll see if there is a comeback on our hands or more of the same as we get the third quarter started. So many great point guards in the league right now, guys, who can do much more than just facilitate. Brent, how has that position in your mind evolved over the years?
I think watching these point guards play, Kevin, and their ability to score the basketball has been remarkable. There have been guys throughout the history of the league that have been tremendous scorers at the point guard position, but now with the emphasis on three-point shooting and less about point guards' traditional role of setting up the rest of the team, that's why you're seeing such dynamic play from that position.
Gibson is the 4 with Towns in the middle. A high-flying pair of Levine and Wiggins are the 2 and the 3. And it's Rubio in at point guard. They're the group for Jeff Hornacek starting the second half.
Man, that's a clean shot, too. You got to sink those. He must be disappointed that he blew that chance.
Glenn, a screen. Kilpatrick passes to Whiteside. The dunk and the foul, a powerhouse move, and he's got a chance for one more at the line. That one is on Towns. Well, with Whiteside, no matter what he is doing, he is always setting the tone. The way he goes about defending the rim, it's like he's taking it personally that these guys are not going to score on him.
And you know what? He's a tone setter defensively. He gives his group confidence when he's on the floor. And, you know, teams are starting to realize you simply do not go at Whiteside. The block numbers might be down, but his defensive impact is as high as ever.
Nice stroke from the line by Whiteside. You know, he's only going to get better from there with some practice.
Towns, the screen. Here's Levine. Slammed home, and he draws the foul. A chance for another point at the free throw line. Alex Len picks one up.
And how about the execution on that play? The screen was set up in exactly the right spot.
And the finish wasn't too bad either.
Yeah, it's funny how you see so many picks, but this one sets up the defense well. No one rotates over. Bang.
One shot.
Free throw good, Levine. Here's Clarkson. Pass to Kilpatrick. Glenn, a screen. Kilpatrick passes to Whiteside. And the rejection by Towns.
And his foot movement is what makes Towns such a terrific shot blocker. He moves so well and can defend just about any position on the floor.
Now here's Covington. Zach LaVine unable to get his last shot to go. Here's Kilpatrick, guarded by LaVine. The dish now to Clarkson. 6 to shoot. Whiteside sets the pick for Clarkson. An easy layup after coming off the pick. Clarkson's got 4 points in the quarter.
Phenomenal use of the body there to free himself up from the defender and get a clean look at the basket.
Out to the right wing. Rubio against Clarkson. And Rubio kicks to LaVine. Again, LaVine missing.
Yeah, the defense there in chill mode. We all know he can burn them from three-point range.
Len down low, defended by Gibson. Len, good.
They are just killing them on the interior.
Minnesota leading by 11. Outside, LaVine. And it's blocked by Whiteside.
Well, those kind of shots should come with a warning label. Caution, Hassan Whiteside is around. He's simply one of the best shot blockers in the league.
Here's Kilpatrick. He's got 8. And that one clearly a foul. Gets the whistle and 2 shots coming up. That one is on Towns.
I mean, even from over here, you could see that one pretty clearly.
The Trailblazers shooting their 6th and 7th free throw attempts tonight.
And if we want to take a look back, they converted about 76% from the line.
And the first one at the line is good. And that's good as he hits both of his shots. Brent, all things being equal, do you like the idea of sending everyone to the defensive glass to avoid giving away second chance points? Or do you like leaking a guy or two out in transition, hoping for the best?
I don't think the leak out is a good idea at all, Kevin. You've got to have 5 guys attentive to any possession. Most coaches in the NBA will tell you that a possession is not a stop until you collect the defensive rebound.
Two shots.
And he makes the first. He hits both from the stripe. And Brent, you went up against Hornacek as a player and even defended him a couple times. What was it like playing against Hornacek, the player?
Well, I want you to ask Jeff Hornacek if I defended him, because I thought I did a good job, and sometimes the box score didn't reveal it. But what a tremendous
Sponsored
shooter,
by
great
the
off-ball
Association
mover,
of
system
Mother-in-Laws.
John Stockton, and if there was any room,
Some fat bitch
Kevin,
ruining your
that
life?
Hornacek could trust me.
She's probably with the Association of Mother-in-Laws.
One of the most efficient players in Jazz history.
Karl Anthony Towns with a strong contribution so far in this one.
So far, he is just destroying their will. It feels like he can get any shot he wants once he crosses half court.
And a look now at the breakdown between 3-point and 2-point shots attempted here tonight for the Timberwolves.
It really struck a nice balance between long-range shooting and also attacking the rim. That keeps the defense off balance and keeps things flowing offensively.
Trailblazers trail by 11. Feeds it to Covington. Pass to Kilpatrick. To the middle. Here's Whiteside. And the rejection by Towns. And they get it back. Here's Kilpatrick.
Yikes.
The whistle, so he'll have a 3-point play
One of the things I don't see from Covington that I need to see is movement, man. That last possession, I mean, where's the movement? There's no movement there. I need to see guys moving. I want to see him attacking the basket. I want to see him hungry. I'm not seeing the hunger. 60 days looks like it's, you know, and my man's got a timeline. Yeah, here comes the Golden Boy, Oklahoma Golden Boy. Let's go. Let's go.
Even though they're down, they are putting on a show at the free throw line.
Minnesota leading by 8. Towns the screen. Right side Levine. Tips it up, and it's Towns on the follow. Towns has got 20 points.
Yeah, he plays with a bit of a sixth sense around the offensive glass. Perfect position for the easy tip-in.
Here's Kilpatrick, and the rejection by Towns. Now here's Levine. He's guarded closely. He dishes it to Towns. Rubio outside. 13 feet away. Tries again, and there's a whistle. He was going up for a layup, and while it looked like there was some contact, I wasn't sure they were going to call a foul shot or not, but sure enough they have. So he'll head to the free throw line. The Timberwolves have made 6 of their 7 attempts at the line in this one.
Two shots.
First one falls for him.
Impeccable from the line since halftime.
Some changes for Minnesota. Tyson Chandler, he's checked in for Gibson. And it's Ntilikina in for Ricky Rubio. And the Trailblazers making a change here as well. Reed's checked in. And good on the second, so he makes them both. Brent, 15th overall is where you were drafted, right in the middle of the first round. A very nice place to be. Talk about the nerves waiting for your name to be finally called by the commissioner on that podium.
Well, Kevin, I wasn't nervous, and I'll tell you why. Actually, I was nervous, and it was more about the captain landing the plane. You and I have shared this story, and I'll share it with you again. During that draft, I was actually on an airplane and did not see one moment of the NBA draft in 1996. So my biggest nerves were that the pilot was going to bring the plane down safely, and then I watched the draft on VCR about 2 hours later.
No kidding.
That's the truth.
Wow.
So the best part about that, Kevin, I'll tell you this, is the fast forward button.
Yeah.
Because I wasn't the first pick. We could fast forward that, or the second, or the third, and we got to that 15th pick, and what an honor to have my name called in the first round of the NBA draft.
An honor indeed. Again, the miss by the Trailblazers.
Well, I'll tell you what, he's going to buy himself a ticket to the bench. If he keeps shooting it like that, he has been putrid here this quarter.
And Towns gets it to go.
And right now they're winning because of him. Love the shots that he's taking, and he's got the green light.
Now, here's Clarkson. Defense is right there. Here's Lane.
All right, all right.
For the layup. 6 points for him.
Consistency all game long. He's going to continue, I think, to have to take it over to get them back in the game.
For 3, Levine. It's hauled in by the Trailblazers. Whiteside's got 9 rebounds now tonight.
Yeah, tonight his shot's been a bit off, but still, they lead the game.
They get the rebound.
just not much success when it comes to shooting.
Here's Wiggins. And he's fouled pretty hard on that shot, but he's got the chance to pick up the points at the line.
No, I tell you what, he earned his money on that foul. And still varying opinions out there of what Andrew Wiggins can and can't do. But one thing that's indisputable, he's an incredible scorer. Whether it half-court transition.
Oklahoma just went head-to-head with Wiggins, man. That's a wake-up call.
Free throw good, Wiggins. And Wiggins, his young career just getting better and better at scoring, Greg, while increasing his workload.
Yeah, and very few scorers can do that, especially from that two-guard spot. Wiggins has that special talent where he can flat-out carry an offense. Scary to think that this is a kid who is just scratching the surface.
And both free throws good for Wiggins. Trailblazers trail by 14. There's the pick. Outside Jackson. The pass to Marjanovic. He kicks it to Reed. And the layup's good off the glass. Reed's got his second basket of the game.
Absolutely fearless. I mean, a nice subtle adjustment there going up against Wynn.
Yeah, this is the feel of a player to use his body to keep the shot from being blocked. Excellent work there.
And defensively, you've got to make a greater effort working over the screens.
Yeah, it's a bit of a lazy play right there. You're hoping that the guy misses the shot without really doing your job in challenging it.
Now here's Marjanovic. Shoots over Towns. No good off the front iron.
That's a great effort on defense. He definitely rushed his shot a little bit down low.
Now here's Muhammad. Tight defense on him. Over in the corner, Chandler. Puts up a three. Muhammad, no luck. Trailblazers trail by 14. Pass to Holland. The floater. And the layup is up and in. Holland's got his second bucket of the night.
That floater is a thing of beauty, effective when it's used the right way.
Now here's Muhammad. Tight defense on him. And that one drops. And the Timberwolves lead by 14.
He has a little bit of trickeration with that one. Gets that one to go against the lip.
Wait, did you just say trickeration, GA? I think it's a size disadvantage there that he was willing to attack, but you have to develop that skill set and have counters.
And here are the Trailblazers now, following the bucket by the Timberwolves. Snatched up. And they pick up two. Marjanovic has got 6.
Great patience on the block, elevating with ease and then sinking the close range shot over the top of the D.
Here's Towns. And it's Portland with the rebound.
And forcing the miss there. He just knows how to pressure you defensively.
You hear a lot about rim protection. This is a good example of how valuable it can be.
And 2 shots coming up at the line as he gets fouled on the shot.
All right, a chance to check out stats for Towns. Last season, he played outstanding. Averaged 18 points per, 11 rebounds, and 2 assists. And impressive numbers, no doubt. It's the kind of run we've come to expect from him.
Synergy, all elements right now working together, and the game is coming so easy right now.
And that one falls for Jackson. Hernan Gomez is checked in for Minnesota. Gorgie Dang comes in for Karl Anthony Towns.
You know, it's interesting to see Coach slide Marjanovic in at the 4 before dropping him down to the 5. Man, we hadn't done that at all through last season until we got to the playoffs. So it's interesting to see that he's actually staggering those rotations like that.
That revenue is king. Could you imagine a time when we'd actually have to play more than 82 games?
That's interesting, Kevin, because a lot of the times the argument you've heard over the course of the past 5 or 6 seasons, Kevin, is the opposite of that 65-game schedule. Why not reduce the schedule? Stars playing in every game, less back-to-backs, more time for recovery. So the idea of 82 games being extended beyond that, I don't think that that's in the realm of possibility.
65, 68 games. They had that shortened season a couple years ago. It was terrific to watch.
It was, and so we'll see if the league does that. But in your question alone, Kevin, you said it. Cash is king. 82 is the number we're going to settle in, I think, for quite some time.
So it's the Timberwolves now after the miss from Andre Iguodala. Muhammad against Iguodala. Wiggins dishes to Jang. Nice ball movement by Minnesota. Pass to Ntilikina. The three. Here's Gomez. On the play, basket counts, so it'll be a three-point play chance.
This is where Willie does his best work. As I say, Kevin, he's Willie good inside.
That's right, Brent. And this is his first trip to the line tonight.
And he shot 74 from the line a season ago.
One shot, gentlemen.
A second-round pick who relies on instincts and a little bit of size, Hernan Gomez, actually a pretty good free throw shooter.
There's a screen by Marjanovic. Walker the pass to Marjanovic.
Hey, the Tower of Boban.
Time from Walker. Marjanovic has got 8.
It really does make the game easy for your teammates when you can lead them to the rim that well with a pass.
Kicks it to Jang. He feeds it to Wiggins. Over Jackson. And it's Wiggins missing. Trailblazers trail by 12. There's a screen by Marjanovic. And Walker kicks to Marjanovic. Hernan Gomez grabs the miss. Hernan Gomez has got his 7th rebound of the game with that last one. Shoots from 14. Muhammad, no luck.
Now, this is a quarter that he would love to forget as soon as possible. Not getting anything to go.
Iguodala dishes to Walker. There's a good screen to the inside. Collins, good. Collins has got his first points of the night.
And they are very comfortable running their offense through Walker. And you can see why. Drops a sick dime right there. That pass was right on the money.
Now here's Wiggins. He's got 7, and it's in there.
No hesitation when he saw the space that D was giving him. That's 2.
Right side to Walker. The 9-footer's on the mark. Timberwolves leading by 10. Jang a screen. There's 45 seconds left to play in the third. Here's Wiggins, and it's good off the back rim and in. 11 points in the game.
Great execution. Could not have asked for a better shot.
Outside, Walker. The feed to Collins. And fouled on the shot, so the bucket counts and a chance for one more here.
How about battling
Dr. Collins
there and then wheeling that basketball in?
First trip to the free throw line for him tonight. Minnesota making some changes. Taj Gibson's checked in for Muhammad. Zach LaVine comes in for Wiggins. And Ricky Rubio subbed in for Ntilikina. And that one falls for Collins.
And one of the problems in the first half, that shoddy work at the free throw line. They needed to fix that, and they've been much improved since the break.
Now here's LaVine. 17 points in the game. Gomez kicks to Gibson. Dishes it to Levine. Shot clock at 5. Passes it to Hernan Gomez. Feeds to Jang. For 3.
Man, that was awesome defense. That was really nice.
Yeah, maybe a little luck. Maybe
those transitions to the outside man, to the perimeter. Oh man, I love that. I loved it. That looked good. If we can do that, then we might be able to compete with the Warriors. Actually, okay. So that was a nice change up from last year, where we just let them stand out there on occasion. On occasion, not always, but there were times where they just get these wide open looks, and the speed right there to recognize the open man is definitely improved over a much younger team. So yeah, that makes a lot of sense, and they're getting there. I'm liking it. I'm liking it. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Trailblazers trail by 9. On the court right now for the Trailblazers. Len out there with Iguodala. Then it's Robert Covington. And there's Kemba Walker. And it's Kilpatrick in at the 2 guard.
And there's a pattern starting to take shape here. They're working it inside and getting good shots from close range.
Now here's Levine. Softly drops in the floater. Levine's got 19 points.
Yeah, he is sneaky at the rim, lays it in against heavy pressure.
Len with a screen on Rubio. Walker the pass to Len. The kick out to Walker. Len sets a screen for Walker. So the whistle blows on the shot, and 2 free throws for the contact right there. That's good from Kemba Walker. Whiteside's checked in for Andre Iguodala. Kemba Walker hits them both.
Well, they depend on him to score, and that doesn't mean just from the field. Sometimes it comes from the charity stripe.
Here's Levine. No good that time. Now the Trailblazers take it the other way. And Rubio kicks to Levine. Just over a minute played here in the 4th. A second chance effort. And off the front iron, and in it goes. Levine's got 4 this quarter.
Really enjoy his work on the inside. The D was there, but helpless.
Walker the pass to Kilpatrick. Here's Whiteside. Portland again missing.
Trying to shoot his way out of this slump, but thus far, not working.
Yeah, I hope it hasn't gone to his head. He may be trying too hard at this point.
Portland with the ball after Zach Levine missed from long range. Kilpatrick passes to Walker. Now, here's Whiteside. Hernan Gomez covering.
And getting a hand in the shooter's face, locking down that in-between area.
Just taking on the challenge on every possession. I love defenders who give nothing away.
And you're not going to pass up that kind of look.
Trailblazers trail by 11. Len with a screen on Rubio. They set the screen. Whiteside inside. Hernan Gomez covering. And a wide open look for Walker. They get it again.
I tell you what, I'd settle for having as many points in this game as he has rebounds.
And he's just working and working and working. Tireless.
Now, here's Rubio. Gibson the screen. Levine wide open. Again, Levine missing.
I think the D is just fine with those kind of shot attempts coming from him there because he's not hitting anything right now.
Shots good by Walker.
And he's kind of always had that shoot-first mentality for a point guard. And when you can shoot it like Walker, it's not necessarily a bad thing.
Here's Levine. The dish to Rubio. And the pass to Gibson. Just 5 on the clock. And there are the Timberwolves with another bucket.
Nice shooting for him from the big man. Taj Gibson has a firm grasp on the mid-range game in the NBA.
Glenn, a screen. Here's Kilpatrick. Got a piece of it.
Oh, shit. Oh, damn. Uh-oh.
He dishes it to Jang. Makes it off the glass. And now it's a 12-point Timberwolves lead.
Just no resistance inside at all. They are feasting. This is a straight buffet.
It is. It's a big one. And load the plate. Now here's Walker. Here's Whiteside. Out of bounds. Minnesota takes possession. Andrew Wiggins checked in, and the Trailblazers making a change here as well. Clarkson's checked in. Timberwolves leading by 12. Levine dishes to Rubio. To the middle. Here's Hernan Gomez. That's in, coming off an assist from Rubio. Rubio's got 5 assists tonight. Portland's gone 1 of 2 from three-point range here in the fourth. Len sets a screen for Clarkson. A floater. The putback. He hangs in there and cashes in on the second chance points.
Not sure if physically you could put Whiteside's game in a nutshell. A guy who hustles and tracks down hard rebounds and then turns them into easy points for his team.
Now here's Levine. Pass to Hernan Gomez. Over Whiteside. No good from Hernan Gomez.
And forcing the miss there, he just knows how to pressure you defensively.
You hear a lot about rim protection. This is a good example of how valuable it can be.
And stolen by Wiggins. In the corner, it's Levine for the 3. Goes back up. No good from Gibson.
Oh, and the D did not make that any easier. Can't fault the shooter for missing. That's a tough shot.
Buries it from three-point range.
Wow, something's brewing, guys. The three-pointers just continue to flow.
Minnesota with the ball. Portland knocking down that triple moments ago. And once again off the mark by Minnesota.
Just not sure if he ran out of energy at halftime or what, but so far just not himself in the second half.
Right wing. Right side a screen. Covington kicks to Whiteside. Clock at 6. Lets it go from 14. Hernan Gomez grabs the miss.
Man, if he's missing those kind of good looks, his team is in some serious trouble.
And that one's good. Wiggins.
The assist totals, Kevin, just continue to grow. They're way ahead in that category. Ball movement has been flawless.
Now here's Covington. And stolen by Wiggins. And now Minnesota on the fast break. Wiggins with the ball.
And you can just see he's a different player since coming back from halftime.
And that replay presented by Under Armour showing us the fantastic steal that led to that fast break finish. Another unleashed.
That's all Covington. I mean, I'm seeing he may not necessarily be in the right culture. You know, we need that activity and movement. You know, he's kind of trying to stand around, you know, and create space. You know, I can respect he's got his own game plan, but, you know, here in this team, you know, we got to be attacking and moving. I'm not seeing it. So we're going to scale back Covington's minutes, and we're going to try hauling at the 3 position. You know, it's not going to be pleasant. It's not going to be pleasant. But, you know, he is going to give us a little bit of shooter, you know, and that's what we want to see. We want to see somebody who's going to take that ball and go ahead and move around to get it, too. So we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens in the next few games as we warm up here, you know what I mean, year 2.
But also caught the body, so some free throws coming up right now. And that one misses.
And not a single free throw attempt in that first half, but he has been far more active since the break and drawn some fouls.
And he's good on the second. Minnesota leading by 12. Here's Wiggins. Gets that one through the hole, make him now 7 of 13 in this game.
Again and again, they're dissecting the defense and creating those high percentage looks from inside.
Clarkson passes to Whiteside. Over Hernangomez. And the shot no good, a bit short.
I'm just wondering why the defense is laying off. Luckily, they didn't pay for their mistake.
Wiggins, that's tipped. And here we go. Trailblazers with a fast break.
Hey, yeah, it's good to see some movement there. Yeah, I'm liking that. Oklahoma Golden Boy, yeah.
So far in the fourth quarter from long range. Rubio dishes to Wiggins. Kick out to Levine. There's a screen. From the stripe. And it's Hassan Whiteside with the rebound. Whiteside's got rebound number 15 here tonight. The offensive rebound, Len, and he drops in the layup off the glass. Len's got it back down to a single-digit deficit for the Trailblazers. Rubio with it. Now Levine. Back to Rubio. He kicks to Gibson. Shoots over Len. No good from Gibson.
Oh, you just relish those kind of opportunities, and the defense got lucky, but they need to guard that area of the floor a little bit better.
Clarkson passes to Kilpatrick. Kicks it to Whiteside. Looking to get it going.
Oh, with a little hezzy post. Hezzy.
4 points now in the quarter.
Yeah, certainly an attitude change at halftime after sort of wandering around in the first. He's kicked it into gear here for the second frame.
Now, here's Rubio. Wiggins outside. Kicks it out to Rubio. 6 to shoot. Nice ball movement by Minnesota. Launches a 3. Portland grabs the miss.
I like Coach's strategy of giving Golden Boy some time in the fourth quarter. I mean, you know, they're playing pretty, the timing's good. I'm really trusting Coach's strategy right now. We're still in this thing.
Whiteside there. That's a huge basket.
Now, here's Rubio. There's the screen. Inside. Kicks it out to Wiggins. He feeds it to Gibson. Tries to snap the cold streak, and it comes off the front.
Let me just imagine 2 games into the league, and you got to cover, you know, you got to cover Wiggins. You know, I mean, what kind of a night is that? You know, I mean, that's a rough night, and he's here doing it, and you know, handling it, taking some shots. Got to get, yeah, we got to get more in the paint there.
Got to be disappointed with himself on that one. He has got to knock those down. Really, the right play defensively. If you can't block, force him to the line.
Foul. 2. Now, gentlemen, 2 shots. Loose shots.
That free throw missing. Andre Iguodala is checked in for Portland.
Ah, come on, Coach. He's already taken out Oklahoma.
And he's good on the second. Trailblazers trail by 6. Dishes it to Land. Passes to Clarkson. Feeds it to Whiteside. Moment here now for an injury report. Let's find out the news on Robert Covington. David, what's the update there?
Hey guys, the head athletic trainer of the Trailblazers was able to update me on the situation. After taking a look, he informed me that it doesn't look too bad. A really discouraging development for this team at such an early point in the season. We'll see how they respond, Kevin.
Appreciate that, D.A. Well, it's never easy for a player to go through what he's experiencing, Greg, right now.
But it is something that happens to almost every player. He's strong enough mentally to get through it. This we know.
Well, sometimes off the court, you work harder than you do preparing for a regular game. He'll get himself ready to go. Look forward to when he gets back on the court.
Here's Levine after the Trailblazers pick up 2. And oh boy, a lot of contact there, but he gets the call and will shoot 2. They get Andre Iguodala.
Yeah, easy call.
I mean, Andre might be in the right place. You know, he might be him for what we need from the rotation. He might be him.
Two shots.
He hits the first one, and that puts them up by 5 for the Trailblazers. Robert Covington comes in for Andre Iguodala. And it's Kemba Walker in for Clarkson. And so both free throws are good. And it's a 6-point ball game.
A solid trip to the line there to help extend the lead.
Walker against Rubio. And Walker gets to left. Gibson with the steal. Here's Wiggins. Another miss by Minnesota. And the
Oh man, that was it right there.
And that'll be his 3rd foul so far. Minnesota's gone ice cold from 3-point land, 0-4 since the start of the final quarter. Rubio dishes to Levine. The pass to Wiggins. Outside Levine. Gibson setting a pick for Levine. Shot clock at 6. Hernan Gomez in the corner. No good on the 3. Game could be on the line right here.
It's now or never.
Here's Kilpatrick. It's in! And now they trail by just 4.
That floater is a thing of beauty, effective when it's used the right way.
And now they decide to foul intentionally.
Now, gentlemen, 2 shots. Loose shots.
He drops the first one, and that puts them up by 5. And the second free throw, no good. A tough break there. Now a timeout called by Portland. They're trailing by 5. 23 seconds left in the 4th quarter. What's your take, guys?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what they draw up to get this quick shot.
They'd love to get it into the hands of their best scorer, but you also need a backup plan. Plan B has to be covered.
we've got a moment for our Jordan player of the game, Karl Anthony Towns.
And he's just been crushing it from the field tonight, Kevin. Whether it's been on open looks or with the guy draped all over him, he just hadn't missed much. With his percentage in the sky-high range, they've had no choice but to make him their #1 option on every trip.
Towns, he's checked in for Hernan Gomez. Okay, well, let's check in with David Aldridge, who's reporting from the sideline.
Well, Kevin, I had a chance to find out what the Trailblazers coach was going over with his guys. He told them, look, guys, we're running out of time. If we're going to make a move, it's got to be now. Are you guys ready to make a move? They all nodded, and he said, then go take it, Kevin.
And now they decide to foul intentionally.
Shooting 2.
He drops the first one, and that increases their lead to 6. And so he drops them both. It's a 7-point game. Now a timeout called by Portland. They trail by 7. 12 seconds left in the game. Twelve seconds left in the fourth quarter. Walker's shot is off. Here's Ntilikina. And so Minnesota takes the win. Probably a little closer than they would have liked it, but a win nonetheless.
Yeah, but I really got a sense that the fans gave them that emotional boost that was needed down the stretch. This crowd, man, they were electric.
And now let's catch up with David Aldridge, who's standing by from the sideline. All right, Dave.
Thank you, Kevin. With Karl Anthony Towns, you look so calm on the block. What has that focus been like for you?
Just being patient, waiting for my shot to come, not really forcing anything, but also being aggressive.
And you do both very well. Thanks, Kat. Back to you, Kevin.
Thank you, David. Great interview once again. And that'll do it, folks. For Greg Anthony and David Aldridge, this is Kevin. Thank you
not
for
feel
watching
good.
the NBA, presented by 2K Sports.
Obviously, Minnesota is sharper than we gave them credit for. I mean, Karl Anthony Towns had a stupendous game. They played, yeah, they had a lights out game, honestly. It's tough. It's tough when you got a team that can put up numbers like that. Rubio didn't do jack crap, though. See, I was right about, at least I was right about just a couple of things, Let's take a look. Let's see how Diamond District Northwest did. Kilpatrick had an okay game, Whiteside obviously did it large, very large. Okay, that's a big game, Clarkson, okay, managing the offense, hitting them with assists, keeping things flowing, yeah. Kimba, You know, we're gonna have to see. We're gonna have to see if there's a place for him in this offense. I'm thinking I might try him at 2 instead, actually, of the 1. If I can get him minutes on the court as a 2, then if he rotates into the 1, I'm more okay with that than having him take over at, whenever the coach decides something's not going so perfectly there. And Holland, very nice, very nice, he's up 8 in the plus minus, very nice, everyone stepped away with something. Dr. Collins, I don't know what happened with the rebound situation, but he's obviously been working on his offense, surprised, 0 rebounds, that's astonishing. That's astonishing. Frank got a little bit of time, did the best he could with what was available, so there's a few moments there they're going to have to regret, and so Minnesota's up. Minnesota's up in the series. That's the fact. The fact is that they're up. Is Covington able to keep playing? He is. He's able to keep playing. So, you know what I'm going to do? We're going to tell him to take it easy. Honestly, I'm thinking about shopping him around at 60 days, so I don't want him aggravating his injury because then I can't move him at all. So I might just go ahead and I'm going to do the impossible. I'm going to do the impossible versus Denver. We're going to let Oklahoma start. That's a crazy concept, I know. I don't know if it's the right one. It might be better to let Iguodala in. Maybe I'll do that. I'm going to let Iguodala soften him up. Just the conversations I have with the coach. Before bringing the coach in, I told him I would like to have some in-person personnel discussions, on a game-to-game basis to make sure we have an alignment strategy. I went ahead and told him, he agreed. So I do come in and, he and I discuss, personnel prior to every game. So I'm going to let Iguodala come in. Okay, Kimba here. I'm going to let Kimba, the crazy thing is I'm going to let Kimba in over Kilpatrick, okay? Now, Kimba, I don't know if I need him for 22 minutes, but I can use him for 20. And I'm going to have Iguodala in, and Lynn will be in. And Whiteside, he's in. So I got Kilpatrick, Marjanovic. How many did he get in the last one? It's probably hard to get him 22 minutes exactly like that. But, we'll let the coach know his emphasis is high, So we'll let me look through here. Okay, yeah. So we'll let Franklin in. Actually, I'm gonna move Frank up. Okay, and I'm gonna move. It's unfortunate, but it's the way it is. And yeah, it's just the way it is. All right. So Covington, he's gonna move down. You know what? Bell actually seems to play better with Dr. Collins. So we're going to go ahead and say, Covington, you go ahead and rest up, my man. You rest up, okay? We're going to have Bell come in, and he'll take, he's hungry. He'll take 8 minutes, and he'll make the most. So we're going to let this all be decided as such. Yes, sir. And we still got a few minutes, so we're going to make sure Reed gets more time. We're going to let Hollins get some different looks at the 2 and 3. And we are going to you know what? We're going to give Donald his minutes. All right. So then let's see. Yeah, we'll try that. Well, I don't know. We'll see what happens. I'll give those back to Andre. Nah, you know what? I'm going to give him to Lynn. There we go. All right. Settled. It's settled. Foot off the brake. Scowl. Denver has something to say about it. All right, we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens.
Sports pregame show.
Finna let them cook. We finna let them cook.
Hello, basketball fans. I'm Ernie Johnson, welcoming you to 2K Sports. I'm here with Kenny the Jet Smith and Shaquille O'Neal. Tonight we'll see the Denver Nuggets playing against the Portland Trailblazers at Moda Center. Taking a look at the Trailblazers, this is a team they knocked out in the first round in last year's playoffs, so they'd better be ready. Some extra motivation on this one. With the new year getting ramped up, teams just getting into the swing of things. Kenny, some major storylines already brewing. What are you seeing?
Well, you know, the rosters aren't coming together yet, and it's still early. It's still tough to figure it out. But then there's a lot of teams that's just off the radar right now, but they've been impressive. So I think that it's too early to tell. You know, too early to tell.
Hey,
to
come on,
give
you're
those
going to give me
ELNs.
you're going to give me an answer.
I can't give you these ELNs, these Ernie-like numbers yet. It's too early.
Well, I see emerging young guns. You know, I see a couple veterans now hitting the wall, physically getting up there in age. But I got to agree with Kenny on this. Too early to tell.
Jeez, I'm sorry I asked. Time to tip it off. Here's Kevin Harlan.
You asked too early.
Starting at point, standing 6'5", number 6, Jordan Clarkson. At the other guard position, 6 feet 1 inches, number 7, Kemba Walker. Starting in center, 7 feet, number 21, Hassan Whiteside. The head coach of your home team. Once again, your Portland Trailblazers.
Welcome to 2K Sports for another edition of NBA basketball. Alongside Chris Webber and Greg Anthony, I'm Kevin Harlan, the fourth member of our crew. From the sideline, Hall of Famer David Aldridge. For the Portland Trailblazers, they come in off a loss to the Timberwolves in Minnesota.
And the big problem, they got trigger happy. Shot a very low percentage from beyond the arc.
Well, the obvious solve is to go to the basket. I mean, there were some open lanes. They were just unwilling to take advantage of.
And Portland starts out with the ball. All right, let's set the floor. Courtesy of Gatorade. All fueled up and ready to go. So on the floor for Denver. Fareed down low with Jokic. Smart is out there with Murray. And it's Chandler in at the 3 spot. And that one drops for him. And in these early stages, Chris, of the season, how quickly do you start to get a sense of where your team stands and how good they can be or how bad they might be?
I would say that first 20 games is a really good kind of litmus test. Gives you a pretty good gauge to see where your team is. You're going to get to play against teams from both conferences. You have some really good teams and bad teams in that mix. So you kind of see how you play in all situations. Those first 20 games, you establish who you are.
Here's Walker following the basket by Jokic. So the whistle blows on the shot and 2 free throws for the contact right there.
But the book on Kemba Walker used to be that you could stay behind the screens, not work that hard, duck behind them because he wasn't going to do anything special. Well, he's worked on that, and he's fixed it, and it has paid off. We've seen his field goal percentage fly up in recent years, and that also means his ankle breaker moves have come up because now you have to respect his jump shot, and his ball handles some of the best in the NBA.
Take a break. Take a break. 2 shots.
And that one falls for Walker. And part of the jump for Kemba has been his shot. But it also, Chris, seems that he plays within himself, I think, a lot more now. He used to force the offense, but now is much more patient.
Well, yeah, he's done a great job in addressing the weaknesses he's had in this game. He's a complete point guard. That's what a leader does for their team, and he is the leader of that locker room.
And so he hits both.
And as great of a free throw shooter as he is, it's still a part of his game. He works very hard at it.
Murray kicks to Fareed. On the wing, Chandler. Jokic a screen. Shot off the screen. Chandler, no good. And now Portland on the break. Iguodala with it. Now guarded by Fareed. Iguodala dishes to Len. Here's Clarkson. The shot that time, not on target. Now Denver takes it the other way. This, of course, the first opportunity to play Portland this season.
And they're facing the team that dismissed them from the postseason last year. So certainly a little payback in mind.
Now here's Smart. He had an 18-point outing in the last game against Minnesota. 3 on the clock. Deep 2 from Murray. Portland grabs the miss. Iguodala with it. Pass to Whiteside. Clarkson kicks to Walker. Whiteside a screen. Shoots from the elbow. Count that one.
Walker has a sweet touch from there. He feels at home in that mid-range area of the court.
Some tough offensive sets. They want to turn it around.
Yeah, right now you just need a bucket to get some momentum.
Jokic with his screen on Whiteside. Goes up at the stripe. They get the rebound. Now here's Murray. Guarded by Walker. Just over 2.5 minutes played here so far in the first quarter. Murray kicks to Fareed. Whiteside against Jokic. Over Whiteside. And again, Denver no good.
So that makes them 1 for 5 from the field so far. They need to start getting some better looks.
Shots good by Walker.
The D, better row. Walker showing a lot of confidence in that jump shot.
The Nuggets trail by 6. Kicks to Murray. Chandler against Iguodala. Pass to Jokic. Iguodala with the steal. He kicks it to Whiteside. Back to Iguodala. Walker the pass to Len. Just 5 on the clock. And no one near Clarkson as he lets it go. The shot's good on the assist by Walker.
And it just seems that every pass they make is leading to a score. Just great ball movement.
Smart dishes to Murray. He feeds it to Fareed. Denver passing it around. Smart kicks to Jokic. And a lot of contact on that one, so he'll shoot 2 here.
And with the offense getting right to the rim, at least they saved the layup.
Denver shooting their first free throws of the game right now. And the first one drops. Second free throw, no good. Trailblazers leading by 8. And we've got an update here, so let's catch up with David Aldridge.
Hey, Kevin, I caught up with the Blazers head coach. He knows they have to dig in on defense. They're facing a really talented offense. He said if those guys get going, we're going to be on the wrong end of some long runs. We have to be disciplined, work together, and make those second, third, and fourth efforts on plays. Whatever it takes to get a stop. We'll see if they can get a win in this first matchup between the teams this year. Back to you, Kevin.
Thanks as always, David. Well, they know what their toughest job is going to be today.
Yeah, Kevin, it's always hard to go up against a team that can light it up like this. You can't let them hit the ground running.
Yeah, easier to say than do. I mean, with the weapons they have, they force such tough matchups. It's hard to stay with them.
And the first one drops.
Walker is a superb point guard, an exceptional mix of quickness, shooting, and passing.
Dwight Howard's checked in for Nikola Jokic. He hits one and misses one, each at the line. And we've seen a few players come into the NBA through different paths. They're playing overseas for a year or spending time in the D-League, now known as the G-League. Chris, do you think that these alternative paths to the NBA will ever be as common as the standard collegiate path to the NBA?
Well, I think it can be, only because there's such an international presence in the game, and that now you're starting to find players all over. And the great thing about the NBA is it doesn't matter where you come from. It just matters what type of skill set that you have. So I can see it being other paths to the NBA, but the NCAA is always going to be one, in the fact that guys want to play for their state teams, and that's always going to be fun to watch. But thank God for basketball fans and athletes, there's a lot of paths to the NBA, which is the ultimate reason to play basketball.
Absolutely. The first one falls. So he gets them both. And Denver has possession. 9-point game. Howard with a screen on Clarkson. Now here's Smart. He's been patient so far. Nothing yet on the scoreboard. Iguodala against Chandler. Over Iguodala. He trains it as the shot clock ticks down. Portland leading by 7. Len sets a screen for Clarkson. The pass to Walker. Now the feed to Whiteside. Dwight Howard pulls it in. For Denver, they've gotten 3 of 8 shots to fall for them here in the first quarter. Over in the corner, Chandler. Howard against Whiteside. Now here's Murray. He's covered closely. The three-pointer, no good.
Well executed, great rhythm. You've got to finish that one.
Yeah, coming off a good pick, you want to get that. When he gets the separation he needs, I know he would love to have that one back.
Shot's good by Walker.
And their offense already in a flow. Some stellar shooting to jump out to this lead.
Passes it to Smart. Feeds it to Chandler. In the corner, Murray with it. Screen by Fareed. Off the screen. And it's Whiteside with the rebound.
Maybe he should look to pass the ball right now and get his teammates involved, because right now, his shot's not falling. He's ice cold.
And it's a defensive 3-second violation. The Trailblazers have hit most of their free throws tonight, 5 of 6.
And their free throw percentage as a unit last year, 76%, right around the middle of the road.
One shot.
And so he hits the technical free throw. Well, we don't always get what we want, Chris, but if you were in charge of the dunk contest, which 4 players would you personally pick to make up the field?
Man, it's so tough. Wow. I think I definitely want to go with Levine. He's, you know, the ex-dunk champ.
Yes.
Wow. Oh, that's a tough one. I mean, Westbrook, I think Paul George would be great in there. Of course, LeBron, Griffin. I mean, I don't know. Davis. There's so many high flyers. I just think it's so tough because sometimes the smaller guys have the advantage. Big guys feel like they can't do it because they won't be as exciting. I mean, you know, even our worst dunk contest, I've fallen in love with because you get to see some incredible things. But, yeah, I'd start with them, but so many other players you can pick.
Timeout is called. First of the game for the Nuggets.
Yeah, you know, some of it's shot selection, some just bad luck, and they just can't get anything going.
Well, this is the dilemma as a coach. You wonder, do I need to call a timeout here? Do I need to settle these guys down? Should I let them play through it?
Jackson, he's checked in for Kemba Walker.
And now a moment to see the stats for Moutier. Last season's performance for him. Last season he averaged 13 points a game, 6 assists and 3 rebounds. And guys, he's making winning plays. It's as simple as that. Not a star player per se, but he makes his presence felt.
Well, yeah, lately he's been overachieving a little bit. Hopefully this is a sign of greater things to come.
Now here's Howard. And here are the Nuggets now, down by 12.
And you know what, call it great defense or poor offense. Either way, they're limiting their scoring.
Jackson in the corner. Here's Kilpatrick. He's covered by Murray. Kilpatrick passes to Howard. Shoots the 3, 6 to shoot. Pass to Kilpatrick. He dishes it to Collins. Outside Jackson. Pass to Marjanovic. Over Hernangomez. And he overshot that one, missing.
They've been beating them to a lot of those loose balls and rebounds here to start.
Moutier dishes to Howard. Back to Moutier. Denver passing it around. Trying to get back on track. He lays it in. Moutier's got his first basket of the night.
And look at how quick he was to bite on the pump fake. Left his feet way too soon.
Kilpatrick passes to Howard. The Blazers keep it going.
Tower of Boban.
And that one's good. Marjanovic.
Defensively, they've got to pick up the intensity. Hard to win surrendering this high a field goal percentage.
Here's Moutier. With the teardrop, rebounded by Jackson.
Not the tightest of D on him, but not the best of finishes either.
The pass to Kilpatrick. Back to Jackson. To the right side. Collins kicks to Holland. Here's Jackson. Battles through traffic and lays it in.
Starting to surge here, and we're only in the first quarter.
And it's happening at both ends, trying to end this thing before it begins.
Now here's Howard. His last outing, he had 8 points. And the rejection by Marjanovic. And it's the Trailblazers on the break. And it's Kilpatrick missing. The Nuggets trail by 14.
Well, look, the sheer size of Boban Marjanovic is something that can intimidate even the tallest centers in the NBA. He's a legit 7'3" and comes in at least 290. Seemingly impossible to move him at times down low on the block.
There's a good screen. Wide open look here for Murray. The rebound by Marjanovic.
Well, you see the struggles he's having getting anything to go.
Yeah, but at the same time, you know if he can just break through this cold streak, he can give you what you need.
And to illustrate the size of Marjanovic, when Joel Embiid first checked into a game against him, he is visibly in awe of the size of Marjanovic. And Joel Embiid is a 7-footer.
Well, make no mistake about Boban, though. He is much more than a big body. He has a nice floater, a great turnaround jump shot, great at shooting from the free throw. I mean, good awareness. He might be the best 7'3" passer in the league.
And so here's Portland. After Lowry Markin misses from long range, and the shot is good.
Timely passing leads to assists, and that's been the recipe for success.
They've been struggling here on offense.
Yeah, a bit of a dry spell for sure.
Now here's Moutier. 8 points his last outing. Passes it to Hernan Gomez. Dishes to Moutier. Looking to end the drought. Good on the triple. Moutier's got 5 now. Trailblazers leading by 13. Pass to Kilpatrick. There's a good screen. 26 seconds left to play in the first. Here's Holland. Trying to come right back with the 3 of his own, but it's no good. The Nuggets trail by 13. Hernan Gomez kicks to Moutier. There's the dish to Murray. From deep. No good that time. And so it's Portland, 13 points up at the end of the period. And it's been their rugged defense setting the tone. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Is some fat bitch ruining your life? She's probably with the Association of Mother-in-Laws.
And Dwight Howard, a lightning rod figure around the league, subject to a lot of criticism, but he says he takes comfort in playing the game he still loves.
Basketball, this is my passion. On the court, it's my sanctuary. I want to have fun. The reason I play is to win championships. I take this game very serious.
It's an interesting concept that Dwight has to take something very seriously in order to have fun. He does say he has a burning passion to win a championship. He's been in the finals, and this is a guy that's got still a lot to shoot for, he feels, in his career.
That's a great point, Kevin. And the challenge for Dwight is how to balance how serious he is and how passionate he is with having that fun on the court.
Oh, yeah, pause.
That he's after.
Well, not exactly a close game so far, but as the second quarter starts here, plenty of time for a comeback. And guys, the Trailblazers enjoying a nice lead here.
I think they play great D and not giving up anything easy early on.
Yeah, closing down the lane, closing out on perimeter shooters. Interesting first quarter.
They've got Bell. Reed out there with Jackson. And it's Lane in at the center, filling out the middle. That's the group on the floor for Portland. And we've got an update here, so let's catch up with David Aldridge.
Well, guys, Emmanuel Mudiay spent a year in China prior to the NBA rather than playing in college. A lot of people respect what he did while he was over there. He said, being in a foreign country, everything is different. It made me mentally strong. Now in the NBA, he said, you've got to have confidence because every point guard in this league can play. You've got to keep that edge and be prepared at all times. Kevin?
Thanks, David. Mental fortitude is critical, especially when you're a young player in this league.
If you're going in amongst the trees, you have got to be aggressive.
Well, look, when you're giving up that type of height, you use your quickness. It's just that simple. And it's also a matter of skill.
Now here's Murray. His last outing with 20 points to the left wing. Jokic kicks to Murray. He scores, and he's off the schneid with that basket. 1 for 7 on a tough night for him.
And even at 6'5", Murray just elevates high inside for these buckets. A high percentage shooter down low.
Jackson with it, defended by Mudiay. Now Reed over Murray. Reed misses. And here's Mudiay. And for those of you just joining us, we're almost 2.5 minutes into the second quarter. Picked by Mozgov. Murray dishes to Markkanen. Out of bounds, Portland takes possession. Now let's check out the rebounds and where they're coming from. Here's a breakdown showing the front court and the back court rebounding numbers for the Nuggets.
I mean, credit their guards. They've done a great job of crashing the backboards. The effort isn't the question, though. They've got some other questions to answer if they're going to get back in this game.
Portland leading by 13. Outside Jackson. To the inside. Lane. It's good. The assist this time from Jackson.
Oh, I like the bounce pass there. He's getting creative.
Denver calls timeout. Chris, you've been on both sides of the coin for this. When it comes to a veteran presence in the locker room, just how important is that? You know, when you were a young player getting it, and maybe as an older player when you were preaching.
When I was a rookie, Kevin, I needed a veteran just as much as I needed an assistant coach. They were that important to me because when you think about it, that's how you learn your routine.
Wow.
What to eat before a game, how many hours to eat before a game, how to recoup after a game, how to say no to your friends and family for playoff tickets because, you know, you're at home and you got to buy 75 tickets. You know, just kind of how to navigate through life. That veteran player can help. And I think that's one thing when the game kind of got lost in years past, it was because we lost that veteran presence in the locker room. And so, to me, the veteran presence is everything. You know, Chris Mullin getting on me because I'm a rookie. I mean, I would have paid him to do that. So, you know, it's really cool because just as much as they get on you, they help you and they explain the game, help you out with life and everything else. So it's like a big brother relationship.
Oh, that's good to hear. Andre Iguodala is checked in for the Trailblazers. Jordan Clarkson comes in for Jackson. Wilson Chandler's checked in for Denver. Smart comes in for Murray. Here's the screen. Mozgov, a screen on Reed. Smart kicks to Jokic. No good on that one. Good D by Bell.
It's a +5 advantage for them in rebounding after that one.
Now, here's Clarkson, defended by Mudiay. The Nuggets trail by 15. And a little under 3.5 minutes elapsed in the second quarter of play. On the wing, Chandler. Over Iguodala. They get it back. And the official signaled the backcourt violation. Not very careful there.
And checking out the stats for Jokic. He's coming off an excellent season. Put up about 14 points per, 10 rebounds, and 3 assists. And you look at his score, and he was #1 on the team last season.
His ability to play through contact, his exceptional concentration, that's what makes him a great finisher.
Now, here is Bell. Wilson Chandler unable to get his shot to go. Now, here is Reed. D right on him. Over Smart. Reed misses. The Nuggets trail by 15. Guys are looking for a spark here.
Yeah, a cold stretch offensively for sure.
Here's Moutier. That one doesn't drop. And the Trailblazers going the other way. Jokic with the steal. Here's Smart. It's hauled in by the Trailblazers. Reed with it. Kicks it to Clarkson. Bell with it. Now defended by Jokic. There's the feed to Clarkson. From deep. Mozgov grabs the board.
He had 1 3-pointer in the first, but still searching for that second.
Moutier pass to Smart. Back to Moutier. Mozgov kicks to Smart. Chandler up top. He feeds it to Moutier. Jokic a screen. To stop the drought. His shot is good. Scores his 3rd basket in 6 tries. Shooting 50%.
Solid pick to create that opening. The soft touch on the jumper.
Now, here is Reed. Guarded by Smart. Clarkson kicks to Iguodala. Just his first attempt. It's hauled in by the Nuggets. Jokic has got rebound number 5 here tonight. Now here's Moutier. He's covered by Clarkson. Got a hand on it. And here we go. Trailblazers with a fast break. Now here is Reed. He's tightly guarded. He kicks it to Clarkson. Jokic with the steal. And here we go. Fast break. Moutier's got it. Smart dishes to Moutier. Feeds it to Mozgov. Back to Moutier. Denver passing it around. Mozgov passes to Moutier. Jokic kicks to Smart. Clock at 4. Deflects the pass. Iguodala with the steal. Now, here's Clarkson. He had a 12-point outing in their last game against Minnesota. Chandler against Iguodala. 5 to shoot. Back to Bell. Here's Clarkson. No good from outside. Got the defender off his feet with the pump fake, but couldn't knock it down.
Well, you know, some people say Andre Iguodala is on the decline as an offensive option, but his impact on the floor is still clear as day. He keeps the ball moving with his great spacing. He keeps that tempo and that pace, and he's still a strong finisher because he only takes high percentage shots that he's comfortable with.
And with Iguodala, he isn't going to be a double-digit scorer again, it seems, the former All-Star. But you know what, Chris? He is still incredibly valuable, so productive just with his floor presence.
Iguodala is a perfect example, Kevin, of a guy who can change the game without even putting up a lot of stats. The defense that he brings to the table, that isn't slowing down either.
And he knocks down the first one. And Chris, you've been working as an analyst now for quite some time. Do you feel that How you view and enjoy the game has changed as you've transitioned from being a player on the floor to the booth.
You know what? I've learned a lot, and I've learned to look at the game a different way, but I look at the game the same way. I think the onus is on the player to execute what the coach and the GM puts out there for you to do, for you not to become a one-dimensional player, for you to improve in the summertime. That's the only time you can improve. And when you don't come back and you don't improve, it's obvious that you have the same glaring weaknesses that you had the year before. Even if you're not on a team that can compete for a championship, you want to make sure that you compete for a championship, that you compete for an all-star, that you compete to have your name out there. And so a lot of times we'll watch some of those teams, and I love seeing if they compete or if they laid it down early in the season. So, no, I would say that really what gives me an advantage is that the way that I looked at the game, and hopefully, you know, that gives me a unique perspective when I'm out there trying to talk to other basketball heads like myself.
Yeah, you know, some of it's shot selection, some just bad luck, and they just can't get anything going.
Well, this is the dilemma as a coach. You wonder, do I need to call a timeout here? Do I need to settle these guys down? Should I let them play through it?
And the Nuggets making a change here. Howard's checked in.
All right, a chance to check out stats for Hassan Whiteside.
Great showing for him last season. Second in rebounding. And he finished among the top 10 in blocks.
Yeah, he's going to want that max contract, and I don't think we're going to be able to exactly offer that to Hassan.
Dominance on the boards to rank number 2 overall. Absolutely remarkable. Here's Kilpatrick. Marcus Smart picking up that last basket. Len, stolen by Smart. To the paint. Here's Hernan Gomez. And it's Moutier, top of the key. 6 to shoot. Howard setting the pick for Moutier. And the lead is down inside single digits. Moutier's got 5 points now in the quarter. To the left side wing. Here's Kilpatrick. Dwight Howard pulls it in. Howard's got his 3rd rebound on the night.
As off the mark as he has been, they're a little lucky to be in front.
Pass to Moutier. Back to Chandler. Over Iguodala. And it'll go. And the Blazer lead is cut down to 6 in the bucket from Chandler. Portland's gone 0-3 from beyond the arc to start the second quarter. Right side a screen. Walker the pass to Kilpatrick. He dishes it to Whiteside. And there's the pass to Kilpatrick. Right side a screen. And 2 free throws coming up. Unable to get that one to go with all the contact. That's on Dwight Howard.
Wow, he got whacked on that one. Shouldn't be much debate there.
The Trailblazers have shot 6 of 7 at the line.
Take a break. Take a break. 2 shots.
And he knocks down the first one. The Trailblazers making a switch here. Hollins checked in. And then for Denver, Fareed comes in for Wilson Chandler. And Murray subbed in for Emmanuel Moutier. That one falls, so he hits both of them. And here are the Nuggets now. 8-point game. Out to the wing. Murray dishes to Howard. Back to Murray. Pass to Howard. Now Hernan Gomez. He's covered by Whiteside. 4 on the clock. Here's Murray. And Whiteside sends it back.
It's clear this just isn't his night. I mean, if they're going to keep him on the floor, I think his best role would be to be a decoy.
Collins kicks to Walker. Len sets a screen for Walker. Pass to Kilpatrick. And he's fouled pretty hard on that shot, but he's got the chance to pick up the points at the line. That's on Dwight Howard. Portland may have shot the ball well from the free throw line, 8 of 9.
Two shots.
And he knocks down the first one.
And didn't have a single free throw in that first quarter, but he started to play with a little bit more of an edge to his game here in the second.
Marjanovic checked in for Portland. Collins comes in for Len. And that's good as he hits both of his shots.
And they have yet to miss a shot from the line here this quarter.
Here's Hernan Gomez. He picked up 12 points in their last win against Minnesota.
Well, his rebounding stood out too. He gave them a big lift on the boards.
It's deflected. Outside, Walker. They set the pick. Inside. His shot is good, making him a perfect 2 for 2 from the floor.
When you have Walker handling the pick and roll, you have to feel confident. Just masterfully shredding the D with his passes.
Hernan Gomez passes to Smart. Screened by Howard. Now here's Murray. He's guarded closely. That's tipped.
A slight rebound advantage for them. One more column in their favor, and it's all adding up.
And Walker kicks to Marjanovic. Holland the pass to Kilpatrick. And he uses the glass on the layup. Kilpatrick's got 10 points.
And some guys just have a nose for scoring, and this one couldn't have been any easier.
I mean, I don't know whether to say it's amazing or it's sad, but you're down double digits and you still allow an uncontested layup. Where is the pride? Where is your heart?
So I tell you what, he earned his money on that foul.
The Trailblazers have shot 10 of 11 at the line. Nice work so far for them.
Shooting 2.
The first one falls. Jackson, he's checked in for Portland. And Denver also making a switch. Markkanen, he's checked in for Dwight Howard. And so Collins nails both of them. Here's Smart. 29 seconds left in the second quarter. To the left wing. They need this. The rebound by Marjanovic. Marjanovic has got his 5th rebound right now in the game.
He's still looking to get into a groove this quarter.
And Holland gets it to go.
Just increasing their advantage, and right now they're in a zone on both ends.
Oh, that's why you see them flexing a little bit. They're feeling good about how they've dominated.
Now Murray. And so it's Portland with a 19-point advantage heading into the next quarter. They've been playing some inspired defense, giving up very few easy points. And now let's catch up with David Aldridge, who's standing by from the sideline. All right, Dave.
Thanks, Kevin. Here with Kenneth Fareed. Kenneth, you guys have been out-rebounded by a lot. Why do you think that's happened?
I don't know. We're missing a lot of threes, so they're getting a lot of those rebounds, and they're really getting rebounds.
Because of the Tower of Boban is the right answer, big man. Say the Tower of Boban is tall, man. What are we supposed to do? That's the right answer, my boy.
Thanks so much, Dave, for the great interview. Don't go away, folks. We'll be back for the second half of basketball right after this.
The 2K Sports Halftime Show.
And what a show being put on here for the home fans tonight. I'm Ernie Johnson, along with Shaquille O'Neal and Kenny the Jet Smith. Kemba Walker was the story in the first quarter. He had 12 points and 2 assists. What'd you think about Portland, Kenny?
Well, they built this lead in large part because of the sharpshooters off the bench. The subs played a superb game. Get it? Sub, superb. Oh, I'm rolling tonight. I mean, they played like starters.
And you, big fella, let's get your thoughts on the Nuggets.
Way too soft in the paint defensively. They were all late on their rotations. Obviously, that's a recipe for getting cooked. And you know, I like eating that barbecue chicken. They got to do better, Ernie.
The offense is flowing nicely, though. 8 assists to 0, that's a great ratio. I mean, their defense is solid. But we're finding the opportunities, and I like that. And I like that. Way to go. Way to go. That's how you step into the show. Stepping into the show.
Welcome back. Downtown.
Yeah, looking spectacular. Diamond District Northwest ready to do the big business, you know. You know what I mean?
Welcome back, everybody. Third quarter just about to get going here in what has been so far.
Yeah, we'll see what happens.
Game. What a game we're seeing.
Yeah, I'm glad to see Kemba finding the spark, you know.
Really few forced shots here so far.
Yeah, 12 points. Yeah, with high efficiency. Yeah. Yeah, man. If we can get that throughout the season, we're gonna be this shit. We're gonna have something to say. We're gonna have something to say to the Warriors to Golden State.
The Nuggets trail by 19. So on the floor for Denver. Fareed down low with Jokic. Smart is out there with Murray. And it's Chandler in at the small forward position. And Whiteside.
Get that shit out of here.
And with the success they've had rebounding the basketball, they're right where you'd expect them to be, firmly in the driver's seat.
Side a screen. Clarkson kicks to Walker. And he could not get that one to go. A lot of contact, and he'll go to the line for 2.
Oh, man. Look at the skill set Walker has. Superb at using his body inside to draw that contact.
Free throw line numbers for him, 6 of 7.
He has come through in a big way at the foul line in this game.
That's good from Kemba Walker. Kemba Walker hits them both. The Nuggets trail by 21. Smart dishes to Chandler. Kicks to Murray. Jokic with a screen on Walker. Murray. Sweet little floater. Murray's got his second basket.
Oh, look at the soft touch on the teardrop.
And Walker kicks to Clarkson. Out to the right wing. Here's Whiteside. The three-pointer off Denver shooting around 29%.
Brother.
Tough night for them all around on the
What the hell you doing, my boy?
And the precise passing of Murray, really moving the ball well around the floor.
And here's Clarkson. Glenn, a screen. Clarkson kicks to left. The timely screen gave him a step, and he took it all the way. Land's got his first points of the night. The Nuggets trail by 18. Pass to Jokic. So the whistle blows on the shot, and 2 free throws for the contact right there. They get Hassan Whiteside.
Yeah, the defender all over it.
The Nuggets shooting their 5th and 6th free throws of the game.
And talking about last season, this team hit just 74% of their free throws. I'm sure they were hoping for better than that.
Shooting 2.
First one falls for him. And good on the second, so he makes them both. Here's Clarkson. Outside, Walker. Dishes to Whiteside. Good defense by Jokic.
That's the kind of D you need when he's got the ball near the hoop. They were all over him.
Smart with the ball. And Fareed kicks to Smart. From the arc. Offensive rebound. Here's Jokic. And 2 free throws coming up. Unable to get that one to go with all the contact. They get Hassan Whiteside. The Nuggets shooting their 7th and 8th attempts at the foul line tonight.
Two shots.
The first free throw is good. And so he hits both. Portland leading by 14. And Walker kicks to Clarkson. Then a screen. Lets a floater go. And that one good from Clarkson. Clarkson's got 5 points so far.
The thing about Clarkson, he really plays with an edge, especially once he gets it up inside.
Time called here. The Nuggets decide to talk it over.
And how about the 46th pick back in the 14 draft? Jordan Clarkson has certainly exceeded expectations thus far in his career. An athletic combo guard, he's really succeeded playing at both the 1 and 2. Let's check out some stats for Kemba Walker. Last year, getting it done. Last season put up about 16 points a game, 5 assists and 3 rebounds. And he has been passing the ball like a virtuoso. That's what really stands out about these recent performances.
Hey, every symphony needs a conductor. He unifies his teammates, sets the tempo, and they make some sweet, sweet music.
And Greg, Jordan Clarkson, he has an offensive game, doesn't he?
He's able to shoot with range, and he can attack off the bounce as well. I think that enables him to kind of play on or off the ball. And I think he has a chance to be a really good two-way player in our league.
Here's Iguodala following the basket by Jokic. Clock is at 3. The 17-footer. And it comes off the front of the rim.
The D a little slow to get in his face. They're fortunate it didn't cost him.
Some nice ball movement by the Nuggets. Fareed against Whiteside. In the corner, Murray with it. Jokic sets the screen for Murray. Shoots over Walker. And the foul called on Hassan Whiteside. That's his 4th foul of the contest.
When you get tagged with your 4th foul, you have to be very careful the rest of the way.
Reed is checked in for Andre Iguodala. In the 3rd quarter with just
Who's that, an MVP chat for Hassan? Or who? Who's getting the MVP chant?
With this screen on Clarkson. Chandler outside.
I think it's Hassan. Down 3 games in to get an MVP chant.
In the corner, Murray with it. Fareed. And it's Portland with the
But honestly, if Hassan goes MVP, maybe we could win. Maybe we could go to the finals. I just want to show up at the finals. That's what I want to do. I want to get to the finals.
He's got 5. Walker in the corner.
I mean, obviously, I want the chip. I want the chip.
Outside a screen. Reed down low. Chandler on him. The Trailblazers
Yeah.
Shots good by Walker.
You know what? I'm gonna make some ramen. I'm gonna warm up some ramen, bro. So hold up.
They've been looking out of sync offensively.
I'm still here though. I'm still here. I'm just gonna make some ramen.
To a standstill.
Here's Murray. It's hauled in by the Trailblazers. Whiteside's got his 4th rebound in this one. Count the bucket coming off a perfectly placed assist. And the Trailblazers lead by 19. The Nuggets have gone a lackluster 3 of 9 from the field since halftime. Now the dish to Murray. Fareed a screen on Walker. Chandler a screen. Now here's Murray. Guarded by Walker. Jokic sets the screen for Murray. Gets it to go from beyond the arc. Murray's got 5 points now in the quarter.
The D did a good job shutting him down in the first, but he got loose and easily dropped that one in.
Here's Walker. He can't get that one. And Denver the other way now. Murray with it. He's picked up by Walker. Jokic passes to Chandler. Screen by Fareed. Len with the block. Now here is Reed. Guarded close. Basket counts.
And there's a pattern starting to take shape here. They're working it inside and getting good shots from close range.
Now here's Smart. There's the pick. There's the feed to Murray. Screen by Fareed. Murray kicks to Jokic over Whiteside. And Jokic with the basket on the assist by Murray.
Hey, look, he's not an easy man to defend. He'll get his points one way or another.
Here's Clarkson. He's got 5. In the corner, Reed with it. Right side to Walker. He feeds it to Len. Now, here's Clarkson. Guarded by Smart. Screen by Fareed. Smart kicks to Chandler. Fareed, a screen on Reed. They get the rebound. Another shot, and Whiteside sends it back. Outside, Walker. He kicks it to Len. Right side a screen. Feeds to Reed. And they'll turn it over. Could not get off the shot. 24-second violation. And we take a look here at the shot chart for Denver.
And this is a bit of a nightmare game for him thus far. Just nothing working, and it has to be affecting his confidence. He just doesn't look like the player he normally is out there, and you can see it in his body language after every missed shot. Boy, this is tough.
Now Smart. Fareed dishes to Smart. Chandler is screen. Smart kicks to Chandler. Jokic sets the screen for Murray. Shot clock at 6. Here's Chandler. Drains it from 17 feet out. Chandler's got 9. Trailblazers leading by 14. So timeout called here, the first for Portland.
And really, whether you're up or down, it's a game of adjustments.
Well, yeah, he might have seen something he wants to exploit. Well, we'll see what they run coming out of this.
This segment is brought to you by Tiggle Bitties. Get you some consents and grab a fresh big pair.
So Portland ends up going with the new group. And then for Denver, Howard's checked in for Jokic. Markkanen comes in for Fareed, and it's Juan Hernan-Gomez in for Wilson Chandler. Here's Kilpatrick. He's got 10. The pass to Jackson. Down to 5 on the shot clock. Over Smart. Jackson misses. The Nuggets trail by 14. Fires the 3. Howard, the pass to Smart. He dishes it to Murray. There's the screen. Back to Smart. Passes it to Hernan-Gomez. So he gets the whistle. Contact on the way up and 2 shots coming up. And in front of you now is a list of the players with the highest shooting percentage last season. 5th is Dwight Howard.
Put the ball in the bucket.
Put the ball in the bucket. Put the fries in the bag.
He'll have the answer for you.
2 shots.
First free throw is good.
And even though they're down, they are putting on a show at the free throw line.
And he makes both free throws. Trailblazers leading by 12. And here's Jackson. They need this one. And oh boy, a lot of contact there, but he gets the call and will shoot 2. It's his first trip to the line.
Shooting 2, gentlemen.
And he makes the first. And so Jackson nails both.
Dr. Franklin.
And if they continue, Kevin, their outstanding free throw shooting, that'll help them seal the deal.
Pass to Markkanen.
Nice job by Donald. Nice job. Oh yeah, he's gonna get some. Yeah, he's like, yeah, get that shit out of there. He's definitely winning the tip. He's winning the tip off for sure. Let's go. Factual.
And so here's Denver.
Factual. Oh, Holland with that jab step. He want to do it. He want to go.
Kicks it to Jackson.
Nice pass inside to the Tower of Boban. The unstoppable one. Yeah. Yeah. To the big Serbian. Thundercat. Yeah. Mount Everest. Yeah. Yeah. And one.
And a year ago, he was an 80% shooter at the line, so that's more than
beyond acceptable. And he doesn't ask for much. He's not one of these nuts out here asking for a max contract. He just wants to play. Boban is a great guy.
One shot, find the lanes.
The free throw drops from Marjanovic. And Denver has possession, trailing by 17. And at home for the next game, it'll be Detroit pulling into town. That game is the first and last of their homestand. Now here's Murray. Tight defense on him, and he gets it to go.
Even when the D is breathing down his neck, Murray gets it done. Just an amazing shooter with an impressive stroke.
Here's Holland. Here's Marjanovic, and stolen by Howard. Now here's Smart, guarded by Jackson. Smart kicks to Murray. There's the pick.
Get that shit out of here. Get that shit out of here.
And so it looks like
Clear that shit out of here.
Smart with the ball. Just 5 to shoot. From deep three-point range, he can't get it to go. Portland leading by 15. Kilpatrick passes to Jackson. To the left wing. Howard against Marjanovic. Jackson from long range. Rebounded by Howard. The Nuggets trail by 15. Some tough offensive sets. They want to turn it around.
Yeah, right now you just need a bucket to get some momentum. And defensively, great anticipation, making a play there on the ball.
And don't forget about the good hand-eye coordination. I mean, he almost corralled it in for the steal.
Collins checked in for Portland. Here's Howard. Lays it up off the glass. Howard's got his second basket of the game.
And that's Howard's comfort zone, in close, near the bucket.
Now the pass to Holland. There's a screen by Marjanovic. And he could not get that one to go. A lot of contact, and he'll go to the line for 2.
Oh, the officials are all over that one.
It's the Oklahoma City Golden Boy. Time to turn it up. Damn, he's a clanker from the line. Buddy is a frig clanker.
And he sinks the second.
He probably needs a personal development plan. I need to probably start one up for him in the next couple of weeks.
Dishes it to Murray. Screen by Howard. Murray kicks to Markkanen. And the shot is good, dropping in off the front of the rim. Markkanen's got his first points of the night.
And how about that stroke from mid-range by Markkanen? The 7-footer with a deadly jumper. That's like a defense's worst nightmare.
And the basket by Kilpatrick.
And no fight left in the defense there after a teeth-rattling pick.
There's a 4-second difference from the shot clock to the game clock. Howard kicks to Smart. To the left wing, screen by Howard.
Ooh, Tower Boban, the Bobonic Plague.
And it's the Trailblazers on the break. Here's
How nice, Dr. Collins, Dr. Frankenstein.
For Jackson. They set the screen.
Ooh, forced to take a back.
Over Smart. And the
Ooh.
basket by Jackson.
Ooh. Dr. Frankenstein smothered. Smothered, he still hit.
Portland out in front, up by 16.
Bah, get that. Remove that sheet from here. Remove that sheet from hitherto forevermore. And also,
and we welcome you back as we get going here in the fourth quarter. The final quarter of play can change everything.
it won't. The Timberhood is going to win this one.
Trailblazers leading by 16. Collins is out there with Marjanovic. And there's Jackson. And
Nice
it's
screen,
Howard,
nice
the
screen.
small forward. That's the group.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Count it.
Oh, Boban is going to start attacking them. Shoot. Oh, yeah, this is going to be a good season.
Expect to contest it.
If the Tower of Boban is actually going to attack the rim, then whoa. Watch out now.
Free throw drops from Marjanovic. The Nuggets trailed by 19. Now the dish to Murray. The feed to Markkanen. Good ball movement here by the Nuggets. Markkanen sets the pick for Smart. 6 on the shot clock. Murray for 3. Good, and Smart gets the assist. 12 points for Jamal Murray.
No three-pointers for him in that first half, but the second half, different story.
There's a screen by Marjanovic. Passes it to Kilpatrick. And a foul called on the shot. Got him on the way up that time, so he'll shoot 2 right here.
Two shots. Relax on the first.
First one falls for him. The Trailblazers making a switch here. Iguodala's checked in. So he gets them both. About a minute played here in the fourth quarter. Here's Smart. In the corner, Murray with it. And the whistle blows, so a chance here for a three-point play.
What a total 180-degree turn here. He wasn't making anything in the first half, but he looks like a totally different player now in the second half.
One shot.
Free throw good, Murray.
And Murray has it all. A deadly shooter and a remarkable penetrator. Terrific guard play.
There's a screen by Marjanovic. Kicks it out to Iguodala.
Yeah, that's good work. That's good work.
And the Trailblazers lead by 17.
Oh, man, the long arms of Iguodala, such an asset, converting around the painted area.
Picked by Mozgov. Now here's Murray. Defense right on him. He used that pick just right. Murray's got 15 points in just the second half. Iguodala outside. He feeds it to Collins.
Man, Collins extending his range to the mid-range in season 2 is real nice. It's real nice. Very welcome. Very welcome.
Now here's Murray. Not a lot of room.
And the acceleration on that drive, that was, man, he was full pedal.
Points in the quarter.
Oh, he has been dominant on offense. Who knows where they'd be in this game without his effort? Outside
Jackson. Pass to Marjanovic.
Unstoppable. This attacking the rim thing is all day, every day. I'm loving it. He has a 100% green line to attack the rim anytime. That's just the Tower of Boban doing his thing. The everlasting redwood tree. Captain Boban, the big Serbian, the Thundercat. Big Hooper.
And the first one drops. Wilson Chandler's checked in for Denver. No good on the second free throw. The Nuggets trail by 16. Smart kicks to Murray. Feeds to Mozgov. Over Whiteside. Mozgov's shot is off. The Trailblazers have gotten all 3 of their shots to drop here in the fourth quarter. They came out of the break on a roll. Left side, Walker. Here's Marjanovic. Again, the miss by the Trailblazers. Nuggets have gone an outstanding 4 of 5 from the field in the fourth quarter so far. Pass to Murray. Over Jackson. Murray, no good.
Their game plan needs to change if they're going to get out of this hole because he is just not there offensively.
Outside, Walker. Marjanovic with a screen for Walker. Again, the miss by the Trailblazers.
I mean, look, no one guarding you. It's better to not pull up and try the lead.
And stolen by Whiteside. Jackson dishes to Walker. Jackson passes to Walker. He kicks to Whiteside. Clock at 6. Over Markkanen. And that one goes long.
Defensively, they could have done better. That's an open look he'd like to have back.
They've been looking out of sync offensively.
Yeah, their offense has ground to a standstill.
Here's Mozgov. That one, no good. Good work defensively by Whiteside. Jackson kicks to Walker. And the whistle blows, so a chance here for a three-point play.
He's been in control here tonight, helping them get in front with his work from the field.
A different look now for Portland. Alex Len comes in for Marjanovic, and it's Jordan Clarkson in for Jackson. Denver also making some changes. Jokic has checked in for Mozgov, and Kenneth Farid subbed in for Markkanen.
One shot. One shot.
That's good from Walker. And here are the Nuggets now. 19-point game. Kicks it to Murray. There's the pass to Smart. Screen by Farid. Now here's Murray. Guarded by Walker. 5 on the clock. It's tipped. Chandler inside the line. A putback. Jokic on the follow. Jokic has got 10 points in just the second half.
Oh, smooth. Guys, very good job getting himself in close enough that he could just tip it back in.
Well said. Those kind of plays in the offensive glass can tell the story sometimes, can't they? Here's Len. Back to Whiteside. Shakes off the strong D and gets the bucket for 2.
And really a good job spotting his teammate near the bucket and then just pinpoint passing for the finish.
Smart kicks to Murray. Farid a screen on Walker. Passes it to Jokic. Out to Chandler. Over Iguodala. Second shot opportunity, and that one drops for him.
Look, he doesn't waste time. Once he gets the rebound, he does what he should. Goes right back up with it.
Len a screen. Here's Walker. They get it back. Now Clarkson. Second chance shot. Rebounded by Smart.
It's been a rough game for him, but it won't sting too bad as long as they hang on to the lead.
Jokic a screen. A floater. And he was fouled on the way up. 2 free throws now for him.
With a guy as strong as Smart, tough to contain him without fouling. If you play straight up and down, he'll go right through you.
Now, gentlemen, 2 shots. 2 shots.
First free throw is good.
At 6'4", 220 pounds, Marcus Smart might be the most physically imposing point guard in the league, especially with his fiery approach to the game.
Both good from the line that time. Trailblazers leading by 15. Walker with it. Now guarded by Farid. Iguodala against Chandler. Goes up on the wing. Iguodala no good.
Yeah, that's just poor decision making. He's got to be better in those situations.
I'd love to hear his explanation to coach right there. I mean, that should be an interesting conversation.
Murray. Len grabs the board. Len's got 4 rebounds now tonight. Here's Walker. And so he earns a trip to the line. Officials saw the contact and he'll shoot 2.
You see, that's the quickness of Walker. It poses so many issues for the defense. He's an expert at getting fouled while shooting.
2 shots. Two.
The first free throw is good. So he gets them both. The Nuggets trail by 17. And here's Smart. Battles through traffic and lays it in.
I mean, he's got the size and the strength to finish amongst the big men. That's why he does it. Smart, built to last in the paint.
Len sets a screen for Walker to the paint, and it's Len. That time on the assist by Walker. Walker's got 3 assists in the game. Denver's gone 1 of 2 from three-point range here in the fourth. Chandler outside. He dishes it to Fareed. Back to Chandler. Jokic with a screen on Iguodala. 6 on the shot clock. Chandler, no good.
Well, Kev, I'm not sure if it's because he's shooting on the opposite side of the floor this half, but he just can't buy a bucket.
And here's Iguodala outside. It's hauled in by the Nuggets. Jokic has got rebound number 12 now. Tenacity on the glass. Smart kicks to Murray. Iguodala against Chandler. Knocks it loose. Denver needs to get off his shot. Again, the miss by Chandler.
Now, he doesn't look like himself right now. Nothing is going his way.
Clarkson with the ball. Dishes it to Whiteside. Whiteside a screen. Here's Walker. Rebounded by Fareed. Fareed's got his 5th rebound right now in the game. They could use a big shot here to get this offense going.
Too many empty possessions. Right now, they need a basket.
Now here's Murray. Jokic a screen. Now here's Smart. This one for 3. Out of bounds. Portland takes possession. Here's Clarkson. Iguodala outside. Whiteside a screen on Chandler. And Walker kicks to Whiteside. Iguodala outside. Back to Whiteside. Here's Clarkson. And the ball travels out of his hands. It was last touched by Jokic. Portland with the ball. Their biggest lead of the game was 21. Len a screen. Clarkson kicks to Iguodala. Len with it. Now guarded by Fareed. Here's Iguodala with 1 second left. Good defense by Jokic.
Yeah, good interior D there. Prevents the deuce.
Oh, wonderful anticipation. He reads the play perfectly. Then with the quick reaction time.
The dish to Smart. The feed to Fareed. Back to Smart. Chandler outside. Shot clock at 5. Jokic sets the screen for Chandler. Again, the miss by Chandler.
And out of rhythm offensively, but he continues to work at it.
I mean, the truth is, if you play long enough, sometimes you're going to have a bad quarter, even a bad game. I doubt that this shakes his confidence.
Shot's good by Iguodala.
And so just rolling to the finish line now in what has been a very confident-looking performance for the Trailblazers.
Free throws were a big factor in this one.
You know, it's always great to get a lot of shots at the line, but the key, they were able to convert tonight. You start making free throws, and it can get you the win.
And so with this, they'll end up with their 2nd win on the year.
And against a conference opponent, always good to take that first win of the season series to establish a psychological edge.
And as one might have guessed coming into this game, it was indeed another big game tonight for Walker.
He was extremely efficient offensively, got good looks, and really knocked down big shots all game long.
Now Murray, following the miss by Kemba Walker from deep. Screen by Fareed. Off the screen. That shot is off. And it's Portland the other way. Here's Walker. Now Clarkson. He feeds it to Whiteside. Misses off the right iron. And here's Smart. Pass to Chandler. And he makes the bucket, drew contact, and gets the whistle too.
Yeah, heard the whistle and then kept his focus and able to still knock it down.
One shot.
Nine seconds left in the fourth quarter. Outside Jackson. And so Portland takes this one, but by a big margin. Some good moments throughout this one, but they have the clear advantage down the stretch.
Yeah, I mean, I love the way they executed on both ends of the floor, completely under control for the vast majority of the game. And whenever there was a misstep, they just didn't allow it to fester, and that's why they're going to walk away with the win.
Well, folks, that's going to do it for now.
Yeah,
For
that's
Chris
acceptable.
Webber, Greg Anthony, and David Aldridge, this is Kevin Harlan saying thanks for watching. See you later.
Get that shit out of here. Likewise. Let me take a look here. Yeah, that's good. That's good scoring from Kimba. Yeah, 11 out of 12 free throws. Yeah. That's great. And Kilpatrick, still an offensive threat. Yeah. And Marjanovic, yes, very nice. And Collins getting some time, yes. Building a stat. And Hassan, yeah, he did okay. Yeah, he did all right. His inefficiency is going to cost us. I think he needs to come off the bench, honestly. I need to consider putting him off the bench again. He can hurt us too much with his poor shooting choices. How did Holland do? I need to look again. Let's see, how did Holland do? Yeah, he put up a stat line. He thought he did all right. Plus minus is real sick. How many dunks? It didn't feel like that many. Zero dunks. All right, well. Murray had to come back. He was ready to do the thing. They put all the chips on the line trying to get back with Murray. And, you know, I guess the truth is right now our chemistry is real low. That's all it is. Look, we'll just talk to Clarkson now. We'll see if we can get his mind focused on basketball. All right, so now we've got Clarkson locked in. His future is here with Portland, unless we say otherwise. But at least his game is on. He's got his mind focused on the game of basketball. He's not worried about the contract upcoming or a deadline. So we've got that off of his plate. So hopefully he'll start to play better. And Andre's not eligible to run through a contract extension, which makes sense. And then we got a lot of undecided guys. Ish. I don't know. Nah, he's not really a guy that's gonna run in this offense. He's just not. So rather than, giving false hopes. We'll see if that works. Give it a shot. So the timing is good. A lot of other re-signings happening right now, and we don't need our one or six man trying to figure out whether he's going to get his or if he's got to go out into the open market to get his. So at least we got him secure for the next several years, if that's our prerogative. He's under contract to play basketball in the Diamond District Northwest, so we're going to make sure that we get him on the floor where he can exhibit his many abilities to orchestrate offenses. All right, and up next is the Detroit Pistons. The team looks pretty underdeveloped. From what I'm seeing. Al Haywood was that guy got drafted. First year guy. Had a bad day against Denver. How do you think he's gonna do against us? Shit, boy, I don't know what the fuck that was. All right. Where was I? Where exactly was I? Okay, well, yeah, they don't look very developed. Andre Drummond's big time. So let's see here. Hang on a second. All right. Oh. Let's see here. Okay, let's see. Well, let's see if they turn up. Let's see what happens.
It's the 2K Sports pregame show.
Ooh, it's spooky tonight.
Why?
Happy Halloween, everybody. Oh, on Halloween.
Yes, it is.
Very good. Ernie Johnson, Kenny Smith, Shaquille O'Neal.
Ernie.
We're putting our costumes on later. How are you going? What are you going to be for Halloween?
I'm wearing a mask right now.
Oh, man, stop.
Okay.
He's Shaquille O'Neal tonight.
Who are you going to be?
No, I'm wearing a mask too. I see. He's wearing a Kenny Smith mask, and I'm wearing a Shaquille mask.
Oh, man,
So
I got so confused.
Right, you didn't know.
Man, I'm sorry. I'm a little slow tonight.
I know.
And in our matchup tonight, we'll see the Detroit Pistons going up against the Portland Trailblazers at Moda Center. Checking out the Trailblazers. A win tonight would make it 3 victories in their first 4 games of the season. That would be a nice little run to start the year.
2-1, looking to go 3-1, 3-1.
You talk about a player who needed a few years to adjust to the NBA. Kemba Walker has gone from solid to great in short order. He's really taken his team to the next level as well.
Who traded us for Kimba? Was it Phoenix?
His ball handling is
Phoenix said they were done with Kimba.
wizardry.
It's all right, we'll see what happens.
Wizardry.
How do you spell wizardry?
Well, it's kind of like wizardry with the same
G in it.
Yeah, but his scoring efficiency has really probably been his biggest asset.
Not only that, he plays to his strengths on the offensive side of the ball. And Kenny, I hate to disrespect you, I think he's the best guard coming out of the
Damn.
Well, Tiny Archibald would be. Or Lenny Wilkins would be.
Who they play for?
Oh, they would.
No, they were Hall of
New
Famers.
York.
Oh, I never knew that.
All right. Kevin Harlan, take it away.
But I'll give it to Kemba.
Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the
Greetings, everyone. Hope you're all enjoying this. Happy Halloween. It's a special October 31st matchup in the NBA here on 2K Sports. I'm Kevin Harlan alongside Greg Anthony, Steve Smith, and David Aldridge is joining us from the sideline. Here in Portland, we have an interconference matchup with the Blazers looking to create some cheers for this home crowd. And this is their first time matched up with the Pistons this year. They controlled everything in both games last year, going 2-0.
Yeah, and they swept this matchup the 2 times they played last year. They held the advantage on paper and on the court.
But hey, it's a different season, and anything can happen.
And we've got time for a quick pregame report. With that being said, let's head to the sideline and our Hall of Famer, David Aldridge. D.A.?
Well, guys, Stan Van Gundy has coached the likes of Alonzo Mourning, Shaquille O'Neal, and Dwight Howard. But he said, as a rebounder, Andre Drummond is as good as anybody, if not the best that I've ever been around. He just goes out and gets the ball. Drummond said, it's just a will. The will to get the ball most people won't jump for. I just put myself out there. Kevin?
Thanks, D.A. And Drummond is just a hulk of a man. He's really the backbone of this team. And it's Halloween, always fun early in the NBA season, Smitty, in the spirit of All Hallows Eve. Do you have any costumes you wore as a kid and ask yourself, what was I thinking when I put that on?
I think one year I was Casper the Ghost. And it really wasn't a costume. It was kind of this sheet.
Yeah.
I don't know what I was thinking, but maybe it wasn't up to me. It was probably up to my mom and dad. They probably put me in there. But looking at those old pictures, I'm asking them, what were they thinking? Because I know what I'm thinking right now.
Yeah, all right, Casper, thanks. Good answer. And now the opening lineup for Detroit. Marcus Morris is out there with Jones. Then it's Alan Crabb. Then there's Andre Drummond. And it's Rozier in at the 1. So the Portland Trailblazers able to put the first points up on the board. And Jordan Clarkson is going to pick up the foul. That is his first foul of the game.
That's something you hate. You're trying to come in with an aggressive mindset, and that early foul could take you right out of it.
No, he's good. Stay aggressive. Stay physical.
Pass to Crabb.
Oh, yeah. Oklahoma City Golden Boy. Got his first steal. Nice. Ooh, and a nice deep post pass. Oh, yeah. He should run that as an assist for sure.
Second bucket of the game to go.
Yeah, that's boss talk right there.
Yeah, he has the grit to dig in and the skill to counter if you try to get physical with him.
Now, here is Morris. Shot clock at 6.
Oh, shoot, he's looking for another steal.
Jones takes the pick for Morris.
Oh, yeah, grabbing a rebound.
No good.
Oh, shit, he got a rebound early, too.
They're moving on after the tough loss they took at the hands of the Nuggets.
And that's what happens when you become too perimeter oriented. If you're not hot, you don't score.
Well, when you force it all night, you don't get good results. Never really adjusted the game.
Oh, terrible bond.
Here's Marjanovic.
Oh, yeah, back inside the professor rebounds. Sick, boy, sick. Professor rebounds in the motherfucking his house.
And it's Detroit's ball. Searching for their first points of the game. Rozier kicks to Morris. Screen by Jones. Morris into the lane. Terrific design on the pick play, and he lays it in.
And I like the different looks that Morris can give you inside, outside, and in transition.
Here's Holland. And a foul called on the shot. Got him on the way up that time, so he'll shoot 2 right here. Portland shooting their first free throws of the night.
And going back a season ago, they were a pretty average team at the line, about 76% altogether.
Now, gentlemen, 2 shots. 2 shots.
And the first one at the line is good. And so he makes both from the line. And the Bad Boy Pistons, perhaps the greatest group this franchise has put together, and also one of the most memorable in the history of the NBA. Smitty, you played against some of those guys. What was that like?
Well, first of all, Kevin, I got a chance to grow up in Detroit, watching these guys, being around them, being able to practice. I mean, they were a total tight group. They had some great characters in Lambeer and Rodman and Sally and Dumars and Isaiah and the microwave. But they played extremely hard, and obviously the style of play was defense, rebound, and put you on your butt.
Rocket 2 fires from the wing. Portland no good that time either.
He likes to work that in-between area, upset with himself that he couldn't connect.
In the corner, it's Morris. Jones kicks to Crab. Out of bounds, Portland takes possession.
And a quick check of the stats for Drummond. Coming off a terrific season. First in rebounding, 8th in field goal percentage, and of course, he's got a nose for the ball. He ranked in the top 10 in steals last season.
And getting back to the fact that he led the league in rebounding, you know how hard that is? What a tremendous asset to the team. Holland, no good. Pistons trail by 6. Down low, stolen by Walker. And we're approaching about 3.5 minutes played in the first quarter. Playing a screen. Clarkson with the ball. Jones covering. Clarkson kicks to Walker. Floats one.
Damn.
It's blocked. The pass to Rozier. On the wing, Morris. Pass to Rozier. Morris a screen. Teardrop shot, and the basket by Rozier. Rozier's got his first bucket of the night.
Tough screen set there, and the defense was not prepared for it.
Plan a screen. And Walker kicks to Clarkson. Holland the pass to Len. To the wing right side. There's a screen by Marjanovic. Portland again missing. Pistons trailed by 4. Here's Rozier. They set the pick. He dishes it to Crab. Morris outside. And it's going to be a 24-second shot clock violation. They turn it over. Let's take a look at the players who were the best on the glass a season ago. Number 1, Andre Drummond. Second is Hassan Whiteside.
But these guys are always around the hoop, always with a nose for the ball. A dominant season inside for both.
There's a screen by Marjanovic. Here's Walker off the pick. Marjanovic, no good. Pistons trailed by 4. Morris kicks to Rozier. Uses the glass to finish the layup. Rozier's got his second bucket of the night.
And you have to like the location of this pass. Gives it to him where he can do something with it.
Here's Walker. Rebound Andre Drummond. For Detroit, they've gone 50% from the field, hitting 3 of 6 since the opening tip. Out to Morris. Right side Jones. Grab the pass to Rozier. Feeds to Jones. On the wing, Morris. Launches a 3. Again, the miss by Morris.
And I'll tell you, the sooner this quarter can end, the happier he'll be. It's been tough making shots.
There's a screen by Marjanovic. Here's Walker. And Jones pulls it down.
Yeah, blown opportunity after the two-man game creates a terrific look.
That's how it's drawn up. That is, everything but the finish.
Now, here is Morris. 9 points last game. Kicks it to Kraft. Passes it to Rozier. This one for 3. You can't get that one. Portland's gone 0 of 2 from deep here. Land a screen. Tipped away. Here's Crab. The shot goes down and gets this game back to even.
And a late reaction by the defense makes that one a no contest.
You know, he got out before people could turn their heads, and he's already gone with no hesitation.
So timeout called here, the first for Portland. Well, it is something that every NBA player has and usually comes into the league with. So, Smitty, what was your free throw ritual, and how did you come about it?
Well, I think one for me, I have my mom and sister tattoo on my arms. So I used to hold those two and just to say hi to them. And then next, I had to take my hands and wipe the sweat to make sure I could get a grip on the basketball. Then take a deep breath And then over and over, I would just talk about my high school, Michigan State, my neighborhood, and the ritual in my mind, and then take the free throw. So that was the things I did. A lot of guys, especially Karl Malone, I always wanted to know what was he saying, because he was talking to himself out loud, but not really saying anything.
Well, routine is what coaches always kind of prompt young players to get into, right, when they get to the line?
Yeah, for sure. And I know one time, Kevin, I always look for that nail at the free throw line, and I couldn't find it. It seemed like it threw me off.
So Portland ends up going with the new group. Here's Kilpatrick, guarded by Harris. And it's Kilpatrick missing. Pistons have gone 4 for 9 from the field to start this game off. Haywood kicks to Kaminsky. Picked by Haywood. Johnson against Iguodala. Johnson up top. 4 on the shot clock. Here's Haywood. And he's good on the 3-ball. Now it's a 3-point Detroit lead. Right side a screen. Here's Kilpatrick. And a foul called on the shot. Got him on the way up that time, so he'll shoot 2 right here. You know, Stephen, I think of Stan Van Gundy, I think of versatile, because we all know he's the head coach of the Detroit Pistons, but he's in charge of all their personnel moves, too. This guy's got a lot on his plate.
Yeah, he does. I mean, when you start to look at it, he's wearing 2 hats. And one thing, he's doing a good job trying to run this organization from a management standpoint and also from a coach's standpoint. So far, so good for Stan.
Gentlemen, 2 shots. Move shots.
That free throw, no good. Second free throw, no good.
And lost his touch right there. Didn't see that coming. Usually, when he's hot, he stays hot.
The Pistons working the ball around now. This is to Harris. Jackson against Haywood. A strong finish under heavy pressure all over. Haywood's got 5 now.
Amazing how he gets this one to go. Size doesn't matter.
But it can in the painted area. Regardless, he's crafty enough to get up a good shot.
Here's Kilpatrick. 14 points from him the last game against Denver.
And no one on defense could stay in front of him. He continually got pummeled and kept getting back to the stripe.
It's good on the putback. Collins has got his first bucket in this one.
Always better to be lucky than good when it comes to offensive rebounding. Unless you're as good as he is, then those tip-ins are all about skill.
Now here's Caldwell Pope. Quiet so far offensively, searching for his first points of the game.
And now you see them starting to really work the ball inside.
They could use a big shot here to get this offense going.
Too many empty possessions. Right now, they need a basket.
Jackson kicks to Whiteside. Here's Kilpatrick. And a foul called on the shot. Got him on the way up that time, so he'll shoot 2 right here. So far in the game, he's 0 of 2 at the line.
And he deserves a lot of credit for what he was able to do at the line last year. 86% from the stripe.
Now, gentlemen, 2 shots. Move shots.
And he knocks down the first one. Grabs checked in for Caldwell Pope. He's perfect from the line this time. And Smitty, would you ever be interested in joining a team as a general manager or a personnel guy in a front office in the league?
I would, Kevin. I mean, I love everything about the game of basketball, and obviously played it, been in broadcasting. But a GM role is something I've always talked about, coaching, front office, whatever it may be, I'll be happy because I'm in the game of basketball. And then, Kevin, if I get that job, are you coming with me?
I'm always with you, by your side and ready to go. But let me ask you, when you were playing, Steve, did you consciously think, hey, someday I might be a coach, so I'd like to sit up in the stands and evaluate talent? Does it go through your mind in the throws in the middle of your career?
Yes, it does. And a lot of the guys, I would say my mentors, one was Lenny Wilkins. He did a fantastic job. Player coach at one time. I've talked a lot to him. My wife and Joe Dumar's wife are sisters, so me and Joe have a close relationship. Pat Riley, I pick the brains of the best, and hopefully one day I'll get that chance, and hopefully I'll make that move. But right now, I'm loving what I'm doing.
Here's Cram. Hassan Whiteside made his last basket. Nice work there coming off the screen. And the Pistons lead by 3.
And they're forcing the ball inside, and it's working like a charm.
Haywood against Jackson. Pass to Kilpatrick. They set the pick. He kicks it to Whiteside. Here's Iguodala. Foul call that time on the way up. That'll give him 2 chances at the free throw line here. And where have the shots been coming from tonight? Here's a look broken down by paint, mid-range, and three-point shot attempts so far for the Pistons.
And one thing they can definitely improve on is their work from three-point range, especially from the corners. That's an area of the floor that has been a black hole for them this season. If they can start to get some points from the corners, it'll really open things up for them.
That free throw, no good.
The charity stripe is far from the strongest part of Iggy's game, but he will hit him in crunch time.
The Trailblazers making a switch here. Good on the second free throw. The Pistons have gone 8 of 14 from the field in the first quarter. There's a good screen. Johnson the screen. Harris dishes to Haywood. Harris a screen on Jackson. Down to 5 on the shot clock. Here's Haywood. Kept alive. Kaminsky kicks to Johnson. Now here's Kaminsky. He's covered by Whiteside. Here's Haywood. It's in. That's his third field goal of the game. He's 3 for 5.
They are just killing them on the interior.
Here's Kilpatrick. He's guarded by Cram. And counted, and a chance for one more at the free throw line.
And just showing you his determination despite the size difference.
And he makes the little adjustment just as he goes to lay it in.
For Portland, they have made 5 of 8 of their free throw attempts. Bell is checked in for Portland. Reed comes in for Andre Iguodala.
Mind the lanes. Mind the lanes. One shot.
Here's Cram. He's coming off a 19-point game against Denver. And there's the feed to Haywood. Back to Crab. They set the pick. Off the pick. And the Pistons getting another bucket right there. 24 seconds left here in the opening quarter. Now here's Jackson. There's the pass to Kilpatrick. And some nice defense there to end the quarter.
You don't see a lot of block shots from Harris, so enjoy that one.
So at the end of 1 quarter of play, still a close game. It's Detroit leading by 3. And the second quarter will get underway just after this short break. And off we go, a close game now starting the second quarter. And what stands out to you from the Pistons so far in this one?
A huge fan of how they have rotated here defensively, been able to challenge multiple shots.
Yeah, it's been the defense that has them out in front. But let's see if they can sustain their intensity.
And the Pistons with possession here. 3-point lead. Next up on the schedule, the Grizzlies. That'll be a home game. That game marks the first half of a quick 2-game homestand. And now, brought to you by Gatorade, all fueled up and ready to go. Let's reset our lineups. On the floor for Portland, they've got Bell. Reed out there with Jackson. And it's Kilpatrick in at the 3. Here's Jackson. And Tobias Harris, the former Tennessee Volunteer. You would think a player who has been so efficient, Steve, on offense his whole career wouldn't have bounced around as much as he has.
It is surprising how much he's changed teams. Always a factor on offense, and he doesn't need many touches. If I'm a coach, I love to have him as an option.
Clock is at 3. Lets it go from 14. No good from Bell. Pistons leading by 5. That's good from Harris on the assist by Haywood. Harris has got 4 points in the quarter.
They're finding lanes to the hoop now with consistency. 5 buckets in a row from the paint.
And Bell kicks to Reed. Pass to Kilpatrick. Bell with a screen on Harris. And it's Kilpatrick missing.
And on some plays, everything goes your way, except for the finish.
Offensive rebound. Here's Harris. Good D by Bell.
Uh-oh, he misses the bunny. I think he thought somebody was coming over to contest it.
The dish to Reed. And we're a little over a minute and a half into the second quarter of action. Passes it to Lane. High post try. Rebound by the Pistons. And here is Crabbe. 6 points for him. Haywood kicks to Johnson. He feeds it to Harris. Haywood against Jackson. The turnaround Jay. Haywood gets the bucket. Haywood's got 9.
Yeah, great execution there. The turnaround, such a difficult shot to defend.
Here's Kilpatrick, guarded by Harris. Reed is screen. Here's Kilpatrick. Sinks the triple. He's got 8.
A good screen made all the difference. It led to an open look.
Second quarter of play with almost 3 minutes gone. Haywood the pass to Harris. Johnson in the corner. Harris setting the pick for Johnson. And Stanley Johnson is going to pick up a foul. That's foul number 2 for him.
Well, he has to be careful now. He doesn't want to pick up that 3rd foul this early.
So for the Trailblazers, Hollins checked in and Walker subbed in for Jackson. And the Pistons making a change here as well. Drummond's checked in. Here's Reed. Rebound by the Pistons. Kaminsky's got 5 rebounds tonight. Crabbe in the corner. Offensive rebound. Here's Drummond. Nice fake with the layup off the mark.
I like the aggressive move on the layup attempt, but the defender, he just stayed right with him.
Holland no good.
And even without that 3-ball dropping for him, the defense should have done more on that last play.
Haywood kicks to Drummond. Shoots from 14. It's tipped. Here's Holland. Again, the miss by the Trailblazers.
And the great shooters know when they've got enough opening to go for the 3. I didn't think it was a bad choice on that possession.
Now here is Harris. We saw him with 10 points last game. Here's Crabbe with the 3. Holland with the rebound. And it's Walker penetrating. That shot off the mark. The Pistons go the other way with it. Haywood dishes to Kaminsky. Feeds it to Haywood. There's Crabbe with the 3. It's good for his 4th bucket of the night. He's shooting 4 of 8.
If you relax on him out there, he's going to make you pay every time.
They could use a big shot here to get this offense going.
Too many empty possessions. Right now, they need a basket.
Got a piece of it. He dishes it to Haywood. Harris, right side. It's stolen. Fast break. Here come the Trailblazers. Walker leading the charge. And Holland gets it to go.
That's a nice one.
They are very comfortable running their offense through Walker. And you can see why. Drops a sick dime right there. That pass was right on the
Kimba
money.
sharing the basketball. Kimba sharing the
Points in the game
ball.
so far. Rejected by Walker. Second shot
Yeah,
opportunity.
defense is firm,
It's all
boy.
in by the Trailblazers.
He got the space he needed, but just blew the layup. It hurts me to see points lost like that.
Here's
Man, this
Reed,
team is sharp.
and he banks in the layup. And
It
now
definitely
just a
feels like a stronger team than
5-point
last
Detroit
year's
lead.
team, that's for sure.
And Detroit has possession. Now Haywood.
What's up, Jefferson? You want a mod or what?
First timeout right here. Smitty's still the most electrifying play in the game.
Where's Brent at? Where's Brent at? Where's Mad Dad at?
Right now in the league.
Zach LaVine is at top of my list.
High flyer, you're right.
LeBron James, Aaron Gordon, those guys.
Antetokounmpo.
Yes. I mean, you talk about guys that are trying stuff that guys don't try in games. Those guys, Russell Westbrook, love to see more of these guys in the dunk contest. But Zach LaVine right now is the top of my list.
He is. Both teams deciding to change it up.
And let's look now at some numbers for Kentavious Caldwell-Pope. How he did last season. Averaged about 12 points a game, 2 rebounds, and 2 assists. And to have a knockdown shooter like that coming off the bench, a great asset for any coach.
For sure, things can get stagnant without that spark plug. He always seems to supply points for them in bunches.
Now, here is Morris. Here's Rozier. Rebound by the Trailblazers. Marjanovic has got 3 rebounds so far in the game. There's a screen by Marjanovic. Here's Clarkson. Up it goes, and the Piston lead is cut to just 3 points on the basket for Marjanovic.
That's outstanding decision-making there to change his shot and find an open teammate for an easy basket.
Rozier kicks to Morris. Screen by Jones. Morris into the lane, and he could not get that one to go. Out of contact, and he'll go to the line for 2.
Yeah, and of course, Marcus with a twin brother, Markeith, went to college together, played in the pros together. You'll have a hard time finding a closer pair of siblings.
First free throw is good.
Marcus Morris, a stretch four out of Kansas, has a good shot from range and can stretch out a defense. Not your typical power forward.
And he makes the first, but misses the second. And with Marcus Morris, his role when he's out on the floor is to stretch a defense and pull a big away from the basket, and he accomplishes that.
Yeah, he takes a good amount of threes, and you don't mind it. He's a solid shooter from deep at his position. Teams need a big man who can shoot like him to open things up.
Detroit's gone 1 of 3 from way outside since the start of the second quarter. So he earns a trip to the line. Officials saw the contact, and he'll shoot 2. And when Marcus Morris gets a defender in a one-on-one situation, Greg, he feels the most at home.
And part of that might be from going up against his twin brother all the time when they were young. Marcus Morris has a great knack to find a shot he likes. Terrific with his mid-range.
Free throw good for Morris. He's off on the second.
And they're really getting more points at the free throw line here in the second quarter.
Right side a screen. Clarkson passes to Walker. Kicks to Whiteside. Over Drummond. Rebound Andre Drummond. Drummond's got his 5th rebound in this one. On the wing, Morris. He's covered by Iguodala. The Pistons working the ball around now. Here's Drummond, and it's blocked by Whiteside. Caldwell Pope against Walker. Whiteside up top, dishes it to Clarkson. Pass to Collins. Scored the basket, his second of 2 attempts.
And boy, did he ever sell the pump fake. Worked to absolute perfection.
Rozier kicks to Morris. Over to the wing. Drummond a screen. Here's Rozier. An easy layup after coming off the pick. Rozier's got 6.
Good pick by Andre. His athleticism to get in position, the threat to roll off, reason why that play works.
Clarkson kicks to Walker. Teardrop shot, and the shot goes in. Walker's got his first 2 points of the night.
Oh, guys, that's an impressive spin move there. Didn't think he had a handle like that.
Rozier the pass to Drummond. He kicks to Morris. Jones with the screen on Iguodala. Caldwell Pope left side. Off target from outside.
Oh, you can tell he's frustrated to get that good of a look from 3, and he didn't make it.
Here's Clarkson. And sticking right with it, gets the foul with the bucket, and he'll go to the line.
The plan of attack is obvious. Get the ball inside and go strong.
I'm wondering how Kimba would play at the 3 position. Might be worth checking it out. Running a rotation with him at 3. What would it be like with Clarkson, Kilpatrick, and Kimba? That would be sick. Might have to look into that.
One shot, gentlemen.
Here's Rozier. He has 6. There's the feed to Morris. Caldwell Pope outside. Rozier kicks to Drummond over Whiteside.
Terrific score there off the miss by Morris. Doesn't get a ton of offensive rebounds, but making that one count.
Now the pass to Kilpatrick. Len with a screen on Jones. Here's Kilpatrick. Trying to get open is Len. And the basket by Kilpatrick. Kilpatrick's got 5 points now this quarter.
He knew what he wanted to do all along. The teardrop.
Pass to Caldwell Pope. Drummond the screen.
Actually, if we can use Kimba at the 3, then we don't need to ship out Covington. He just stays as a change-up defender, giving us more capability, defensive capability at the 3 position after the Kimba change-up. So if that works, then this team actually is more lethal than I even know it is. So we'll have to see what Kimba can do at 3. Iguodala probably can cut back on his shots. We don't need him to shoot as much. If he can play defense and back up Covington, then he becomes the 3rd shooting guard, and then Kimba basically can be a 1, 2, or 3. We'll see what happens with that.
Free throw good. Clarkson. We've got 1:55 left to play here in the second quarter. Rozier kicks to Caldwell Pope. On the wing, Johnson. Passes it to Rozier. The dish now to Morris. Caldwell Pope on the wing. He feeds it to Johnson. Morris with a screen on Iguodala. Here's Johnson, and it's Johnson with the jam.
And it was the screen there, guys, that freed him up as he ran his man into it.
And then it was all acceleration, GA, to the bucket right after that.
That was just a textbook pick that allowed him room, and he took advantage of it.
Now here's Caldwell Pope, and there's another one for the Pistons. 1:09 left now here in the second. Kilpatrick passes to Whiteside. Whiteside a screen. Here's Kilpatrick. And count it. He'll head to the line with a chance to make it 3.
Well, you love the fearless, aggressive attitude. Doesn't let size matter.
The minute you back down, everyone can sense it. Then you're in trouble.
And Portland making a change here. Jackson's checked in.
1 shot, gentlemen.
.54 seconds left in the first half. Morris with a screen on Jackson. Here's Rozier. That's good, and it's his 4th basket of the game. He's a strong 4 for 6.
Excellent play call there. The defense was not prepared for the pick, and as a result, they gave up the wide open look.
Jackson dishes to Whiteside. Out left to the wing. 6 to shoot. Whiteside a screen. From deep, Iguodala. Nailed from 3-point land. Iguodala's got 5 points in the quarter. Here's Rozier. 8 points for him. Feeds it to Morris. Rejected by Len. A chance now to send it over to David Aldridge, standing by courtside. David.
Thank you, Kevin. Here with Kentavious Caldwell-Pope. And Kentavious, you guys were getting a lot of offensive rebounds in the first half. How important was that?
Oh, man, that is important, man. We got to keep them off the glass. We can't get them second shot, and we got to offensive rebound as well. Get us some second chance at the basket. Just keep working hard.
Well, you made it work in the first half, KCP. Thanks a lot. Back to you, Kevin.
Thank you, David. And we'll be back for the third quarter of action following halftime.
And now, the 2K Sports Halftime
Welcome
Show.
back, everyone, to the 2K Sports Halftime Show. Some big-time action already in this one. I'm Ernie Johnson, along with Kenny the Jet Smith and Shaquille O'Neal. The first quarter for the Trailblazers was fairly even. They never dug too deep a hole for themselves in the first period. The most they trailed by was 5. They look like a more focused team in the second quarter, and what was an early deficit for them has turned into a 3-point lead at the break. What'd you think about Portland, Kenny?
Well, there was a big spark from the bench in the first half. Sometimes you're hoping for your reserves to come in and just hold court, but they didn't do that. They actually got better.
This team's not made just to hold on. They're made to accelerate. The deeper we go on the bench, the worse it gets.
Seemed like the guys fed off
Look
the
at
high
Golden
tempo.
Boy, Oklahoma City,
Certainly,
Oklahoma
they
Golden
got the
Boy,
looks they wanted, playing an
dropping a
outstanding
dime
game.
on them.
They can keep it up in the second half.
Oh, those
they may
numbers
wear the
look
other side
good.
out.
Kilpatrick up 13. I'm loving it. I'm loving it. If he goes off for 26, then yeah, that shows this roster is the real deal.
As it's
We're
just about
legit.
time for the start of the second
I
half.
love to see the way Kimba's coming in with that changeup. Ooh wee. Ooh wee, that changeup game is looking nasty.
And welcome back to the second half of our Halloween broadcast. Pistons trailed by 3. Checking out the group for Stan Van Gundy to start the second half. Rozier's out there with Craig. Then it's Marcus Morris. Then there's Terrence Jones. And it's Drummond in at the pivot spot, manning the middle. Outside, Jones. 5 to shoot. Here's
Go
Rozier.
away from that 4-point play
Misses the
opportunity.
3, and he used the pump fake well there, but he couldn't capitalize. Clarkson kicks to Walker.
Oh,
And a
yeah.
screen. And it's Walker
those
penetrating.
guys are
This one, the
freaking
play.
rolling.
Bucket's good. He'll go to the line.
Everybody's just charging the rim.
Terrific
I like
play
it.
right there. Great strength to finish through the contact.
First trip to the free throw
Tacky.
line for him tonight.
In their last contest, guys, he was unconscious from the foul line.
Man, Kimba Walker, if everything goes well, man, he could easily be the offensive player of the year. No question.
Pistons trailed by 6.
No question. He could rip. He could rip.
Morris a screen to the inside. And the rejection
Obviously.
by Marjanovic.
Oh, yeah,
Got
yeah.
a piece of it.
Holland's
And
doing
it's out
it
of bounds
big.
as the Portland
Yeah.
Trailblazers retain possession.
And we get a
Oklahoma
chance
doing
to
it
check out the
big.
numbers for Kemba Walker. Good season for him last year.
Yeah, actually,
He put in
Kimba
about
Walker
16 points a
is a
game
great
last year. 5
replacement
assists
for
and
Collison,
3
right?
rebounds.
Because
And
Collison was
he's
kind of
been putting
that
up points with
in-between
regularity. I mean,
offensive
that's
flow
what
guy.
they
I mean, he
depend
didn't really
on,
take over
his
many
killer
games,
instinct
but he definitely knew how to find players on the court for open shots.
But he has an
He would
intelligence
get like
along
4 or
with the
5 in the
talent.
lane, and it just felt
finds
different when
new
he was in
ways
there.
to
So
beat him.
if Kimba can do that, then I think we definitely have
Over and gone here
upgraded.
in the second half.
They need a bucket in a big
Honestly,
way
we're
here
so pressed
to
with
regain
our
some
salary cap. I
Rozier
mean,
the
we are
pass to
actually
Morris.
strapped now. Gave Clarkson his oof. Oh, tolerable bond said, hell no.
Very disappointing start to this half.
Remove
3
that sheet
attempts
from these
with
premises.
nothing to show for it.
Clarkson dishes to
Oh, go
Walker.
ahead, Walker, do it then. Hit him with the
Pass to Marjanovic.
Yeah, oh yeah,
Clarkson kicks
what?
to Holland.
Yeah, right. Bye. He got
Just
that
5 on the
Boban
clock.
screen. It's all right.
A chance there to push it to double digits, but it's off the mark.
I just want to see
Pistons
Buddy fire
trail by
shots.
8.
Go ahead.
And watching Andre Drummond play, he's really just an old school type center. I mean, he eats up space in the middle and finishes plays in close. Not a skilled guy who can pull a defender away from the basket.
There's a screen. by
Ooh.
Marjanovic. Shot's good by Walker.
And he's
All
kinda
right.
always had that shoot first mentality.
I mean, if we got that shot, then
When you can shoot it like Walker,
we take a few
it's
teams
not
by
necessarily
surprise.
a bad thing.
Here's Rozier. 8 points for him. Morris a screen. And it'll go. And the Blazer lead is cut down now to just 7 on the bucket from Crab. And with Drummond, he does play like towering centers of decades past.
Yeah, you try to cover me.
Great at moving the ball around or hitting
Sorry.
From range,
shooting guard like Crab, that's what you're going to get.
Athleticism are elite and one of the best rebounders in our game.
Jones, rejected by Len. Fast break, here come the Trailblazers. Walker's running. Here's Holland. No good with the triple.
And he's trying to shoot his way out of it. You know, they have the lead, but honestly, I think it might
2 steals, though. He's got 2 steals. That means his effort is up, and I like that. Oh, my God, Boban is defending like a madman. He's defending like an insane possessed person.
Up top, Walker. He's guarded by Crab.
Ooh.
Portland, no good that time either.
Just not there from a rhythm standpoint right now. It's really eluding him.
Outside, Jones. Back to Crab. To the wing on the left. Stolen by Clarkson.
Clarkson going in on him. Oh, Professor rebounds.
Len passes to Walker.
Yeah.
Yes, it is. Scored that as a bucket. Number 5 on a 5.
As I'm a soul survivor.
The more the lead grows.
Time called here. The Pistons decide to talk it over.
I don't know how that song goes, but I know that part. 'Cause I'm a soul survivor. Yeah. Damn, you know what I could go for right now? I could go for a burger, my man. Burgers. I know I put a pull for ramen, but quite honestly, man, ramen is like, it's like bachelor food, man. It's like, you know, I remember those days when I used to sit back. I used to have to eat ramen every day just to get by. 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 We eat ramen every day, even though it makes us sick. And we eat toast all day because we can't get rid of it. Just to get by, just to get by, just to get by.
Crab with the ball. 11 points in the game. Drummond, a screen. Here's Haywood. And misses it off the right side of the rim. For Portland, they've gone an even 50% from the floor here in the third quarter. 4 of 8. Kicks it to Reed. He dishes it to Walker.
Kimba's on a rip.
And the lead
He's
now.
on
Double
a
digits
rip.
on that bucket.
I'm loving it. Kimba's going to be the surprise pickup of the season.
It's fine to extend your defense.
We're gonna make Phoenix regret trading him, huh?
That's been a problem for them all game. Teamwork is something
They got their own little knockoff Golden Boy. That's not gonna work.
Crab from long range.
Ooh,
Here's Drummond. It's deflected.
ooh, not happening.
The Trailblazers
Not
on
ha.
offense.
Oh.
12-4 run right now.
Oh hell no.
Marjanovic kicks to
Oh my God.
Holland's got 7.
Damn, Marjanovic finding the open man. I'm loving it.
That focus.
I'm loving
They have a
it.
huge lead. It's easy to get sloppy on offense. They haven't
Oh yeah,
fallen
look at
into
Golden
that
Boy
trap.
playing defense.
Now here's
Yeah.
Harris. He has 6. Down low.
No, I made him
Crab in
choke.
the corner. And right away, they match it with a
Yeah, get out of
three-pointer
here
of
with
their
that
own.
shit.
Crab's got 5 points in the quarter. And Walker kicks to Holland. The pass to Marjanovic. There's a screen by Marjanovic. Lets a floater go.
Hell yeah.
A nice shot by Reed. Reed's
Oh,
got
yeah.
a second bucket tonight.
And there's a pattern starting to take shape here. They're working it inside and getting good shots from close
We don't
range.
seem as post heavy as we were in years past. I mean, obviously I like to be post heavy, but we got a few
Dishes to
playmakers.
Drummond.
Nah, he ain't going up over Tower. Boban, my guy.
Offensive rebound. And that one's good. Drummond.
Oh, he felt
No, they
like
didn't
he
put
did
enough body
something.
on Drummond. He has too much talent for
I felt
that.
like he did something.
There's a screen by Marjanovic. High, arcing shot. Basket made. That gives him 7 field goals in 13 tries.
I don't know what Coach told him at halftime, but he is shooting the lights out right now.
The feed to Kaminsky. Down low. It's stolen by Marjanovic.
Stolen by Tower Boban.
Now, here is Reed. He's tightly guarded.
Oh, here comes Walker again. Walker, Texas Walker Ranger.
Walker against Haywood.
Called the Walker Portland Ranger.
Holland, no good. Looking at the Trailblazers, they took the last win in their last game against the Nuggets.
They did.
Haywood dishes to Cram. He kicks to Haywood. Now here's Cram. Reed covering.
Oh!
And the dunk to finish it off.
Oh!
And no doubt, they'd love to see him get a lot more.
Crab, get Joe out of here. Get Joe out of here,
And that
Crab.
deficit will go away quickly if he does, Greg.
Punk
Time
ass
call
Crab.
there. The Blazers decide to talk
Gotta
it
embarrass
over.
my guys out here, Crab. Get y'all out of here. Sit your ass down, Crab. Crab ass Crab. Sit your ass down.
So it's both teams making substitutions here. And here's a look now at the shot chart showing the field goals attempted locations for Walker.
And it's really been a tremendous night. He's been efficient. He's been a major driving force in this offense. And it's no small task to try to slow him down. Once he gets rolling, like we've seen in this game so far, watch out.
Now, here is Reed. Whiteside, a screen on Caldwell Pope. Here's Kilpatrick. Finds the bottom of the bucket from 13 feet.
Somebody hurt their ankle.
Kilpatrick's got 15.
Kilpatrick hurt his
Here's
ankle.
Cram, trailing by 13.
Yeah, that's exactly what we cannot
On
have.
the wing, Johnson. Back to Crab. Now here's Kaminsky, guarded closely. On the wing, Johnson. Basket is good, and he'll get a chance for one more at the free throw line.
How about that one? Able to maintain control and finish the play.
Andre Iguodala. He's checked in for Portland. The Pistons shooting their 5th free throw of the game here. And Detroit with a change here, too. Rozier, he's checked in for Crab.
One shot, gentlemen.
And that one falls for Johnson. Trailblazers leading by 10. Iguodala kicks to Jackson. Out to the wing. Here's Whiteside. Pass to Collins. Whiteside a screen. 6 on the shot clock. Read the pass.
Collins. Oh, he loves that mid-range
And
shot.
again, it's Portland converted.
I'm so glad he
Nice
got that
start
now.
for their offense here in the second half. Now above 50% for the game.
Rozier kicks to Kaminsky. Caldwell Pope on the wing. Reed covering. That shot by Caldwell Pope, no good. Iguodala dishes to Jackson. Passes it to Collins. He feeds it to Reed.
Nice.
Somehow ignores the tight D and gets the layup. Reed's got the lead up to 14 now for the Trailblazers. Johnson against Iguodala.
Very nice.
Iguodala with the steal. Fast break. Here come the Trailblazers.
Perfect.
Here's Jackson. That
Dr.
ball nice
Frankenstein.
that time from Andre Iguodala. Jackson's got his first 2 points of the night.
Lock up D from Iggy, keeping his hands active there.
Rozier the pass to Harris. To the wing on the left. There's the pick. Here's Rozier. 8 points for him. There's the dish to Caldwell Pope. Just 5 to shoot. From deep. Rejected by Whiteside. Reed with it. Now guarded by Caldwell Pope. And the shot goes in.
That was sick.
Reed's got 6 points in the quarter.
Yeah, and in terms of accuracy, they are dominating the second half.
I like that they're trying to maximize the value of each possession, and you know their coach likes it.
Now here is Harris. He's got 6. Johnson kicks to Rozier. There's the pick. Back to Johnson. 2 points. That one goes. Johnson's got 7 points in the game. 1:22 left to play in the third. Outside Jackson. Feeds it to Reed. Whiteside with it. Kaminsky's there.
There it goes.
And the ball travels out of bounds. It was last touched by Whiteside.
And looking now at the numbers for Kaminsky, some last season stats for him. Put up about 13 points per, 5 rebounds,
Not
and 3
against,
assists.
not against
And
the
for a
Blazers,
reserve
though.
Big man, not a big drop off when he checks in the game.
Totally. You want your team to at least hold court when the reserves come in. He definitely keeps you solid up front.
Here's Rozier.
Smack.
It doesn't go for him. Some solid defense there from Jackson.
Ugh, brother.
And they cash in right away with the quick shot. 8 points for Iguodala. Pistons trailed by 18. Rozier the pass to Johnson. Caldwell Pope kicks to Johnson. Over in the corner, Caldwell Pope. Kaminsky sets the pick for Caldwell Pope. And the shot no good, a bit short.
Still no rhythm. This may be a time when you want to make the extra pass. Give someone else a chance.
2 seconds separating the shot clock and game clock. Iguodala kicks to Collins. They set the screen. 5 to shoot. Count that one. Whiteside's got his second bucket.
And look at how quick he was to bite on the pump fake. Left his feet way too soon.
Here's Johnson. He got it up in time, but it wouldn't fall for him.
And just marvelous work on the defensive side from Andre. So good at getting a hand up and contesting shots.
Yeah, that's a nice, that's a nice game right here. Showing some power over the East. We're not finna lay down for them, no sir. Defending the paint like it's got a president in it, and we the Secret Service. Doing it big, large status. This is a no-fly zone.
Let's listen
No-fly
to
zone.
Coach
We
Dan
here.
Van Gundy from a few moments ago.
We need to make
Shut your ass, Stan Van Gundy. You ain't finna do a damn thing, my boy.
aggressive play.
Stan, you ain't finna do a goddamn thing, my boy.
Wanting to keep up the energy here, Stan
No, sir.
Van Gundy would also like to add a dose of greater efficiency.
You know, it's a delicate balance. To perform your best, you need to go 100%, but also be in control while doing it.
Getting
Yeah.
underway here in the fourth quarter. The scoreboard tells the story
That'll
of this
make a
matchup.
difference.
But we'll see how much things change up here. A chance here to get a quick injury report.
Hi, guys. Well, the head athletic trainer for Portland provided some information. He told me that, in his opinion, the injury does not appear to be too serious.
Ooh.
That is a bitter pill for them to swallow.
Well, that's a good thing about having Kimba Walker. If Kilpatrick goes down, we still got somebody like a reckless slasher.
Deal with, but they're just a fact of life in the NBA.
And he'll have a lot
Dunk
of support
on
as he
him.
goes through the recovery process. They want him back as soon as possible.
and we know how much better they'll be as a team when he's out of those street clothes and back in uniform.
They've got Iguodala. Whiteside is out there with Alex Len. Then there's Jordan Clarkson, and it's Jackson in the shooting guard position. That's the group on the floor for Portland. Detroit with the ball. The Blazers getting the bucket. Here's Rozier. Terrific design on the pick play, and he lays it in.
You can see there the defender allows himself to get picked.
You know, it's all about effort. Sometimes
Dr.
you're going to get hit
Frankenstein.
on hard screens. You
jab
just
step
have
him.
to fight through them.
Len, a screen.
Don't shoot it, Hassan. Look at, there he goes.
Here's Whiteside. No good with the triple.
And I thought that was
Why
gonna
did you
drop.
think that was
It
going to
looked
drop? Are
good
you
from
insane?
here.
Here's Rozier. Morris with a screen on Jackson. Here's Caldwell Pope, and Detroit again with the bucket.
And KCP's quickness makes him tough to track coming off those screens.
Yeah, our defense is way too
Clarkson
strong
with
for
the ball.
them.
Picked up by Harris. Whiteside sets the pick for Clarkson.
Oh, and then Clarkson starts weaving around. Oh.
Moves back up, and it's out of bounds as the Portland Trailblazers retain possession.
No chin having that.
Trailblazers making a switch here. Hollins checked in, and the Pistons making a change here as well. Drummond's checked in. Goes up off the pick. The dunk and the foul, a powerhouse move, and he's got a chance for one more at the line. That one on Caldwell Pope. And Smitty, I heard somewhere that both Larry Bird and Kevin Durant did a lot of wrist strengthening exercises when they were growing up. How important is wrist strength to basketball players, and especially shooters like yourself?
You know, when you're taught the game of shooting a basketball, Kevin, they say get your legs into it. But there's sometimes you are in situations where the only thing you can do is use your arms and your wrists. And you see guys right now from a flat-out standstill position deep behind the three-point line, a la Kevin Durant, Steph Curry. They're just shooting it with all arms and wrists. So it's very important to strengthen your wrists and your arms.
And did you do that? Did you do any of that wrist strengthening when you played, and did you adhere to that?
Nah, I let my wrist be
Kevin. All I
floppy.
did was did some push-ups.
I let my wrist be limp and floppy, he said.
Morris, no good. Portland leading by 23.
Oh, what a terrible
Out of
pass.
bounds, Detroit takes possession.
What a terrible pass.
Marjanovic checked in for Whiteside. Time called here.
Coach needs to tell Hassan he needs to walk up to that 7-foot mofo and just jump up right in front of him and slap him in his face.
You know, for the most part, their perimeter D
And then
is
he needs
holding
to
up.
grab him by
They
his
might
ear
have
when
to
he's up there. So
sacrifice some
with
of
one
that
hand he
to
jumps
close
up there,
down the
right?
lane.
As he's jumping, with one arm he slaps him on the cheek, right? And with the other arm he reaches up and grabs him by the ear, right? And he brings him down by his ear, right? And he brings him all the way down to his face and he's like, Hassan, listen to me. And brings him in close and tell him like that. He's like, listen, if you shoot that fall away, that jump away 3-point perimeter shot ever again, I'm gonna kneecap you. I'm gonna end your basketball career myself. Do you understand? And then he needs to grab Hassan by the other ear and then knee him right in the He said, get your head back in the game. Stop with the bull crap. It's time to win. You know, that's how he really needs to get in Hassan's ear like that, you know.
The Pistons have gone 2 of 4 from the field since we started the final quarter of play. Drummond a screen. Rozier kicks to Caldwell Pope. Tries it from 19. Count it. Caldwell Pope's got 4 points now in the quarter.
And we're seeing a little more of this from KCP, working that in-between area, trying to improve his efficiency.
Again, the miss by the Trailblazers.
Coming down the stretch here, holding the lead. You like him to be more efficient offensively.
A second chance effort, and so he draws the foul on the shot. A trip to the
Nothing
line
for
to
free,
shoot
though.
2.
Good job.
No stranger to getting fouled. Drummond often one of the lead
no free
leaders
shots.
in free throw attempts per game. Do you see the frame on Andre Drummond? Easy for me to see why he can shed off so many defenders inside. He's incredibly strong, Hard to stop when he gets near the rim.
Take a break. Take a break. 2 shots.
Yeah, Diamond District's holding on to this one.
Free throw, good, Drummond. And the strength of Andre Drummond, you talked about it, Steve. It's not just upper body, but lower body as well. He can open up a lot of space if he gets the ball down low.
You know, once he gets it in the paint, there's nothing you can do. His footwork off the block is coming along well. It's a process for him to refine his moves.
And both free throws good for Drummond.
He entered the league with high expectation. Drummond made a lot of mistakes early, as one would expect. Now starting to come into his own.
Here's Kilpatrick. Now here's Marjanovic. Holland gets the three-pointer to fall.
Not sure who was supposed to close out on him. Huge defensive breakdown.
And this has been a running theme. Guys out of position, failing to contest. Just look at the scoreboard.
Now here's Caldwell Pope. You always hear about a player working extra hard in the offseason when they're approaching free agency, or how much truth is there to the idea, Steve, of a player doing more in a contract year, trying harder?
Well, you hear it. I mean, you hear teammates, you hear guys, competitors, you hear us analysts saying, you know, when there's a contract year for a lot of guys,
Ugh.
and you look at a guy.
Oh yeah, terrible ball.
I think the guy that you respect the most is when they play the same way all the time, whether it's a contract year or the first year. But a lot of guys do ramp it up and make more shots when it's a contract year.
But that's human nature, don't you think? I mean, if you know there's a prize at the end, the harder you work. If there's a big test at the end of the week, you study harder. I mean, I would just think that's just human nature.
It is, and I think for instance, the teams and general managers, you have to do your homework.
Oh yeah,
to understand
Oklahoma's in his
that you're
face.
paying for a long time.
And that's the battle they haven't been winning today. Their work on the glass has been porous, and that's got to change.
Glenn, a screen.
Nice.
Here's Clarkson.
Oh.
Here's Kilpatrick. He's guarded by Caldwell Pope. And it's Kilpatrick missing.
The open mid-range jump shot. He knows he has to hit that one.
On the wing, Morris. And it's Jones, that time on the assist by Morris.
Attacking on the interior, I like that attitude.
Portland leading by 22. Glenn with a screen on Jones. Here's Kilpatrick. Sweet little floater.
And it's all about the release when you shoot the floater.
The Pistons have gotten just under 45% of their attempts to drop in the fourth. 4 of 9. Morris with a screen on Clarkson. Rozier kicks to Jones. 5 to shoot. And here's Morris for 3. Another 3 for Detroit.
And the confidence of Morris, even with the hand in his face, he knows he can deliver.
Marjanovic with a screen for Clarkson. And the pass to Kilpatrick. There's a screen by Marjanovic. And a lot of contact on that one, so he'll shoot 2 here. That one on Caldwell Pope. Well, Steve, it's something that everyone has a different opinion on. How do you feel about the current amount of years a player has to play in college before they enter the NBA draft?
Well, Kevin, I look at it this way. I like the notion that people have been throwing around that you're able to come out of high school and go to NBA. But if you choose to go to college, you must play 2 years. So I'm leaning toward and researching and looking at that. I think I'm on board with that because there are some guys should have the opportunity straight out of high school, and there are some guys I think need college. So I think if they can balance that out, and I think that's the way I would be leaning.
I like that perspective. First free throw is good. Detroit making a switch here. Rabs checked in. Both good from the line that time. And replay review now commonplace. In the interest of speeding up those reviews, Steve, the league last season allowing officials at the replay center in Secaucus, New Jersey to make the call. You like that decision?
You know I do, but I think sometimes finding a way to speed it up, and I think there's some way where you can have a referee right there on site also can be able to get a chance to see the play, because sometimes technology doesn't get back from Secaucus back to the game. If some kind of way, the middleman, if he's there in his obvious play, that can cut the time, you know, because right now sometimes it's taking a long time.
As long as they get it right, correct? How they do it, who cares? As long as they get the call right, though, to me is the most important. What about you?
I do love that, Kevin, but I think sometimes, you know, human error is a part of basketball. The refs can't be perfect. And so sometimes if they're a bad call, it's just a bad call you got to live with.
Here's Kilpatrick after the basket by Detroit. He dishes it to Land. Pass to Holland. There's a screen by Marjanovic. And that's going to be a travel.
And that's going to go back the other direction, but they played a pretty clean game. Not many giveaways, and the score reflects that.
Kemba Walker is checked in for the Trailblazers. Pistons trailed by 19. Here's Rozier. Kicks it to Morris. Drummond sets the screen for Morris. To the right side. Crabbe from long range. Another three for Detroit.
He is starting to build up a little confidence. Hit just 1 3 in the entire first half, but he has hit 2 more since then.
And Walker kicks to Holland. That falls. Nice feed that time from Walker. Walker's got 3 assists in the game. Here's Rozier. Morris with a screen on Clarkson. Rozier the pass to Jones. Here's Rozier. Morris outside. Jones with the screen on Len. And here's Morris for 3. Holland with the rebound. Holland's got his 3rd rebound on the night. Dishes to Clarkson. Outside, Walker. The feed to Len. From the arc. Doesn't get it to drop for him. And the Pistons now going the other way.
Obviously, this has been a tough quarter for him, but he's still trying to keep a positive mindset.
Is it me, or does it just feel like he gets every rebound that comes up?
No, it's felt like that all game. He is just aggressive and finds ways to snag rebounds out of thin air sometimes. He got a good look from the mid-range area. He needs to shoot this one with more confidence.
On the wing, Jones. Pass to Crabbe. Here's Rozier. Morris outside. Misses off the right eye. Trailblazers leading by 19. The dish to Clarkson. Pass to Holland. Back to Clarkson. He kicks the land. Now the pass to Marjanovic. High arcing shot. Morris with the rebound. Pistons trailed by 19. Outside, Jones. Drummond the screen. Rozier kicks to Drummond. To end the drought. It's hauled in by the Trailblazers. Marjanovic has got rebound number 13 with that last one. They set the pick. Feeds it to Clarkson. Jones against Len. Marjanovic, a screen on Drummond. Walker. Len dishes to Walker. Back to Len. And here's Clarkson. Here's Holland. He feeds it to Len. There's a screen by Marjanovic. Here's Walker. Rebound by the Pistons.
Woo! Weak effort to set a screen allows the defender to get right in position.
And tonight's battle.
That fool better not be calling Boban's screen weak. Hell no, he better not.
To chance. Impressive win for Portland.
Starting five must have been happy to get so much help from the reserves in this game.
And they not only lightened the load, the subs did nothing less than guarantee a win.
And ever win important, and this one will go down as win number 3.
And so they'll take the first game of the season series, a team they'll only see twice. They're certainly happy to start it off with a win.
And a great team effort tonight, helped in large part with contributions, and the nice night it ended up being for Walker.
You know, he was flying around on both ends of the floor. Terrific energy and enthusiasm, and that rubbed off on his teammates. I thought he was a catalyst tonight.
And that replay presented by Under Armour, showing us the fantastic steal that led to that fast break finish. Another unleashed chaos moment. So it's the Pistons now. There's the screen. Drummond a screen. Here's Rozier. He's covered by Clarkson. And it's Rozier missing. Now Clarkson. And so Portland takes this one, but by a big margin. They poured it on tonight. Dominant showing in front of a crowd that loved every minute of it.
And, you know, this game could really be a defining one for what they can do when they are playing at their best. I mean, being here at home no doubt helps, and the execution was flawless.
Well, folks, that's going to do it for now. For Steve Smith, Greg Anthony, and David Aldridge, this is Kevin Harlan, thanking you for being with us. We'll see you later.
All right, we got a solid outing for Rip. We got Kilpatrick, KP with 19, Kimba with 18. Yes, double barrels. Hollins with 13, triple barrels. Marjanovic, 15 rebounds. Whiteside, almost double-double. Kimba keeping the offense flowing. Oh yeah, Oklahoma put together a stat line. We can get a better efficiency out of the shooting. But Clarkson had a way worse day shooting. I mean, I guess it's not way worse, but it looks worse. Bell also had a terrible day shooting. He normally has a fine day shooting. Like, I mean, not like he's got to put up 15 points, but he knows how to get up to 6 or 8 points, no problem. He knows how to do that. He knows how to do it. All right, let's see here. Oh, yeah, he twisted his ankle. I see. Well, we'll let Kilpatrick rest a little bit. We're not going to take him all the way off.
Better stay off my property.
Shoot, if I almost got dusted. People need to be careful. Fucking dumbasses out here. Ugh, brother. He better fucking chill. Fucking dumbass. All right, let's go ahead and distribute some minutes. See what happens. Second game versus the Nuggets. You know, that's a lock. I mean, maybe it's not a lock, but we're gonna make it look like one. Check injuries. I lowered injuries on the slider. What's that? I mean, you can make one. That's it. All right, yeah, looks like we're all the injuries. Ever since I adjusted the sliders, it looks like only game time injuries. Let's see.
It's the 2K Sports pregame show.
Hello again, everybody. I'm Ernie Johnson. Welcome to 2K Sports. We're already getting the feel for this new NBA season. Taking it all in with me, Kenny the Jet Smith and Shaquille O'Neal. Tonight's broadcast will feature the Denver Nuggets as they go up against the Portland Trailblazers. For Portland, the game tonight marks their second of 4 meetings they will play this season, and they come into this one feeling pretty good after winning the last time they met. And tonight it's a race of thoroughbreds, 2 clubs that can go end to end in a flash. What is it that makes these teams so good in transition?
THTA-TDI.
And what does that mean?
They have athletes to do it. They have the athletes to do it.
I knew what that meant.
That's it. Good ball handlers and good finishes, man. THT-HTDI.
Not only that, they spend a lot of time perfecting it. The moment they get the ball, TLTP. They look to push.
WSIDTKH FTC. We send it down to Kevin Harlan for the call.
Shoot, Hammer's ready to do the thing. You already know how Hammer do. This video is sponsored by Tiggle Bitties. Get you some consent and grab a fresh pair of Tiggle Bitties.
Along with Greg Anthony, Brett Berry, and our sideline reporter David Aldridge, this is Kevin Harlan. The Denver Nuggets come into tonight's game after losing earlier in the season in their last game against Portland.
Yeah, and they got beat last time these two teams met, and really free throws were the story.
And nothing tips off a broadcast like getting the lowdown from the sidelines. And we've got David Aldridge there for that. David, good evening.
Well, guys, when I asked him what impressed him the most about today's opponent, he immediately referred to the explosiveness on their offense. He said they have so many different ways to hurt you that it's impossible to take away everything. It's just about damage control. And he acknowledged they've got a big job to do defensively. Back to you, Kevin.
Thank you, David. And an exciting start to the year, but a long way to go. If you're a veteran player, how do you pace yourself?
Well, you asked the coach if you could have a night off here and there. We've seen, obviously, the league going to this, Kevin, making sure that physically the players have the most that they can have come postseason and not get overextended during the regular season. And then if you know the game well enough, Kevin, there's certainly ways throughout the course of a ball game to know when it is you can exert yourself and then pull back a little bit. And that doesn't mean that the guy's not playing hard or competing. It just means that there's a little bit of smartness with regards to how he's approaching each and every contest.
We've got a chance here to set the floor, courtesy of Gatorade, all fueled up and ready to go for this one. On the floor for Portland, Clarkson is out there with Kemba Walker. Then there's Len. Then there's Marjanovic. And Howland in at the small forward position. Now Clarkson. Wilson Chandler missing from long range. Marjanovic with a screen for Clarkson.
Shoot that.
Here's Howland. Here's
Tower of
Marjanovic.
Boban.
And the layup's good off the glass.
Really nice job to convert the putback opportunity there. I mean, he stayed with that play from start to finish. That's something we say about him a lot.
Now, here's Jokic. A 17-point game for him in the win against the Cavaliers in Cleveland.
The everlasting
I felt like in that game,
tree.
too, he was a man on a mission defensively. Finishing up with 4 steals is an impressive feat. And you can tell takes pride in that part of the game.
And so here's Denver. Coming into this, having notched a win against Cleveland in their last game.
Just a terrific effort off the bench. Guys came in, they seemed fresh, and they all contributed.
Well, most of the time, guys come off the bench and just try to stabilize. Tonight, they got some serious points, and when you're on the road, it gives you unanticipated advantages.
Now, here's Clarkson. Following the miss by Jokic. There's a screen by Marjanovic. Fires from the line. Pass to Holland. Now the feed to Clarkson. There's a screen by Marjanovic. Throws up again, and that one good from Clarkson. Clarkson's got his first basket of the night.
And defensively, you've got to make a greater effort working over the screens.
Yeah, it's a bit of a lazy play right there. You're hoping that the guy misses the shot without really doing your job in challenging it.
And there's the foul on the shot. He'll go to the line for 2. And there's the call. Portland the foul.
I think what I appreciate about Jokic is the hard work that he continues to put in. Not only what he wants to do, but what his brothers want him to do. And that's not waste this opportunity to become the best player he can be.
2 shots.
Free throw, good. Jokic.
Well, a great battle last year as the season finished off between the Nuggets and Blazers to make the playoffs. Denver did not. So they made some trades, tried to make a push. This year they've got to make some improvements and maybe
Denver
find
got
themselves
strangled.
in one of those top 8 slots to play in
They
the
got
postseason.
smothered.
That's also good. So he hits both free throws. And Brent, for the Nuggets, you get the feeling of excitement for this franchise.
There's no excitement.
Well,
They're
you feel
losing
like
here.
this team's not just going to
They're
make the
gonna lose.
playoffs once, but could have a very effective long run in the Western Conference, and they're going to be playing a style that a lot of their fans and certainly fans around the league are going to appreciate. Off-ball movement and passing. You know, there's a team in Golden State that seemed to do that with great effectiveness.
And it's the Nuggets with the ball after the Trailblazers pick up 2. Screen by Fareed. The shot by Chandler. Wide open. Jokic. And that's good. A nice job in the glass as they pick up 2 on the second effort.
And boy, did they need that one. Their first make in the 5 field goal attempts they've had.
Outside, Walker. There's the pass to Holland. Dishes it to Len. And some nice ball movement here by the Trailblazers. Holland, the pass to Len. Lock at 6. And Walker kicks to Holland. They get the rebound. Walker goes in. Count that one.
And giving up some height, he just finds a way to carve out a little separation.
This is sort of the joust of the NBA where the aggressive player, more often than not, wins out.
And this is his first trip to the line tonight.
Take a look at Mike Malone as he made the switch from the Sacramento Kings and made his way to the Rocky Mountain, and he's got these fans on a high. He wants a lot from his players. He's got a lot of youth on this roster and is treating each one of them fairly until one steps out as a superstar for the Nuggets.
He used that pick to get in close.
Well, some good interior crucial points here as Murray's staying active in the paint.
Len sets a screen for Clarkson. In the hoop for his third make from the field. He's 3 for 4 thus far in the contest. First quarter of play and just over 3.5 minutes in. Smart kicks to Jokic. A putback. Jokic on the follow.
Well, a good job around the rim of Jokic getting in great position and then using his huge frame to snatch up that rebound.
There's a screen by Marjanovic. Now, here's Clarkson, guarded by Smart. Marjanovic with a screen for Walker. Down to 5 on the shot clock. He used that pick to perfection. Walker's got 5 now.
Well, that screen wasn't quite as effective as it could be. However, they find a way to get it done. Credit the shooter for overcoming that aggressive defense.
Now here's Murray. His last outing, he had 8 points. Jokic a screen. The Nuggets keep it going. A new 24-second shot clock. Smart passes to Jokic.
And you can see he just didn't get squared up with his feet.
Smart with the ball. He had 19 points in the win against Cleveland. Inside, shot clock at 6. Rejected by Marjanovic.
And already they've staked out a noticeable advantage in terms of aggression and controlling the backcourt.
For Portland, they have shot just 1 free throw earlier. 1 for 1 in the game. Free throw good from Walker. Kemba Walker hits them both.
Well, he talks so much about rhythm from the field. How about a rhythm from the free throw line? That looks good.
Now here's Murray. He's guarded closely. Jokic again. Jokic has got 8 points.
Growing confidence for Jokic around the rim. Feels like no defender can stop him in the paint.
Len sets a screen for Walker. Clarkson with the ball. Now guarded by Smart. That one good for 2. 8 points for him.
Yeah, off to a strong start here early. 6 points off second chance buckets.
Chandler kicks to Jokic. Back to Chandler. Jokic sets the screen for Chandler. Blanketed by the D. He fights to the rim for the layup. Chandler's got his first points of the night.
And look at how quick he was to bite on the pump fake. Left his feet way too soon.
Here's Clarkson. Marjanovic. He hangs in there and cashes in on the second chance points.
And loving the hustle here early. I mean, they struck first on the offensive glass.
Murray, the pass to Jokic. Shoots over Marjanovic. Jokic sets the screen for Chandler. Off the pick. Len grabs the board.
And that one gives them a +5 rebound advantage, Kevin.
And dishes to Walker. There's a screen by Marjanovic. And there's the whistle. Illegal screen.
That's his second foul of the first quarter, and they may want to sit him for a while to avoid number 3.
And the Nuggets making a change here. Markkanen's checked in. Andre Iguodala. He's checked in for the Trailblazers. Jackson comes in for Jordan Clarkson. Jokic a screen. On the wing, Chandler. Over Iguodala. The offensive rebound.
This is a guy whose mindset just never changes. Even when they're losing, he's always going to be aggressive.
Len sets a screen for Walker. And he gets the shot to fall after coming off the pick. Walker's got 9 points.
This is as good as it gets for a first quarter in terms of shooting the basketball.
Chandler outside. Pass to Jokic. Down through the hoop it goes. That's his 5th make on 9 shots from the floor.
And when he gets a few to go, Jokic just gets into the zone. He's a talented big man who can score from anywhere.
Now here's Jackson to the left side wing. Here's Len. That's good. And it's Jackson with the assist that time. And the Trailblazers lead by 7. For Denver, they've gotten 7 of their first 16 field goal attempts to go down here in the first. Smart kicks to Jokic. And it's out of bounds. They say it was last touched by Marjanovic. A chance here to assess what parts of the floor the attempts have been coming from as we look at the shot chart for the Blazers.
And they've pretty much ignored the corner 3 tonight. It's a useful shot to have. It really forces the D out wide and opens things up in the middle.
Catching up on the changes for Denver. Dwight Howard's checked in for Jokic. Hernan Gomez comes in for Wilson Chandler. And Emmanuel Mudiay subbed in for Marcus Smart. Portland on defense. 7-point differential. A nice shot by Howard.
And Howard's release is a little unconventional, but it works. The D must pay attention to him from that range.
Right side a screen. Kilpatrick passes to Collins. And the officials call a traveling violation. Here on the 2K leaderboard are the rebounding leaders from a season ago. Second is Hassan Whiteside.
What a season he had in the paint. I mean, his rebounding numbers really mind-boggling. Who wouldn't love to have a guy like that?
Now here's Murray. He feeds it to Mudiay. Howard setting the pick for Mudiay. Shoots off the screen. And it's out of bounds. The Nuggets able to retain possession here.
Yeah, checking out some stats for Iguodala. Last season's performance for him. He was around 7 points a game last year. 4 rebounds and 2 assists. And guys, no question, he's a guy with some talent. But honestly, even he'd like to see those numbers improve.
From all the whispers that we've heard, he's been working hard on his game. It just has not showed up yet in the box score.
The tray.
Iguodala getting his hands up and extending the arms to challenge the shooter.
Back to Mudiay. There's a screen. Screen by Howard. Mudiay kicks to Hernan Gomez. Here's Howard. No luck. They battled on the glass but couldn't knock it down. And there are a lot of things to like about Hassan Whiteside's game, but one is his focus on his ability to rebound.
Well, so many nights where you look at the stat sheet and Whiteside collecting 15, 18, 20 rebounds. That is a guy who's dominating the glass, and that can give you confidence as a defender that your big man is going to take care of any miss.
The Trailblazers have yet to miss from the free throw line. They're 3 for 3.
And their free throw percentage as a unit last year, 76%, right around the middle of the road.
And he makes the first. Hey, Brent, as we move toward a more positionless league, versatility obviously is such a key. Who do you think are some of the more versatile centers in the game right now?
Well, I'm not going to put them in any particular order, but Anthony Davis playing a little bit more of the 5 is certainly a nightmare matchup. He's expanded his range to be able to shoot threes. Kristaps Porzingis represents basketball's version of a unicorn. Nobody knows what to make of that guy. DeMarcus Cousins, we see Karl Anthony Towns exploring his game in Minnesota. and the versatility he has as a passing big that can shoot from range. And Joel Embiid in Philadelphia is raising all kinds of eyebrows, Kevin. I've just never seen somebody with that kind of size and that kind of mobility have such a soft touch from the three-point line. So the new evolutionized 5 position and revolutionized 5 position is in good shape.
That's a great list. Here's Jackson following the basket by Dwight Howard. And here is Markkanen. He hasn't scored yet. That I'm sure will change. Here's Moutier. Doesn't go for him. Some solid defense there from Jackson. Iguodala outside. Whiteside sets the pick for Iguodala. First shot, first basket. He's out of the blocks fast.
They're finding lanes to the hoop now with consistency. 5 buckets in a row from the paint.
They've been looking out of sync offensively.
Yeah, their offense has ground to a standstill.
Here's Murray, and it's blocked by Whiteside.
As soon as Whiteside positions himself, he just spikes that one away. It's like he's playing beach volleyball.
Here's Kilpatrick. He's covered by Murray. Kilpatrick passes to Whiteside. Whiteside a screen. Just 5 to shoot. Here's Iguodala. And oh boy, a lot of contact there, but he gets the call and will shoot 2.
And checking out the numbers for Whiteside, he's coming off an excellent season. 2nd in rebounding. And he finished among the top 10 in blocks, bringing that intimidation factor to the paint.
And looking back at last season, his complete dominance on the boards to rank number 2 overall. Absolutely remarkable. The free throw drops for Iguodala.
Yeah, drawing fouls and making them pay at the line.
And both free throws good for Iguodala.
Iguodala's leadership is really unsurpassed. Steve Kerr calling him the adult in the room. His teammates definitely listen and respect all things that he offers up.
Now here's Markkanen. 9 points last game out. Now here's Murray. Reed covering. With some arc, and it's blocked by Whiteside. And they're able to recover. Reed kicks to Jackson. They set the screen to the paint. Here's Lane. And the shot is good, dropping in off the front of the rim.
Already, they've piled up 8 second chance points.
Now, Moutier. No scoring yet from him, but that's likely to change. There's the dish to Markkanen. Howard with a screen on Whiteside. Here's Murray. Beats the shot clock, but can't get it to fall. So as we end the first quarter, already a double-digit ball game. Trailblazers lead by 11. And we'll be back shortly for the start of the second quarter. Welcome back, everyone. A lopsided first quarter in the books already as we start this second quarter. And looking at what we've seen, Trailblazers pretty much in control here.
For me, that defense in the first period, just tremendous shot blocking.
Yeah, that prevented some points, didn't it? Also, how you have that intimidation factor going early on. You wonder if in the fourth quarter they'll think back to the first.
The Nuggets trail by 11. Here are the 5 Portland has to start the second quarter. They've got Jackson. Iguodala out there with Whiteside. Then it's Reed, and it's Lane in at the center position. Now, here is Hernan Gomez. Quiet so far offensively, searching for his first points of the game. 5 on the clock, and he comes up with the deuce. Moutier's got the second quarter going with the first basket of the period for Denver. Kicks to Reed. There's the pick. Right wing, out of bounds. Denver takes possession. Denver shooting a meager 37% for the game. Moutier dishes to Howard. Now here's Moutier. Defense right on him. 6 on the shot clock. Shoots from the baseline, and he overshot that one, missing. Looking at Portland, they took a win in their last game against Detroit.
And this is why depth is so important. You know, next man up, and it's pretty much the philosophy for every good team in our league.
You're going to have injuries. You're going to have nights where there's foul troubles or the starters just struggle. So you need a strong bench to remain consistent in this league.
They need a good offensive possession.
Yeah, they've gone a long time without a bucket.
Good on that shot, and with that, the Trailblazer lead is cut to just 7 on the basket for Murray. Right side a screen. Here's Jackson. Mozgov grabs the board.
And I think the defense made an impact on that play, making the shooter feel a bit uncomfortable on release.
Howard at the elbow. Feeds to Murray. Over Iguodala. And the rejection by Iguodala.
Iguodala demonstrating his defensive prowess yet again. Superb reach on that block.
Jackson passes to Whiteside. Over Howard. That's short off the rim.
And that's really a function of the offense not working as it should.
Yeah, maybe lazy play calling or just going through the motions on that possession. This often leads to a bad shot.
Now here's Moutier. Wide open look here for Murray. That 3 off the mark.
I'm shocked that didn't turn into 3 points. I mean, he makes you pay on those nearly every time.
Pass to Reed. It's tipped. Right side a screen. Reed down low. He's covered by Murray. Mozgov with the block.
And the size and length of Mozgov, a big factor. Hard to convert when he's there.
Marcus Smart's check in for the Nuggets. The Nuggets trail by 7. About 3 minutes played so far in the second quarter. Moutier kicks to Howard. And he could not get that one to go. A lot of contact, and he'll go to the line for 2.
And you know how physical Howard is down there. When he's going up with his shot, he is expecting contact.
And Dwight Howard, the first pick overall in the 2004 draft. At his peak, he won the Defensive Player of the Year award in 3 consecutive seasons. And Brent, he's the only one.
I think you have to at some point just realize what it is that Dwight Howard has been for the length of his career. A lot of people had tremendous expectations that he was going to dominate offensively. It's just not been the case. He has led the league in rebounding 6 times. He's been an 8-time All-Star and will probably end up being in the Hall of Fame.
We've heard the rumors, Brent, the death of the big man, but with guys like Towns and Porzingis and others entering the league that can play on the perimeter and still have that length to make a difference inside, could we see a big man renaissance, or at least maybe see him have more of an impact than people are giving him credit for right now?
Well, I think what we're seeing is the evolution of the 5 spot, Kevin. So it's not that the big man is lost. It's that the big man's doing a lot of the things that the little man used to be asked to do, and that is shooting threes, handle the ball, make some decisions at the top of the key, be a playmaker. It's fascinating to watch guys with this sort of size and this sort of skill, and also being this young, having such a tremendous impact for the organizations they're playing for.
Now, here is Reed. His last outing, he had 8 points. Just under 3.5 minutes played here in the second quarter. Whoops, they pick off the pass. And here's the break. Clarkson with the ball. Now defended by Moutier. Clarkson kicks to Reed. Shot to end this cold run. Back to Clarkson. He dishes it to Reed. Poked loose. And it's out of bounds. The Trailblazers able to retain possession here. Jokic has checked in for Dwight Howard. And Portland with a change here too. Walker's checked in. Here's Clarkson. 8 points for him. There's the pick. Shot clock at 5. Walker dishes to Clarkson. Over Moutier. Wilson Chandler with the rebound.
Not sure what the D was doing there. Clearly a breakdown. You can ill afford to give a guy like him that good a look.
Pass to Mozgov. The Nuggets moving the ball around. Pick by Mozgov. Chandler kicks to Mozgov. He got an advantage there off the pick and took it right in.
And I'll tell you what, at his size, once Mozgov gets the ball that close, it's lights out.
Outside, Walker. Down the pass to Lane. Stolen by Smart.
Man, it's close, but, you know, didn't get on balance quick enough.
Jokic a screen. The feed now to Mozgov. Shoots over Walker. Second shot opportunity. Jokic, no good. Portland leading by 3. Here's Holland. Their offense stone cold. Another miss there. The Nuggets have gone 3 of 8 from the field since the beginning of the second quarter. Dishes it to Mozgov. Picked by Mozgov. Over in the corner, Moutier. Shot clock at 5. The 9-foot shot. Bounces high off the rim and drops. Mozgov's got his second basket of the night.
They are just killing them on the interior.
Outside, Walker. Bell passes to Lane. Here's the screen. Teardrop shot. And he's fouled pretty hard on that shot, but he's got the chance to pick up the points at the line. The Trailblazers have gone a perfect 7 of 7 from the line tonight. Throw good. Clarkson. Denver making a switch here. Fareed is checked in. And both free throws good for Clarkson. So it's Denver now. Only giving up 2 points this quarter. It's off to Charlotte for them after this game as they take on the Hornets. And that'll be the first of a 2-game road trip for them. Jokic a screen. Smart kicks to Moutier. 5 on the clock. Passes to Jokic. And they force the shot clock violation. Great D.
All right, a chance to look at the stats for Nikola Jokic. Great showing for him last season. Averaged about 14 points, 10 rebounds, and 3 assists. And he led the charge when it came to scoring, led the team.
Yeah, he shot the lights out all year long from a variety of spots on the floor. Love that versatility.
Portland again missing.
And listen, you can't design a play any better to get a look that good. Just couldn't knock it down.
The best players know that is going to happen, and you just can't let it get into your head. It's a shot that you want to take.
Back to Moutier. Fareed setting the pick for Smart. Chandler inside the line. Offensive rebound. Portland leading by 3. Marks and dishes to Collins. Here's Kilpatrick. And it's Jokic with the rebound. Jokic has got 5 rebounds tonight. They've been struggling here on offense.
Yeah, a bit of a dry spell for sure.
Smart kicks to Jokic. Back to Smart. Out to the wing. Here's Moutier. Sinks that one from the post.
Not the biggest guy of the 10 on the floor, but showing big heart on that possession.
Clarkson against Fareed. Nice pass. Led him to the rack perfectly for the layup. Bell's got his first bucket in this one. Now here's Smart. Tee right on him. Here's Fareed. Moutier kicks to Fareed. At the elbow, Jokic. Chandler outside. Jokic sets the screen for Chandler. Out left to the wing. Jokic a screen. Here's Smart. Rebound by the Trailblazers. They've led by as many as 11 points. Here's Holland. A three-pointer off the mark.
Trying to shoot his way out of this slump, but thus far, not working.
Yeah, I hope it hasn't gone to his head. He may be trying too hard at this point.
Now here's Fareed. He had 10 points in the win against Cleveland.
And he also positioned himself perfectly to grab all those rebounds, guys. Can't forget about the fundamentals.
And it'll go. And the Blazer lead is cut down to just 1 on the basket from Chandler. So timeout called here, the first for Portland.
And Kenneth Fareed, the manimal, once a force at the power forward position, but now seems to be more comfortable coming in as a role player, giving his energy to the basketball game. And see his production decline steadily since his 3rd year in the league, but still a positive for a team, just in lesser doses with a lesser role.
For Fareed, there's the possibility that the style he played is something that the league moved away from. That there isn't a high demand for undersized power forwards who can't shoot.
Well, the idea is that Fareed might not just be bulky enough to do what it is that a lot of teams have in terms of a guy setting screens and then around the rim to carve out space. The manimal really doesn't do that, and if he works on his shooting range and shows that he's a threat, Kevin, that's going to help out his chances.
And the Nuggets with some changes. Markkanen comes in for Wilson Chandler. And it's Jamal Murray in for Emmanuel Moutier. Here's Jackson. He's been patient so far. Nothing yet on the scoreboard. There's a screen by Marjanovic. Portland moving the ball around. 5 on the clock. Jackson with it. Now defended by Jokic. Excellent use of the screen that time.
He used that screen to perfection and got a wide open look to knock down the jumper.
Smart with the ball. Pass to Jokic. Shoots over Marjanovic. That one's in there, and the Portland lead is cut down to a point with the bucket from Jokic.
That's a nice shot from the Joker. A master at getting his shots up and over the arms of the defense.
So the whistle blows on the shot, and 2 free throws for the contact right there. Hey, Brent, you made the NBA playoffs in your 2nd year. Talk about the mental preparation that goes into one's first postseason as a player.
I think it's always a special time, Kevin, just because of the unknown factor. And at that time, it was the Clippers my second season, a team that was very young and inexperienced, and so it was all fresh and new. And the biggest challenge for any coach in that sort of predicament is to make sure that players are on task and focused. We certainly were not. The Utah Jazz took care of us, and that's because of one John Stockton and Karl Malone.
First one falls for.
No wasted trips at all. They're taking care of business at the line.
Juan Hernangomez, he's checked in for the Nuggets. And the Trailblazers making a change here as well. Whiteside's checked in. And so he hits both. Now here's Murray. He kicks it to Smart. He feeds it to Markkanen. 1:57 left in the first half. Shot clock at 6. From the corner. Jokic, no good.
That's a shot you got to step up on. Wide open, no coverage. Good shooters don't miss that often.
Pass to Kilpatrick. There's a screen by Marjanovic. Off the pick. And it's Kilpatrick missing.
And the defense is just not very aggressive. Definitely fortunate that the mid-range jumper did not find the bottom of the net that time.
Smart kicks to Murray. Jokic sets the screen for Murray. Loses his man off the screen and lays it up and in. Murray's got 6 points.
And a terrific use of the floater, unguardable really, because you can't do anything defensively to stop it.
Outside Jackson. Iguodala outside. Jokic with the steal. The shot. And he misses the go-ahead basket.
Yeah, it's something we always talk about, though, shot selection.
Well, being aggressive is one thing, but aggression with control is another, and you need both elements working together.
Nuggets trail. And it's out of bounds. They say it was last touched by Jackson.
Playing with lots of energy here, trying to cause turnovers.
Yeah, even though he doesn't come up with the steal, that kind of deflection will disrupt the rhythm of this offensive possession.
Howard's checked in for the Nuggets. Now here's Smart. Still getting warmed up offensively. No buckets yet in the game for him. Here's Murray. And it's off the back rim. No good.
Well executed. Great rhythm. You've got to finish that one.
Well, it's like Thanksgiving out there, carving out space off the screen. Just couldn't complete the play.
Hernangomez. And it would have counted had it fallen, but it's offline. And the first half comes to a close. We've got a close game going on here. Trailblazers out in front. They're up by 1. And now let's catch up with David Aldridge, who's standing by from the sideline. All right, Dave.
Thanks a lot. Dwight, what are you seeing from your opponent tonight?
They're a tough team. You know, they play hard, they play together, they move the ball, and they know how to play within the offense, you know. And we've been doing a better job on the defensive end, and I think tonight we came out with the right mentality. We just got to keep it up.
Dwight, thanks for your time. Back to you, Kevin.
Thank you, David, and we'll be back after halftime as the third quarter gets underway.
It's the 2K Sports Halftime Show.
Welcome back, everyone, to the 2K Sports Halftime Show. Some big-time action already in this one. I'm Ernie Johnson, along with Kenny the Jet Smith and Shaquille O'Neal. Portland came out ready to play. During one stretch, they were leading by as many as 11, really playing as a unit. After a well-executed first quarter, they held the lead by 11. Heading into the second quarter, the wheels started to fall off the cart as they were outscored by a healthy margin, but were still able to limp into halftime, nursing a 1-point lead. What'd you think about Portland, Kenny?
The differential is the free throw attempts, and that's one of the big stories in this game tonight. They were being so aggressive and so smart that all they could do on the defensive end was foul.
And, big fella, let's get your thoughts on the Nuggets.
You know, they haven't shot the ball very well. Not nearly enough quality looks. Right now, this game could easily come down to shot selection. and how they run their offense. They need to keep the ball moving and generate better looks.
That's it for now as the second half's just about ready to go.
Welcome back to Denver, everyone. Traffic coming in and out of downtown Denver on this lovely night in the Rockies. And now the start of the second half. Neither side jumping out ahead through the first 2 quarters. You look at Jokic in this game, he has been everywhere.
And how disruptive was he in that first half? I mean, creating havoc, causing turnovers, and really energizing his team.
So many times we talk about offensive players being in a great rhythm. Well, right now, defensively, he's in one. Great anticipation and reading those passing lanes.
Welcome back, everybody. The start of the second half getting underway. Both teams battling hard through the first half. Denver shooting at 36% on the night. They've got to step it up offensively. Fareed down low with Jokic. Murray out there with Smart. And it's Chandler in at the small forward. That's the group on the floor for Denver. Now, here's Jokic. Down to 5 on the shot clock. Here's Chandler. Here's Fareed. Here's Jokic. And finally they hit one. Jokic has got the first basket of the second half here for Denver. Portland trailing here. There's a screen by Marjanovic. And Walker kicks to Holland. The shot's good on the assist by Walker.
And they are very comfortable running their offense through Walker. And you can see why. Drops a sick dime right there. That pass was right on the money.
Here's Jokic. And the rejection by Marjanovic. The shot's good from Nikola Jokic. Here in this third quarter, just over a minute play. Plan a screen. And it's Kenneth Fareed with the foul. And that'll be his third foul so far. And here's Walker. And there's the pass to Holland. Marjanovic with a screen for Clarkson. Just 5 to shoot.
Great speed by Fareed. They're ultimately playing a big part in how he defends the shot.
Defensively, you cause the miss, but then you have to corral it.
Well, that's the second part of the equation there. Block out, be aggressive, and control the glass.
Mind the lanes. Mind the lanes. One shot.
The free throw drops from Marjanovic. Right around a minute and a half played here in the third quarter. Now Smart. He's had some playing time, but no scoring yet from him. Fareed, a screen on Walker. Murray kicks to Jokic. 14 feet away, and he gets the friendly spin, and that one drops.
So nice for a coach to look at his center as a capable shooter. Jokic is just that.
Here's Clarkson. Denver grabs the miss. Jokic has got 9 rebounds now tonight. Murray, the pass to Smart. Passes it to Jokic. Back to Smart. Fires for 3. That's in, coming off the assist from Jokic.
Well, at least get a hand up. It's not too much to ask from a coaching staff. Just not intimidating defense at all on that possession.
Now here's Walker. He got an advantage there off the pick and took it right in. Walker's got 11.
Important points there. Got him on a nice play, getting the ball inside and right to the ball.
Murray kicks to Jokic. Fades and shoots. Count that one. Jokic has got the lead up to 2 now for the Nuggets.
He's been on his A game, seeking good shots, and he's a huge reason why tonight they're winning.
And it's Kenneth Faried with the foul. That's his 4th foul of the contest.
And that's number 4, definitely something to keep track of as we move forward.
The Trailblazers making a switch here. Reed's checked in. 3 minutes gone now in the 3rd quarter. Len, a screen. The dish to Reed. And the 3 off target. Nuggets have gotten 5 of 8 shots to fall for them in the 3rd quarter. A nice 62% from the field. And it's Kenneth Faried with the foul. That will be foul number 5 on him. Mozgov, he's checked in for Faried. Portland's gone 1 of 2 from beyond the arc since coming out of the break. There's a good screen. Walker in the post. He's covered by Murray. But he stays with it. Walker in the post. It's in, and he's a very efficient 5 for 6 on the game.
Just creating havoc for the opponents the last few games.
You saw it by that putback there. He's just completely locked in. They're getting full contributions from him right now.
Now here's Chandler. Jokic sets the screen for Chandler. Over Reed. He clangs that one off the back iron, and down it falls. And that's now 6 points for Wilson Chandler. And Walker kicks to Clarkson. Feeds it to Reed. He dishes it to Walker. Over Murray. Mozgov grabs the board. Mozgov's got 3 rebounds now in this one. Kicks to Smart. Jokic a screen. Here's Smart. Here's Mozgov. Len grabs the board.
The defensive reaction time, it was just immediate on that one.
And sometimes the most important part of that is the angle that the defender chooses. That time he chose wisely.
Now here's Len. Here's the screen. And no one near Clarkson as he lets it go. Chance there to take the lead. Missing. Chandler dishes to Smart. Murray kicks to Mozgov. From 15 feet away. Now the feed to Smart. Jokic a screen. 6 to shoot. Out to Chandler. A 3-pointer is right on target. Chandler's got 5 points now this quarter.
And it looks like they left their defensive effort back in the locker room, guys. They just haven't had the same commitment here defensively in the second half.
Walker. They get it back. Len's shot is off. Here's the Nuggets with the ball. They're on a 12-4 run. Now here's Smart. He's covered by Clarkson. Smart passes to Jokic. Now here's Murray. Guarded closely. Jokic sets the screen for Murray. It's blocked, but they recover it. Smart misses. Trailblazers trail by 5. Here's Reed. Here's Len. And even after 2 offensive rebounds, they just can't get the lid off. Smart kicks to Murray. Good, and Smart gets the assist. Murray's got 8 points.
Ooh, excellent work getting that close to the basket. Got to be happy getting those type of shots.
They need a good offensive possession.
Yeah, they've gone a long time without a bucket.
Here's Clarkson. Misses off the left iron.
And this just doesn't seem to be his night, or his team's for that matter either. And they got to pull it together here quick, or it's going to be lights out.
Murray, good.
Murray's starting to feel the J here, sinking these shots time and time again.
Time called here. The Blazers decide to talk it over. And the Canadian Jamal Murray, a player you forgot was taken 7th overall in 2016. But Brent, he has all the tools you want from an off guard, and this team believes he has a bright future in the league.
Every coach around the league sees the potential in Jamal Murray. You just hope for him, Kevin, he doesn't get too far ahead of things. You got to put the work in. You got to stay patient. But I believe there's tremendous upside, and at some point, we'll talk about this guy as being one of the upper echelon shooting guards in the league.
And Kevin, they've been committing a lot of turnovers here. Taking care of the basketball is the #1 priority right now in that huddle. They've got to tighten it up.
A different look for Denver. Howard's checked in for Jokic. Markkanen comes in for Mozgov. And it's Juan Hernangomez in for Wilson Chandler. Pass to Kilpatrick. This is to Reed. Right side a screen. Pass to Jackson to stop the run. Tries again, and the shot is good. The Denver lead has been cut down now to just 7 on the bucket from Whiteside.
Not sure if physically you could put Whiteside's game in a nutshell. A guy who hustles and tracks down hard rebounds and then turns them into easy points for his team. You combine his massive size and then his desire to pound the glass, it makes him a tough cover on the board.
It's stolen by Hernangomez, and the Nuggets pushing it up now. Murray, no good.
He's still looking for his shot. Somehow they're winning. They'd like to get him going.
Reed dishes to Jackson. He feeds it to Collins. He kicks to Reed. 5 to shoot. It's hauled in by the Nuggets.
Well, both him and the team seem to be off their game right now, and the frustration is clearly mounting as the clock is winding down.
There's the screen. Smart kicks to Markkanen. Out to the wing. Howard setting the pick for Murray. Shoots off the screen, and he knocks down the jumper. Murray's got the lead up to 9 now for Denver.
Right now he is locked in. He's getting great shots, and he's burning the D in a variety of ways.
And out of bounds as the Nuggets gain possession. Now, while we have a second, let's go to the 2K leaderboard for a list of the league's top shooters from last season. 5th is Dwight Howard.
Put the ball in the bucket. I mean, that's the name of the game, right? I mean, just ask him. He'll have the answer for you.
The Nuggets leading by 9. Smart with the ball. Now here's Murray. And the pass to Howard. And that basket pushes the lead to double digits. Howard's got 8 points.
They're scoring boatloads of buckets. It's raining buckets from inside.
Kilpatrick passes to Jackson. The dish to Whiteside. And it's sent back by Howard.
Now that reach of Dwight Howard's is so impressive. A dominant shot blocker and a tremendous athlete.
Murray dishes to Markkanen. Some nice ball movement by the Nuggets. Hernangomez kicks to Smart. Screen by Howard. Floats one. It's hauled in by the Trailblazers.
Frozen. Guys just ice cold, unable to contribute offensively.
Here's Kilpatrick. He's covered by Murray. They set the pick. Passes it to Whiteside. Shoots over Markkanen. And that one goes long. Denver leading by 11. And here is Hernangomez. Looking for his first basket still in this one. The teardrop falls in.
A terrific use of the floater, unguardable really, because you can't do anything defensively to stop it.
Now a timeout called by Portland.
Yeah, it's a good time to talk things over. Try to stop what's been a brutal run.
Yeah, he's got to use every device at his disposal at this point, and I think he wants to give other guys a breather right now.
A different look now for Portland. Marjanovic comes in for Collins. And it's Iguodala in for Reed. There's 1:47 left in the third. Pass to Kilpatrick. Feeds to Iguodala. Right side against Howard. 6 to shoot. There's a screen by Marjanovic. Here's Jackson. They need this one. Fouled in the act of shooting. A three-point play chance coming up.
Bucket earned, out muscling and out hustling everybody for the rebound.
One shot, gentlemen.
Free throw drops from Marjanovic. 1:27 left here in the third quarter. Smart kicks to Markkanen. He dishes it to Howard. Smart up top. Back to Howard. Smart up top. Guarded by Jackson. They get a hand on it. Markkanen. And there's the shot clock violation. Couldn't get the shot off in time. And the Nuggets making a change here. Fareed is checked in. Trailblazers trail by 10. To the middle. Here's Iguodala. He gets it to fall. That makes it just a single-digit lead. Iguodala's got his second basket of the night. Denver's gone 2 of 3 when they ventured outside the arc in the third quarter. Smart kicks to Howard. Now here's Murray. He's tightly guarded. The putback controls the rebound and puts it back up and in. And the Nuggets lead by 10.
And not quite as aggressive from outside as they were in the first half. Sticking to the high percentage shots, playing smart with the lead.
That's something Iguodala would like to do just about every time. A good scorer around the rim.
Denver shooting 54% since they had a chance to talk things over at halftime. They're looking locked in out there now. From 12 feet out, Howard can't hit. Trailblazers trail by 8. Here's Kilpatrick. Kicks to Whiteside. The feed to Jackson. Right side a screen. Here's Marjanovic. Misses the shot.
Subtle thing there, Kevin, but Howard terrific at getting his hand up on that shot. Just a quick challenge, and he puts forth the effort there to contest.
Nikola Jokic firing on all cylinders for the Denver Nuggets. And of everything he's doing well, it's his scoring that you point to first. Already 22 points in this game. And we'll be right back after this. Moments ago from the huddle, let's listen in on Coach Mike Malone.
Let's build on it. Let's build on that quarter. No let up. Great defense, okay? That's what we are.
Mike Malone citing the terrific D, wanting his guys to stay in character and keep pressing.
Yeah, they're feeling their oats right now. Can they take it up, though, another level? Let's find out.
Just 1 quarter left in regulation. Welcome back, everyone. Thanks for tuning in. On the floor for Portland, they've got Whiteside. He's out there with Iguodala. Marjanovic is out there with Jackson. And it's Holland in at the shooting guard. Murray kicks to Smart. Back to Murray. Screen by Howard. Now Murray. They get it back. Second chance shot, and he's fouled pretty hard on that shot, but he's got the chance to pick up the points at the line.
And just an outstanding job by Fareed to get dirty inside and force the D to clobber him.
That free throw good from Fareed. That's also good, so he hits both free throws. Trailblazers trail by 8. Now here's Jackson. Right side a screen. They set the pick. Outside Jackson. Down to 5 on the shot clock. Iguodala's drive. Over Markkanen. Iguodala, no good. The Nuggets leading by 8. The shot by Markkanen, nobody around. Not enough on that one as it misses. The Trailblazers have gone 1 of 3 from the field to start the fourth quarter. Jackson up top, guarded by Smart. There's a screen by Marjanovic. Pass to Holland. Iguodala outside. Again, Iguodala missing. The Nuggets shooting around 41% on the night. Smart passes to Murray. Howard with it. Back to Murray. So he gets the whistle. Contact on the way up and 2 shots coming up.
That's not a bad heads-up play there for Murray. Easily going into the contact and earning the whistle.
Free throw good, Murray.
And what a luxury if Murray can play both guard positions. A perfect blend of shrewd passing and some fearless shooting.
Wilson Chandler's checked in for Markkanen. Portland also making some changes. Alex Len's checked in for Whiteside. Walker comes in for Andre Iguodala. And it's Jordan Clarkson in for Jackson. And so Murray nails both of them.
We're still waiting for that first miss from the line this half.
Marjanovic with a screen for Walker. And Fareed sends it back.
And the swat by Fareed was vicious. Stalking his prey.
In the corner, Smart with it. Dishes it to Fareed. Smart kicks to Howard. And there's the 3-second violation. Trailblazers trail by 10. They need a good offensive possession.
Yeah, they've gone a long time without a bucket.
The pass to Holland. Traps in the tray.
The D just sagged off just enough and no hesitation on his part.
The dish now to Murray. Screen by Fareed. Smart passes to Fareed. Shoots over Len. Rejected by Len. Clarkson up top. Guarded by Smart. There's a screen by Marjanovic. Here's Clarkson. Loses his man off the screen and lays it up and in.
That floater is a thing of beauty, effective when it's used the right way.
Murray kicks to Smart. Back to Murray. Chandler a screen. Fareed a screen on Walker. Fareed outside. It's stolen by Marjanovic. And here comes Walker leading the fast break. Some solid defense from Fareed. The Nuggets leading by 5. Fareed setting the pick for Smart. Now here's Murray. Guarded by Walker. And that one hits back iron.
That's like milk on a hot day, just a bad decision. Absolutely no reason for him to be taking those shots.
Marjanovic with a screen for Walker. For Murray. Again, the miss by Walker.
Well, after an impressive first half, he's just not been able to get the room or get anything going here in the second.
Now here's Murray. Tight defense on him. Land against Fareed. 4 on the clock. Here's Murray. And he banks in the layup. And the Nuggets lead by 7.
If you're going in amongst the trees, you have got to be aggressive.
Well, he's also crafty with how he approaches it. Right there, he uses just the right move to lay it in.
And the dunk by Land.
And really nothing like a good old-fashioned throwdown to get a team going.
And Greg, they do need to get going. They wouldn't mind, shaving a couple more points off that lead right away.
Yeah, they should bring out a big razor right now, Kevin. A great start, an aggressive move to show they're not going to lay down.
For the 3, Chandler, and again Denver with the triple.
Really in a good position thanks to the accuracy from beyond.
Trailblazers trail by 8. And here's Clarkson. Passes it to Marjanovic. Back to Clarkson. Lock at 6. Marjanovic with a screen for Clarkson. Top of the key jumper, no good.
A slight advantage for them in the rebound department, but that oftentimes is all it takes.
Chandler, no good. Portland's gone 1 of 2 from 3-point range here in the 4th. Clarkson kicks to Marjanovic. Feeds it to Land. Pass to Marjanovic. Rebound by the Nuggets. Fareed's got double-digit rebounds now in the game. Murray with it. He's picked up by Walker. It's deflected. And it's out of bounds. The Nuggets able to retain possession here. Jokic is checked in for the Nuggets. Here's Smart. They set the pick. Jokic a screen. 6 on the shot clock. Now Smart tips it up, and it's put back in by Fareed. Fareed's got 4 points this quarter.
Well, you have got to box out the manimal on the glass. If not, he'll eat you alive like he did there with the offensive rebound and putback.
Time called here. The Blazers decide to talk it over.
Yeah, it looked like they tried to shoot their way out of the slump, and that didn't work. They got to go back and regroup.
Well, no matter how hard it's been, you want to stay positive, stay focused, and maybe a couple shots will get you right back in it.
And now we get the chance to present our Jordan Player of the Game, Nikola Jokic.
On the offensive boards, he has been a force. Offensive rebounding is all about pursuing the basketball, and he has not stopped that pursuit all night. The second chances he's created have been a big factor.
Coming into this game, he'd been having a tough stretch. We all know that, but not anymore. He's back at his best, and I think it's safe to say that slump is over. And we've got an update here, so let's check in with David Aldridge reporting from the sideline.
Hey, Kevin. Well, I was able to listen in on the Portland head coach talking to his team. He was begging them to step it up. He said, we've got to make the move now, or we're going to be out of time and out of luck. Give it everything you've got out there. Kevin?
Okay, David, much appreciated. Here's Holland following the score by Jamal Murray.
The edge on the glass is the difference. It's allowed them to build this lead.
Now here's Smart. He's covered by Clarkson. Now here's Murray. Pass to Jokic. Shoots over Marjanovic. And the rejection by Marjanovic. Guys, they're looking for a spark here.
Yeah, a cold stretch offensively for sure.
There's a screen by Marjanovic. Here's Walker. Good for basket number 6 from him in the contest. He's shooting 6 for 12.
And defensively, you've got to make a greater effort working over the screens.
Yeah, it's a bit of a lazy play right there. You're hoping that the guy misses the shot without really doing your job in challenging it.
Now here's Murray. They set the pick. Chandler outside. Jokic a screen. Open shot by Chandler. Great positioning on the putback. And the Nuggets lead by 12.
Yeah, you might want to get out of the way there. Fareed is in the house, and he always makes his presence felt when he's throwing it down.
Clarkson with the ball. Guarded by Smart. Hollins kicks to left. Portland moving the ball around. Walker's shot is off.
Yeah, tough with his shot so far off right now. They're going to have to tap someone else to step up until he finds it.
Jokic with his screen on Walker. Murray, no good.
Yeah, bad shot there. Trust is lacking. You got to be willing to make the extra pass.
Yeah, just too anxious to try and make something happen out there. This is about the team, not about you.
Clarkson kicks to Walker. Marjanovic with a screen for Walker. Good on the shot, and that shaves the lead to single digits.
And he's kind of always had that shoot-first mentality for a point guard. And when you can shoot it like Walker, it's not necessarily a bad thing.
Now here's Murray. Chandler outside. The pass to Jokic. And the rejection by Marjanovic. Knocked away. Chandler with the steal. Deep 2 from Murray. The rebound by Marjanovic. Marjanovic has got rebound number 15 here tonight. Out of bounds. Denver takes possession. If they want to, they can milk the clock just a little bit here.
Yeah, that's the best option.
Fareed dishes to Murray. Passes it to Jokic. Goes back up. And the rejection by Marjanovic. Looked like a goaltend, yet they're saying it was on the way down. Count it.
So close to getting the block there. You can live with those calls because you'd rather have a guy playing aggressive instead of playing it safe.
Trailblazers trail by 11. Walker in the post. He's covered by Murray. Offensive rebound. Marjanovic passes to Walker. And stolen by Murray. Stolen by Walker. Nice break. Here come the Trailblazers. Walker leading the charge. And sticking right with it. Gets the foul with the bucket. And he'll go to the line.
Oh, that's great D there. A little petty larceny as he just picks his pocket and takes it coast to coast for the finish.
One shot.
Denver leading by 8. Smart kicks to Fareed. He feeds it to Murray. Trying to find Jokic. Gets it to him. And the rejection by Marjanovic. We've got 1:23 left to play in the final quarter. Here's Walker. Rebound by Murray.
Oh, the D did just enough to keep him from scoring. Thought that was in for sure.
Smart with the ball. He kicks it to Murray. Chandler a screen. Murray, the pass to Jokic. Clock at 4. And it's going to be 2 free throws. Drew contact on the shot.
Now 6'10", 250 pounds. That's a big man out there, and he uses his size to draw the contact there. Nice job by Jokic.
First free throw is good, and that will put them up by 9. Both shots good from the strike. Time called here. The Blazers decide to talk it over. They're behind by 10. 52 seconds left in the fourth quarter. Collins kicks to Clarkson. Portland moving the ball around. Walker for 3. And Howland gets it to go.
The defense cannot let guys get into that kind of comfort zone. You have to patrol the three-point line or you risk getting burned.
Now here's Murray. And here's Jokic. Fareed left side. Chandler outside. Down to 5 on the shot clock. Here's Smart. Will not go. This is off the front eye.
It'd take a miracle at this point.
Right, with this deficit and this late in the game, their time has already passed.
And I bet you'll never see too many guys who can put forth an effort on the boards like this one.
Yeah, just scanning the box score and looking at the rebound total tonight, I don't believe it. Shows the absolute passion he has for that part of the game.
So the Nuggets win it. It was a fantastic ball game, and they did a great job making sure it didn't get away from them late.
Yeah, I mean, they faced some challenges, but really held firm when they needed to. On both ends, just effective in terms of coming away with this win.
It's time now to go courtside as we send you over to David Aldridge from the sideline. David, take it away.
Thank you very much with Kenneth Fareed. What was the key tonight?
Just keep attacking, keep playing strong, and you know my teammates, they believe in me. Just re-lock in and get focused and play my game.
Great team win tonight, Kenneth. Thanks for your time. Back to you, Kevin.
David, thank you as always. Thank you for joining us. That'll do it for now. For Greg Anthony, Brett Barry, and David Aldridge, this is Kevin Harlan. Thank you for watching the NBA, presented by 2K Sports. We'll see you next time. Have a great evening.
Denver's looking good. Jokic went insane. Fareed insane. Murray sufficient. They're leaning on him a lot, though. I wonder if he's going to get some rack up some injuries. That's sick, man. Yeah, they played huge. Yeah, it is wild. Marjanovic, he did it. Kimba did it. Clarkson, not so much. Holland, not so much. I mean, obviously there's a lot of pressure. He's probably supposed to be rotating off the bench. Look, Kilpatrick gets no work. Yeah. I guess it kind of makes some sense. Oh, snap. All right. All right, well, the Bucks are 1-3. We're 3-2, so still a good matchup. Let's all right, coach is like, I'll use Holland in this next game. He's got a few hot spots. All right, so let's. Oh, that's right. Kilpatrick is still nursing his ankle. That makes sense. All right. Let's we'll give Ish some time just to see what happens. I'm gonna let Frank go in first. And no matter what, he's destined to get ragdolled. I don't know. The team just feels strange. Guess I'll just play a few more games, try and work through it, see what the actual issue is. All right, we'll see what happens. Oh, I should have changed up unis and shit. Yeah, but...
2K Sports pregame show.
Hello, basketball fans. I'm Ernie Johnson, welcoming you to 2K Sports. I'm here with Kenny the Jet Smith and Shaquille O'Neal. Our game tonight featuring the Portland Trailblazers as they go up against the Bucks in Milwaukee. Well, for Milwaukee, this is their first time facing off this season. Last year, they split the season series at a game apiece. Kenny, I'll tell you what. We've already seen some big matchups to start this season. It's very early.
Yes.
But in the real world, how soon do you start thinking about playoff ramifications?
Oh, you start thinking about playoffs from day one.
Oh,
end
come
goal
on.
is always some.
But you're not thinking about
it's
where you
always
are.
somewhere
Hey,
in
right
your
now
mind.
we'd play these guys.
Yes, always. And I look at them in 5-game blocks. I would be like, hey, man, in these 5 games, we need to be here for the playoffs. After these 5, we need to be here. Because that's, if you don't, it could get out of control and out of your control.
I can tell just from his reaction of shaking his head that he's not buying what you're selling.
Don't listen to that jibber jabber, Ernie. You focus on one game at a time. The rest will just take care of itself.
One game
So
at
you
a
go
time.
less than I do.
One game at a time.
I went
take care of
5-game
itself.
blocks. You went
and then if you
one
need
game
to
at a
make an
time.
adjustment, you don't wait. You just
When
make
did you
the
think about
adjustments.
playoffs, though?
When playoff time came around.
So not like early on in the season you weren't thinking playoffs
man.
like Kenny was.
Can't control the future. Only I can.
It didn't work that time. Nothing showed up in your hand.
Nothing.
It doesn't always work that way. What do you think this is, some video game?
I am Shazam.
Frank Jackson. At the other forward position, Alex Lamb. At the other guard position, the head coach of the visiting team. Starting at point, and 6'3" inches, number 17. Starting at the other guard, standing 6'5", number 13, Malcolm Brown. At center, 7 feet, number 7, Bob Baker. Starting at power forward, standing 6'8", number 12, Devon Parker. Once again, your Milwaukee Bucks. Welcome everyone to this 2K Sports broadcast live in Milwaukee at BMO Harris Bradley Center. This is Kevin Harlan alongside Clark Kellogg and Greg Anthony. DA will join us tonight on the sideline. The Milwaukee Bucks come into this one after the win against Orlando. And just one look at the score tells you all you need to know. They were dominant in just about every area.
Yeah, unfortunately for them, I thought the opponent's defense just never showed up.
Yeah, you know what? The waters were calm for most of the game. I mean, little resistance, felt like they could get any look they wanted at any time.
All fueled up and ready to go. Let's check out who's on the floor, courtesy of Gatorade. On the floor for Portland, Alex Len out there with Whiteside. And there's Kemba Walker. And there's Jackson. And it's Howland in at the 3. Len with the block. Jackson with it. Whiteside, a screen on Brogdon. Len dishes to Jackson. Whiteside sets the pick for Jackson. 5 to shoot. Fires it up. Trailblazers keep it alive. There's the pass to Howland. And out of bounds as the Bucks gain possession. Greg, the Bucks can be a fearsome defense when things are clicking.
And the Bucks will do it with several approaches. I mean, great numbers in terms of steals and blocks. They force a lot of turnovers with their pressure and ball hawking skill. It's just a matter of when the offense can catch up to the defense. And so it begins taking control right up front.
And you know, Greg, that's what you like to see, grabbing hold of the lead right now, right away.
The Bucks shooting their first free throw of the game right now.
And their free throw percentage as a unit last year, 76%, right around the middle of the road.
Well, Thon Maker is a project player, Clark, for his team, taken 10th overall in the 2016 draft. Has great size, and he moves well, but it's going to be a few years before he gets to where he needs to be.
I agree with you, but with big guys, you can afford to be patient when you see that they have a work ethic and a commitment to getting better, are willing to learn and grow, and then you factor in his athleticism and size. I think it's a weight that's going to pay big dividends for the Bucks.
Here's Antetokounmpo. Portland making their last shot. 1 up, 1 down, 2 points with his first shot this game.
I absolutely love how Antetokounmpo just has a winning mindset. Consistently, this guy is looking to go all the way to the basket. Has to be devastating trying to stop this guy if you're on defense.
He feeds it to Maker. Trying to find Smith. He's got it now. Chalk up 2 there.
I like how Smith goes right at the defense. Actually, I love his attack mentality. He's not shy about shooting it inside.
Now here's Jackson. Feeds the land. Rebounded by Maker.
I think they got to get it going. A 1-for-5 start, not what they want.
Bucks passing it around. Maker with a screen for Smith. Over Jackson. Rebound by the Trailblazers. They're moving on after the tough loss they took at the hands of the Nuggets.
Yeah, that was a stinker. I mean, that's one of those games where you really can't find anything that they did well. The game just got out of hand and really just a shaky performance across the board.
Yeah, and I'd have to agree with you. And you know how optimistic and positive I am. But it's hard for me to find anything positive to take away from that. It's a game you just want to forget about as soon as you can.
Brogdon kicks to Maker. And a great assist by Brogdon as that one goes in. That's 7 points for Thon Maker. And an important part of every team's game, a look at the hustle stats for Milwaukee.
Great hustle defensively through the first half, contesting everything and racking up the block shots.
Something else they've done right so far from the get-go tonight is run. I mean, so much of their offense has come off the fast break.
Here's Antetokounmpo. 26 points for him last game against Orlando.
And he also made an impact on defense, guys. 3 block shots over the course of the game.
Now, here's Maker. Back to Brogdon. There's the pick. And he's fouled pretty hard on that shot, but he's got the chance to pick up the points at the line.
You know, Malcolm Brogdon was the 36th overall pick in 2016 out of Virginia. A little older than most rookies over the last decade when they come into the league, but I tell you what, the Bucks got a real winner here. He's going to be a long-time, valuable player.
First free throw is good. And for Brogdon, his age most likely a factor why he fell to the second round. Still, Clark, you know, the Bucks loved what he was about when they first met him coming out of the University of Virginia.
Yeah, hard not to love what he's about. Intelligent, focused, purposed, driven, skilled. I mean, his age may have worked against him in terms of where he was drafted, but it got him into a great spot for his long NBA career because he's going to have one.
I'll go to David Aldridge, who had a chance to talk with head coach Jason Kidd.
I asked him what reasons he cited for their disappointing record so far. He said, it's not so easy to put a finger on. I think we may lack the killer instinct of some of the better clubs. We haven't displayed the confidence to finish teams off even when we have them on the ropes. It's been a rough year for them, Kevin. Back to you.
All right, thank you, David. Really left alone that time. Walker's got himself on the board with 3 there.
And he's kind of always had that shoot-first mentality for a point guard. And when you can shoot it like Walker, it's not necessarily a bad thing.
Milwaukee, no good that time either.
That's a shot he's got to hit. You don't get many looks better from that range.
Jackson in the corner. Brogdon against Walker. Back to Jackson. Dishes it to Whiteside. That one a little long.
Yeah, and listen, sometimes even the best of us are going to miss the easiest of opportunities.
Tell you what, guys, his size really comes into play when there's a rebound battle going on. He's got an advantage in there.
And Walker kicks to Jackson. Len sets a screen for Jackson. Back to Walker. Passes it to Jackson. Right side a screen. Shoots from the high post, and Jackson gets it to go.
How about the screen that frees him up, though, for the jumper?
Bucks leading by 4. Smith the pass to Antetokounmpo. Foul on the play, that's to count, so it'll be a three-point play chance.
And the game plan is clear. Work the ball inside.
And it's working for him, Greg. You like that initiative, not settling for stuff on the perimeter.
And he's got his first chance at the line here.
And he shot 74 from the line a season ago.
And Portland making a change here. Marjanovic is checked in. That's good from Antetokounmpo, which is experimenting here, Clark, early in the season, and they're trying to feel which rotations work and which ones don't.
Well, that's normal for coaches to tinker a little bit, especially when you've got new players and you're trying to put together a different team. So you tinker until you find what works for you, and then you look to stay with it. Ideally, you'd like to be set on your rotation probably no later than a fourth of the way through the season. He's still fighting it, and sometimes the harder you try, the worse it gets. He's trying to get in the rhythm, but right now he's playing hard, but he's hurting his team.
And he makes that one.
And they are very comfortable running their offense through Walker. And you can see why. Drops a sick dime right there. That pass was right on the money.
And the rejection by Marjanovic. 4 on 3 as they bring it up. And here's Walker outside. Rebound by Smith. Milwaukee leading by 3. Back to Antetokounmpo. And the slam dunk by Antetokounmpo.
Really enjoy watching Antetokounmpo show off his toughness. I mean, he's not a real thick guy, long, angular, and muscular, and much tougher than he looks. That's why I think he's able to overpower defenders at times.
Lang shot is off.
I guess even he has to miss one of those once in a while.
Smith kicks to Antetokounmpo. Nice ball movement by Milwaukee. Maker dishes to Antetokounmpo. Maker with a screen for Brogdon. Here's Antetokounmpo. That shot no good. So the Trailblazers will take it the other way. They're getting their first look of the season at the Bucks in this one.
It's not often we get to see this matchup, but it is a doozy when we do. Just two powerhouse teams facing off.
Really easy to tell that this is an important game, Greg. I mean, I don't know if the crowd will get a chance to take a breath in this one.
Now here's Parker. Really played well against Orlando in his last outing. Here's Brogdon. And he was fouled on the way up. 2 free throws now for him. Malcolm Brogdon, a second-round pick out of the University of Virginia. What a find Greg he has been, and you love that he can fill in at either guard spot.
And you get the feeling Brogdon was overlooked for being a 4-year player in college. Has the passing and vision of a point guard, scores well enough from inside and out to play off the ball as well.
That free throw good from Brogdon. Big group substitution here for Milwaukee. Henson's checked in for Thon Maker. Sanders comes in for Jabari Parker. Jeremy Grant, he's checked in for Giannis Antetokounmpo. And it's Mills in for Smith. Good on both.
And that's the norm for him. He's pretty much automatic when he's at the line.
Guys, they're looking for a way to score here.
Yeah, they've had a tough time taking the lid off.
And Jordan Clarkson, a second-rounder out of Missouri. He's got some offensive talent.
Yes, he does. I love his game. He's solid as a jump shooter. He's athletic. Can make plays for others. His defense continues to get better. He brings a lot to the table. I like this young man's game a lot.
Now, gentlemen, 2 shots. Loose shots.
Free throw good. Clarkson
really a good free throw shooter. You'd like to see Clarkson get to the line even more because of that.
And both free throws good for Clarkson. Bucks leading by 5. Here's Brogdon. An 11-point game for him in the win against Orlando. And here's Mills. Brogdon kicks to Grant. Sanders with a screen on Iguodala. Here's Grant. An easy layup after coming off the pick. Grant's got his first basket.
And the commitment from Grant on the drive to the rim, I mean, he's absolutely ferocious, relentless in how he attacks the rim.
There's the screen off the pick. Takes a big height bounce and goes in.
And you can see there the defender gets caught up on the pick.
I think he's got to be more aggressive, stronger, getting through those screens. Can't allow shooters that kind of space to pull the trigger.
Now here's Brogdon. Henson, a screen on Clarkson. Mills passes to Henson. Reed dishes to Clarkson. There's a screen by Marjanovic. Clarkson kicks to Reed. Fader on the way. And Sanders pulls it down.
Well executed. Great rhythm. You've got to finish that one.
Agree with you there, partner, because that screen really freed him up nicely, and that's a shot. And if you're a pro, you need to make that.
And there it is for him.
How about the passing? They are moving the ball without any thought, without any individual agenda.
Yeah, and it's really fun to see that kind of unselfishness. Really hard not to appreciate all the assists they've racked up. The defense was less than impressive there, but despite them not really contesting that shot, he still bricked it.
Henson with the screen. Here's the teardrop, and the layup is good. And now it's a 9-point Bucks lead.
Oh, such a field shot there, the floater.
Now here's Clarkson. Defense right on him. Hills with the steal. He dishes it to Sanders. Brogdon against Reed. Sanders with a screen on Reed. 5 on the clock. And here's Mills for 3. And it's Portland with the rebound. Now, here's Clarkson. He had a 12-point outing in their last game against Denver. Collins, a screen on Grant. Here's Iguodala. Not enough on that one as it misses.
You almost have to assume he's going to knock those down when he is that open.
We've got 1:08 left here in the opening quarter. The feed now to Clarkson. The shot's good on the assist by Iguodala. Clarkson's got 7 points.
You know, Clarkson really working on his range, and defenses better wise up to it.
Now Brogdon. He kicks it to Mills. Screen by Sanders. Jumper off the screen. They get it again. Iguodala with the steal. Clarkson with the ball. He has 7. Iguodala kicks to Clarkson. Back to Iguodala. Marjanovic, a screen on Grant. Iguodala, the pass to Marjanovic. Here's Reed. A second chance effort. And, there's a whistle. He was going up for a layup. And while it looked like there was some contact, I wasn't sure they were going to call it a foul shot or not. But sure enough, they have. So he'll head to the free throw line. The Trailblazers have gone 2 for 2 in the game at the line.
And if we want to take a look back, they converted about 76% from the line.
Mind the lanes. Mind the lanes. One shot.
And that one falls for Collins. Here's Mills. We saw him with 10 points last game. Screen by Sanders. Hansen sets a screen for Grant. At the end of one, a closely contested game so far. The Bucks on top, up by 3. Let's take a quick break now, and then it's on to the second quarter after this. Game here as we get back to the second quarter. And look what we've seen from Milwaukee. What do you think, guys?
Just playing suffocating defense. That's been the difference here for them.
You know, Greg, I love watching this team get after it on defense. I mean, they play with a bit of edge and nastiness.
Here's Smith. Here are the 5 Portland has to start the second quarter. They've got Collins. He's out there with Iguodala, and it's Kilpatrick in at the shooting guard. Smith outside. Shot clock at 6. They set the screen. Baseline try. Unable to get that one. So Milwaukee will take it the other way. They'll be off to Charlotte for a game against the Hornets. And that'll be the first of a 2-game road trip for them. And here's Mills from the arc. It's hauled in by the Trailblazers. Collins, a screen on Brogdon. In the corner, Smith with it. Pass to Lane. Some nice ball movement here by the Trailblazers. Pass to Kilpatrick. It's good. The assist that time from Smith. Kilpatrick's got the game tied up here for the Trailblazers.
Boy, you take a look at Jason Kidd, and he's clearly one of those players that just has a mind for the game. Throughout his career, you saw how well he saw the court, felt the game, and how he created scoring chances for his teammates, and was also very heady at the defensive end. One of the very cerebral Hall of Fame players we've had in the history of the league.
And that one's good, Brogdon.
Give an assist there, not for the pass, but for the solid screen set on the inside that freed him up and made the layup possible.
And the foul called on Larry Sanders. That is his first foul of the game. Milwaukee making a switch. Antetokounmpo's checked in. And a switch here also for Portland. Whiteside's checked in. Second quarter of basketball, just over a minute and a half played. On the wing, it's Iguodala. He's covered by Grant. From 18 feet away. Second shot opportunity. So he gets the whistle. Contact on the way up, and 2 shots coming up.
You know, guys, you've got to give much respect to the length of Whiteside. I mean, he's a hulking 7-footer who takes a lot of pride in being the defensive anchor for this team.
The Trailblazers have made 3 free throws so far. Haven't missed any.
Shooting 2.
First free throw is good. And with Kidd, he was one of those players that when he got into coaching, you just said, of course, it makes too much sense given how much of an on-the-court leader he was.
Yeah, and you know what? You're exactly right. I felt the same way about Kidd. And when you play with some players, you just get that feeling with how they approach the game. And even in your role as a broadcaster, mine too, we get to talk to players and we get a feeling of whether they'll coach or not. Even in college, you could tell he was a special player with kind of a unique view of the game as well.
Yeah, clearly a defensive lapse there. He is automatic from deep if you're going to leave him that wide open. Big time mistake.
Tries again. And now here comes Antetokounmpo beating the break. Good defense by Iguodala. Trailblazers trail by 4. And the pass to Kilpatrick. Kicks to Whiteside. The dish to Iguodala. Whiteside, a screen on Grant. Lock at 6. Passes it to Kilpatrick. 14 feet away. And it's good off the back of the rim and in. Kilpatrick's got 5 points in the quarter.
And just enough wiggle room to get off his shot.
Yeah, I like the quick release, Greg. He does a nice job getting it up quickly, especially when he's facing a bigger defender.
And one thing you notice with Giannis is just how much better this team is with him on the floor. What he brings on offense and defense is as huge as any player in our league.
And Greg, with Giannis, the team is so much more dangerous with him on the floor offensively, and the numbers back it up.
Yeah, Giannis, one of the few difference makers who can impact the game on both ends. Causes a ton of turnovers with his D, but also can facilitate or carry a team with his offense.
The first one falls. Clark, you were a strong free throw shooter when you played. Why do some big men have such a hard time being at least serviceable at the free throw line?
Well, I'm not as big as some of the biggest guys that have the most trouble. Typically, you see guys north of 6'8", 6'9", struggling tremendously from the line in general. And because of that, I think sometimes it's the mechanics of shooting the ball, and big hands can sometimes be a hindrance to that. Oftentimes, it's a matter of how much do you work at it, and how soon do you start working at it. A lot of times, big guys tend to focus on their post moves and scoring the ball close to the bucket and not as much as shooting. But you're seeing more and more big guys with sweet strokes, and I think it's a matter of, again, basic fundamentals, mechanics, and then putting in hours and hours and hours of working.
Now, here is Smith. Jabari Parker unable to get his last shot to go. Smith outside. He feeds it to Whiteside. Pass to Kilpatrick. Floats one. Got a piece of it. And it's out of bounds to Portland. They'll retain possession. Closing in on 4 minutes played here in the second quarter. Milwaukee leading by 4. And Mills kicks to Parker. Feeds to Maker. It's good. The assist that time from Smith. Smith's got 3 assists now in this one.
Boy, the defense looked helpless there. I mean, he's going to lay it up every time when he's got a smaller defender on him.
Here's Kilpatrick. 5 points in the game. Dishes it to Smith. Lays it up and banks it in.
And, you know, whenever Smith gets that close to the bucket, he's sharp in how he finishes these chances. I mean, he's got a lot of different ways to get that ball up and down.
Now, here's Mills. He has 5. Maker dishes to Parker. The feed to Mills. 6 to shoot. Here's Smith. And it's Hassan Whiteside with the rebound. Whiteside's got his 2nd rebound here tonight. To the paint. Here's Lane. Score of the basket. Nice shot after missing his first attempt.
Boy, good job firing the pass inside there. I mean, all his teammate had to do was catch and finish.
Here's Smith. And that one clearly a foul. Gets the whistle and 2 shots coming up.
Yeah, and, you know, Smith's not afraid of the contact. In fact, he embraces it when he's going up to shoot.
And when you look at Dennis Smith Jr., you aren't blown away by the physicality at first, but he's incredibly gifted for a player his size. Great speed and quickness to blow by defenders.
And the first one at the line is good. And with Dennis Smith, it isn't just burst of speed, it's his play in the open floor and Greg running end to end, which is phenomenal.
Yeah, he also just jumps and finishes at the rim like a shooting guard. He's only probably 6'2", 6'3", but he gets up in the air like a wing player. He's a lot like Derrick Rose was when he burst on the scene.
He hits one, then misses the second attempt from the free throw line.
Boy, the speed and shooting Smith possesses is dangerous. I mean, a speedy point guard who continues to get better.
And Howland gets it to go.
And they've got to talk to each other on D there. Miscommunication, and now he's able to make him pay.
Now, here's Maker. He's covered by Whiteside. Kilpatrick passes to Howland. Here's Kilpatrick. Antetokounmpo defending. Pass to Walker. And unable there to get the go-ahead bucket. The Bucks have gone 3 of 8 from the field since the beginning of the second quarter. And Mills kicks to Smith. Out to Parker. Shoots over Len. And the Bucks miss again. Portland's gotten fewer than half of their three-pointers to go down tonight. They're 4 for 9. Outside a screen. Kilpatrick passes to Howard. He dishes it to Walker from outside the arc. And again, it's the Trailblazers from deep.
And they're right around 50% for the game on their threes, and they've only gotten better as the game's gone on.
Antetokounmpo dishes to Parker. Back to Antetokounmpo. There's a good screen. Here's Smith. And too long on the shot.
He is just really almost playing for the other team. The shooting has just been poor.
And Howland gets it to go.
That defense was totally lost. Don't know how you let a shooter get off such a clean look from beyond the arc. Come on, you got to pay attention.
Now here's Mills. 5 points in the game. Here's Antetokounmpo. No good, unable to end this run.
Those are chances. Almost always you can rely on him to get you 2 points, but the D, just enough to keep him out of rhythm.
Walker against Smith. The pass to Kilpatrick. Shoots over Mills. Offensive rebound. Walker against Smith. Right side a screen. Pass to Kilpatrick. Second chance shot. Mills with the rebound.
Boy, he has been cold for a while now.
Yeah, he has been, and he's got to find his stroke because he's holding back his team as a result of his poor shooting. No explanation for giving up these wide open looks. Total breakdown. Unacceptable defense.
So timeout call here, the first for Portland. You see more and more players who can do it all on both ends of the floor. Clark, who's your pick for the most versatile player right now in the league?
Well, for me, it starts with LeBron James. I mean, his passing ability is platinum level. And then you think about his size, athleticism, speed, IQ. All of that is also platinum level. So he's unique in that regard. Draymond Green, because of what he can do defensively in terms of guarding multiple positions. And Giannis Antetokounmpo, I mean, the Greek freak, is really unique in his versatility as well.
And the Trailblazers making a change here. Let's now pause to take a look at the scoring breakdown between the front and back court of tonight's contests for the Trailblazers.
And it's been guard play, which really has shouldered the burden offensively here. They'd like a bit more production from the front court, but in the meantime, this backcourt has kept them in the game.
They set the pick. Here's Clarkson. Down it goes, his third basket. He's now 3 for 4.
Attacking inside. Clarkson plays with a chip on his shoulder, like he's trying to prove something every night. That's not a bad way to play when you're young and up and coming.
Now here's Antetokounmpo. He's got 9, and that one's good. Parker.
And, you know, it's obvious he's a talented scorer. I mean, that's a given. A guy you can depend on to get it done in a lot of ways.
Clarkson against Smith. Now, here's Clarkson. He's tightly guarded. Rebounded by the Bucks. Antetokounmpo's got 3 rebounds now in this one. And Mills kicks to Parker. Portland grabs the miss. Following this game, they'll hit the road to challenge the Pacers at Pacers Arena in Indianapolis. That'll be the last game of their very short 3-game road tour. And it's Walker penetrating, and so he draws the foul on the shot. A trip to the line to shoot 2.
Tell you what, Walker is an exceptional scorer. I mean, a clever guard who wreaks havoc with his quickness and ball skills.
And a chance for just a second to check out the scoring breakdown for Portland.
Well, I'll tell you what, they must have had a good shoot-around because they've been fantastic from long range so far, fellas.
Also, guys, the passing has been terrific in the first half. They'll be happy with all those assists.
That's good from Kemba Walker. And the Bucks with some changes. Henson's checked in for Thon Maker. And it's Jeremy Grant in for Patty Mills. And the Trailblazers making a change here as well. Collins checked in for Alex Land. That one falls, so he hits both of them. Bucks trail by 5. Here's Smith. The teardrop falls in. Smith's got 8.
Yeah, he's building off that strong first quarter, Kevin. Rising up and hitting shots with confidence.
Marjanovic with a screen for Walker. He kicks it to Collins. Goes back up. That's tipped. It's taken away by Smith. Fast break, Milwaukee. Rebound by the Trailblazers.
Obviously, I mean, it would go a long way if he's making his shots. Right now, they're behind, and they certainly could use his help.
There's a screen by Marjanovic. Here's Collins. Another shot, and Marjanovic with the layup. Marjanovic has got his 3rd basket of the night.
I really like how he used his body, got outstanding position on the boards, and they maximized it.
That one goes in.
Excellent awareness from Antetokounmpo, sensing the chance to impose his will inside and then capitalizing really easily.
They set the pick. A fader. Rebounded by the Bucks. Antetokounmpo's got 4 rebounds now tonight.
This shot's just, it's not there right now with his team leading. Perhaps, you know, let's focus on some other areas of the game.
Collins, a screen on Parker. Parker against Walker. And here's Clarkson. He's got 9. Just 4 to shoot. Free throw line jump shot. And Portland again with the bucket. 1:05 left in the first half of the game. Smith the pass to Henson. Back to Smith. Walker against Antetokounmpo. And Henson sends it back.
Hey, that reach of Henson, remarkably long, unbelievably long. And that allows him to wipe away shots effectively.
Just 5 to shoot. Shots good by Clarkson. And now a 5-point Trailblazer lead.
Guys, his consistency in terms of shooting has really helped them seize control.
Smith, no luck. Portland's gotten out from 3-point land in the second quarter, going 4 of 5 from downtown. There's the pick. Antetokounmpo against Walker. Marjanovic with a screen for Walker. Collins. That falls. Nice feed that time from Walker. Yes, sir. Walker's got his 3rd assist on the night. Now here's Antetokounmpo over Walker. That one's in there, and the Portland Eagles cut down now to just 5 on the bucket from Antetokounmpo.
Man, this kid is a remarkable athlete who knows how to put the ball in the basket. His offensive attack is really lethal. He's a special talent, Giannis Antetokounmpo.
And so it's a close game as we wrap up the first half of basketball. Trailblazers lead by 5. It's time now to go courtside as we send you over to David Aldridge from the sideline. David, take it away.
Thanks, Kevin. Jason, a hard-fought first half. How do you assess the game so far?
We're going to need everybody. And the one thing we got to do is we can't settle. We got to keep attacking, get the ball in the paint.
Use that length to your advantage. Thanks, Jason. Back to you, Kevin.
All right, Dave, thank you. And time now for the halftime break with the third quarter soon to follow right here on 2K Sports.
The 2K Sports Halftime Show.
Ernie Johnson here. Got Shaq, got Kenny the Jet Smith. We welcome you back to the halftime show on 2K Sports. The first quarter for the Trailblazers was fairly even. They kept at it on both ends of the floor, and at the end of the period, they had a slight deficit of 3 points. They asserted themselves nicely in the second quarter and now have a fairly comfortable 5-point lead here at halftime. What'd you think about Portland, Kenny?
Well, they're putting bodies on people. If you just look at the rebounding numbers, you could tell that they've been putting their body on and being more physical than the other team. Now that fact looms large on both sides, and that's going to be the difference in the second half.
And you, big fella, let's get your thoughts on the Bucks.
Well, a lot of their points came in transition. They dictated the pace of the game. It was a fast pace. Put the defense back on its heels. I say keep attacking the second half. Do not slow down.
That's it for now as the second half's just about ready to go.
Welcome back to the Great Lakes. We're back on the shores of Lake Michigan here in Milwaukee, in the buildings in the background at Sunset in Wisconsin. And now the start of the second half. Neither side jumping out ahead through the first 2 quarters. Antetokounmpo in this game has been everywhere.
Yeah, the effort and intensity from a defensive standpoint has just really been superb, really firing up his team.
And Greg, you know, to have a really good defense, you need that rim protector back there. And this guy was an absolute beast during that half.
Welcome back, everyone. The second half about to get underway, and it's been a close one so far. Trailblazers leading by 5. All the big bucks up front. Giannis, Parker, and Maker. Smith is out there with Malcolm Brogdon. That's the 5 on the floor for the Bucks. Now here's Jackson. Kicks it to Walker. The Trailblazers need to get off a shot. Jackson drives in. That one, no good. And Milwaukee will come the other way.
Well, I tell you what, he is a deceptive athlete. When you look at Jabari Parker, he does a lot of things easily from an athletic standpoint. He's stronger than he looks, has much bounce and agility. Man, I love this guy's upside. Just hope he can stay healthy.
And for Parker, it seems that everything he does on the floor is slightly deceptive. Moves smoothly, Clark, but covers a ton of ground with his steps.
Yeah, despite his size, he's got a gracefulness that belies his size. He's smooth and effortless in all that he does. A lot of players matched up on him just get overwhelmed by his explosiveness. And his skill set is right on par with his athleticism. That's a dangerous combo.
That's good from Antetokounmpo.
Antetokounmpo has the complete and total trust of his teammates. A real Swiss Army knife, a versatile guy. Does everything and anything that needs to be done with the basketball in his hand.
All free throws good from Antetokounmpo. Well, Clark, you had the distinct honor of playing horse against the former president of the U.S. Barack Obama. You lost that game. I don't want to remind you, but I want an honest answer. Did you let him win that contest?
Kevin, the deal is that it was an unbelievable privilege to play POTUS. We changed the letters of that game back in 2010, and I let the president up. I gave him life after I had him down, and he took advantage of turning the momentum in his favor. He won fair and square. I did give him an opportunity to win, but he's on top in that matchup, and I think it ended up being good television. And while some of my former teammates look at me with disdain for having lost a horse game to the president, I think it was all intended to end just the way it did.
One shot.
That one drops. He ties it up. And Portland has possession. Ran a screen. Walker against Parker. Walker dishes to Whiteside. Over Maker. Oh, and that one had the right spin on it, and it is good. Whiteside's got 5 now. Smith outside. The dish to Parker. Terrific design on the big play. He lays it in. He's got 6.
And finally, they fought themselves back to even the score. We've got a new ball game here now.
And really, all the momentum is theirs, making such a strong comeback. So I think you've got to really feel good about their chances the rest of the way.
And that's what you give up when you don't fight over the screen.
Yeah, I agree with you wholeheartedly. I mean, not a lot of effort put forth on defense there. I mean, I think he's definitely got to play up on him more and off the screen in that situation.
Two minutes into the second half of play now. There's the pick. Smith pitch to Brogdon. Jackson against Smith. Fires at the elbow. And it's Whiteside with the rebound. Whiteside's got rebound number 12 here already in the game. Whiteside a screen. Here's Walker. Uses the glass to finish the lane.
They didn't have much of a problem getting the ball into the post that time.
Bucks trail by 4. To the inside. And Maker the bucket on the assist by Heston. 14 points for Thon Maker.
They're doing work here in the second half. 3 or 4 to start.
Out of bounds. Milwaukee takes possession.
Now here to see some stats for Antetokounmpo. Great showing for him last season.